Chapter 1. Suitor, he is a cook. He is also a cook who wakes up in Dragon Ball Super for no reason. Is it aggrieved? Suitor just feels quite numb. In the smoky kitchen. Dang dang dang. The sharp blade keeps cutting quickly on the chopping board. Suitor flips the knife expressionlessly and sends the cut vegetables to the drain basket on the side. Get the pan, heat the oil. All the movements are smooth. Flipping the big iron pan, Suitor stir-fries quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a plate of mouth-watering stir-fried pork with green peppers is ready. Zai, send it out, don't let Vegeta wait impatiently. Suitor said, and walked to the chopping board again to start the next round of preparations. Okay, chef. That's right, the reason why Suitor is numb. The biggest reason is that he is still cooking at Bulma's house. Sun's mother opened the door for Sun, and Sun arrived home. After a busy period, Sutter squatted at the back door of the kitchen. He habitually held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at a young woman with short blue-green hair eating in the restaurant opposite. This is Sutter's employer, and the richest woman in the Dragon Ball world, Bulma. Alas, I have seen her for 3 years, but I can't get tired of it. And opposite her, there is a man who Sutter wants to ignore. The man has a cold face and is full of murderous aura. Although he is powerful, he still can't hide his obviously receding hairline. This is the man who eats the soft rice of Sutter's employer, Vegeta. Tui, why is it not him who sits and eats with Bulma? Even if he has a bad stomach, he can still eat soft rice. There is no way. He has no strength, no system, and no golden finger. He can only watch these protagonists and supporting roles of Dragon Ball from afar. Ding! Just as Suti habitually exhaled a long puff of smoke and crushed the cigarette butt under his feet. A strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chef God System, start binding. Tisk! Suti stood up on his own, pretending to ignore the voice. He patted his clothes and wanted to leave work. System? Goldfinger? What's the use? He is in Dragon Ball, a Dragon Ball world where a planet can be blown away with one punch. What is the Chef God System? Is it a hammer to him? System binding. System binding is complete, the Chef God System will start to serve you soon. Host personal information is being confirmed. Cooking skills have reached 10%, and Scion blood can be activated. Excuse me, do you want to activate it? Listening to the voice of the system, Suti paused for a moment, and then continued to walk towards the place where he punched in after get off work. Scion blood? Another chicken thing? Damn, to be precise, this is the Dragon Ball Super world. June 21, 778 AE. It has only been less than 2 months since Beerus woke up on Earth. What the hell, what is the Scion bloodline? Can't you give me a more awesome golden finger? Is there a golden finger that can kick the god of destruction, punch the angel, and pat the king of all? It seems that the host cert can't reply for a long time, and the system starts to broadcast mechanically and coldly. The host has made more than 109,000 dishes so far, and an angel can be introduced to him. Hearing this, Cert's expressionless face finally showed a trace of emotion. He worked as a chef in Bulma's house for 3 years, and he actually made as many as 109,000 dishes. Fuck, this Vegeta is more gluttonous than a pig. It's really evil capitalism to exploit a poor worker like him. Tui. Sutter cursed and didn't reply to the system, but returned to his staff room. Alas, after 3 years in the Dragon Ball world, he doesn't even have his own home. How lucky is he? Lying on the bed, he slowly tried to reply to the system in his mind. Activate Scion bloodline. Bloodline is starting to activate, bloodline activation completed. Sutter sat up from the bed and found that there was not much change in his body. His facial features were still so handsome, his hair was still so elegant, and his figure was still so strong and well proportioned. Besides, he had a scion tail and his jeans were torn. "Hey, system, where is the angel you introduced?" Soot fell back on the bed again, waiting for the second condition of the system to be met. "Excuse me, host, which angel do you want to see?" "Well, of course it's Bardos, who is the strongest." Soot, even without thinking, he named the name directly. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "Makarita is not bad, Kes seems to be good too." "Host, please confirm the angel you want to see, and then report to the system." "Thank you for your cooperation." Sutter restrained the corners of his mouth and said affirmatively, "It's Bardos. It's her." Swish! As Bardos finished speaking, he felt dizzy in an instant. Then, he appeared in a place with a decent view. Why didn't Bardos come to see him in his room? Instead, he came to Bardos. In front of him was a tall girl with a proud figure. She had long white hair tied in a high ponytail and had blue-green skin. She was wearing a green robe, white high heels, and a light blue halo around her neck. In her slender right hand, she was holding a long staff. If this girl wasn't Bardos, who else could she be? Who are you? Why did you suddenly come here?" Bardos tilted her head slightly and looked at Surtur in surprise. Surprisingly, someone could avoid her perception and come to the destruction land of the sixth universe? Surtur did not answer immediately, but asked the system in his heart, "Dog, damn, is this an introduction? Is it too hasty? What if Bardos judges that he is not someone who should come to the destruction land and kills him directly?" "Host, have you seen Dragon Ball Super? Angels will not participate in good and evil, let alone kill you. Moreover, according to the judgment of the system, the existence that is dangerous to you is also the god of destruction, Xiangpa. Also, my name is the god of cooking system, please do not use so-called insulting words to call me." Ignoring the last sentence of the system, Surtur turned his eyes to the rock lying next to him. The fat purple hairless cat who was scratching his face and talking in his sleep without any image. This fat cat is the so-called god of destruction, Xiangpa, in the system. "Dog, since you are a chef system, do you have a food library?" Looking at the fat cat, Sute swallowed hard. "Yes, this system has an inexhaustible supply of food." After these words came out, Sute's originally somewhat uneasy heart settled down. He smiled at the suspicious Bardos and said, "Hello, I heard that you are looking for food everywhere." "Yet." Hearing that it was related to food, Bardos unexpectedly curled his lips and asked with a curious smile, "Could it be that you know where the food is?" "Well, do you want to try the food?" "I want to. I want to. I'm thinking about it in my dreams." Before Bardos could speak, Xiangpa, who was lying on the rock, suddenly turned over and sat up, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and shouted, "Then I'll show you my skills." Sut ignored Xiangpa and smiled at Bardos. Chapter 2. He always likes to carry pots, pans, and utensils in the universal capsule, so he is not afraid of not having kitchen utensils. Even if there is none, the omnipotent angel should be able to conjure them, right? "Bardos, I need a table." Thinking of this, Sute asked tentatively. "Yes." Bardos nodded, waved the scepter in his hand, and a huge long table appeared in front of Sute. He also found that in addition to the long table, there were also several chairs. "Hey, Bardos, who is this guy?" Xiangpa yawned sleepily, came to Bardos and asked. Before Bardos could answer, he saw that when Sute waved his hand, a full of ingredients appeared on the table. "Wow, they all look delicious." Xiangpa kept sniffing his nose and sat down at the table with his big belly. "Smells so good, smells so good." Indeed, these things are all crisp and sweet. Bardos couldn't help but approach the table and took a tomato to smell it. "If you want to eat it, you may have to wait," Surtur said, and started to get busy, arranging various kitchen utensils. Just when he showed the knife and wanted to take the vegetables, he found that Xiangpa was already holding a cabbage and eating it raw. Crack, crack. Are you hungry? Seeing that Bardos was also eating tomatoes in small bites, Suitor was a little confused. Ahem. Seemingly realizing that the way of eating was wrong, Bardos hid the tomatoes behind him and accused Xiangpa. Master Xiangpa, I'm asking you a question. What's wrong? Xiangpa, with vegetable residue on the corners of his mouth, looked up at Bardos blankly. Wait a little longer, these things are not eaten like this. Sud said to Xiangpa, but his eyes were always on Bardos. These things need to be processed before they can be eaten. Of course, the red fruits can be eaten directly. For example, Sud pulled out Bardos's hand hidden behind his back, and at the same time, sprinkled a little white sugar on the tomatoes. This way, the taste will be sweeter. Oh! Looking at the white crystals dotted on the red fruit, Bardos suddenly blushed. A closer look showed that this strange person was quite good-looking, much better looking than Master Xiangpa. Moreover, he was very careful, considerate, and gentle. Host, you are taking advantage of the angel. As soon as Sud let go of Bardos's arm, the system's voice rang out. Sutter ignored him, picked up a whole cabbage from the table, put it on the chopping board and started to cut it. Do you still need to cut this thing to eat? Isn't it redundant? Looking at Sutter's actions, Xiangpa looked at the cabbage in his hand, which had been gnawed beyond recognition, and asked. Suddenly, it felt inexplicably not delicious. This is called cabbage. There are many ways to eat it. You can boil, stir-fry, and blanch it, but no one will choose to eat it raw like you do. While Sutter was busy, he glanced at Xiangpa with disdain. Of course, there are people who eat it directly like this. For example, I know you and a pig. Pig? Who is that? Xiangpa was very slow and didn't realize that Sutter's attitude towards him was very different from that of Bardos. He asked in bewilderment and in silence, who is that? When will you take me to see it? If it can eat the same way as me, I think it will definitely become my confidant and friend. Hat. Sud sneered and quickened his movements. His movements are so smooth that I find them pleasing to the eye. Bardos sighed as he watched Sud busy cutting vegetables and cooking. Xiangpa also nodded, swallowing his saliva, smelling the fragrance, and urging Sud. Can we eat now? Is it ready? How long do we have to wait? Under Xiangpa's urging, the 4 dishes and 1 soup cooked by Sud were already placed on the table. It's time to eat. As soon as the words fell, Xiangpa couldn't wait to reach out and grab the bright red plate of mapo tofu on the table. The consequence of grabbing it with bare hands without chopsticks is that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Ah, hot, hot, hot. The fat cat's hands were fine, but his tongue was miserable. This. Bardos looked at the crying Xiangpa, and then looked at Suitor with a mocking look on his face. How should she eat? Just as she confused and puzzled, Suitor picked up the long chopsticks and picked up a piece of tomato from the tomato scrambled eggs. He also blew away the hot air on it and handed it to Bardos's mouth. I'll feed you. Open your mouth, ah. Ah. Bardos opened her cherry mouth and swallowed the tomato. It's delicious. Bardos couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek, her eyes shining, exclaiming. Suitor continued, and this egg? Ah! Ah! This is also delicious. Hey, where's my uncle? Xiangpa finally calmed down, walked to Bardos's side with his hands on his waist, and opened his mouth wide. Ah! This! Ah! Ah! Xiangpa opened his mouth and pointed, signaling Suitor to feed quickly. Sud ignored him and continued to feed Bardos, saying with disdain, there are chopsticks on the table, pick them up yourself. Damn! Xiongpa closed his bloody mouth and picked up the chopsticks with a curse. But the first time to pick up chopsticks. Oh, cat, how can it be so easy to pick up food? Asshole! I want to feed too. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xiongpa threw down the chopsticks angrily and yelled at Soot. If you don't know how to use chopsticks, then use a spoon. While continuing to feed Bardos, Soot threw a disposable plastic spoon at Xiongpa without even looking at it. Asshole! Looking at the warm and ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Xiongpa carefully scooped up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in his mouth. Is this meat? It's sweet. It's delicious, delicious. The next moment, Xiongpa picked up the whole plate on the table and wanted to pour it into his mouth. Master Xiongpa! Bardos swallowed the food in his mouth and stared at Xiongpa with a sharp gaze. Feeling the cold murderous intent, Xiongpa immediately backed off and continued to scoop with a plastic spoon. Don't just feed me, you should eat too. Bardos looked at Sut who was still trying to feed her with food and smiled. This person is so nice. Chapter 3. It's okay, I'm used to eating these, it doesn't matter if I eat them later. Sut continued to pick up food for Bardos and smiled back. Before today, in the 3 years since he came to the Dragon Ball world, he had never dared to think about feeding Bardos. And now, the dream has come true, the opportunity has come, how can he easily miss it? The meal ended in the warm scene of Soot and Bardos, with Xiongpa's eyes tearing up. It tastes so good. After Xiongpa licked the plates clean one by one, he leaned back at the table and patted his big belly. I don't feel full at all. Soot ignored him and turned to look at Bardos, who also looked unsatisfied, and asked, would you like some fruit and dessert after the meal? Fruit? Dessert? Bardos' eyes sparkled and he nodded repeatedly. Right away. Soot's mouth was raised. He was full of motivation to make delicious food for Bardos and see her satisfied look. Hey, are you discriminating against race or treating people based on gender? After waiting for a few unprocessed fruits, Xiongpa was dissatisfied. He pointed at the carefully carved fruits and the exquisite and cute pastries in front of Bardos, and cursed with his hands on his waist. Why are mine so ugly, and Bardos's so beautiful? Bardos didn't care about Xiongpa's noise at all, eating in small bites, and sighing from time to time. Ah, this is also delicious. You don't look good either, why do you ask for food to be more beautiful? Are you a member of the Appearance Association? Soot glanced at him and reached out to take back the fruits. If you ask so much, don't eat. No, no. Seeing this, Xiongpa hurriedly took a few fruits in his arms and quickly retreated. What a delicious food, and what fruits and cakes! Bardos's face was full of satisfaction and happiness. By the way, I still don't know your name. Soot. Soot smiled, put away the things on the table one by one, and introduced himself. I am a cook, a maker of delicious food. As soon as he said this, the system in his mind made a cold mocking sound. You are shameless to call yourself this. Without waiting for Soot to respond, the system began to broadcast on its own. Congratulations to the host, you have been recognized by Bardos and Xiongpa for your food, and your cooking skills have increased by 5%. This time the reward is 1 amount of God's combat power, which can transform into Super Saiyan form, Super 2 form, and Super 3 form. At the same time, because the tasters are angels and gods of destruction, the hidden level 1 god of destruction skill, level 1 Ultra Instinct, will be rewarded again. Sutter was shocked when he heard this, but he still chatted with Bardos without showing any emotion. With 2 minds at the same time, he asked the system in his mind, how much combat power is 1 amount? Hey, haven't you seen the host of Dragon Ball Super? 1 amount is not a specific amount of combat power, but a rough estimate of the combat power of God. For example, in terms of quantity, Super Saiyan God Goku has 6, Beerus has 10, and Whis has 15. Oh, what the hell is the hidden reward? According to the God combat power currently possessed by the host, one amount of God combat power is not enough to learn angels and gods of destruction. You can shut up now, it means that my strength is not enough and I am not qualified to learn, then you give me a ghost reward. Bah, useless system. I cooked a meal for angels and gods of destruction, but they only rewarded me with a useful amount of God combat power, plus the ability to transform to Super Saiyan 3. I can't even reach the realm of God. What a loss, a big loss. Xiongpa stared at Suitor who was chatting with Bardos, and muttered in a low voice, the maker of delicious food. It swallowed its saliva and said, if that's the case, you will make more food. Of course, a full banquet is no problem. Suitor tilted his head and said calmly. Hearing Suitor's words that were so sure, but he didn't quite understand them, Xiongpa stretched out his hand and shouted, very good. I've decided. From today on, you are the cook of this Universe 6, the Destroyer God realm, the Destroyer God, Xiongpa. Ha ha ha. From now on, I will have endless delicious food to eat. Looking at Xiongpa with his hands on his hips and laughing wildly, Suitor suddenly asked, why? Humph, just because it's your honor. Xiongpa also frowned. No. When I worked at the last company, I still got a salary. Suitor stood up with his hands on his hips and retorted. His hand was exposed, then he has the chance to bargain with Xiongpa. After eating his food, will Xiongpa be willing to go back to eating those garbage? It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Even if Xiongpa gets angry and loses his mind, don't forget that there is a teacher who supervises him, Bardos. Then, I will give you a salary too. Xiongpa saw that he couldn't force it, so he tried to soften his attitude. As soon as he said that, he turned his head to look at Bardos and asked, Bardos, what is the salary? I don't know. It should be some benefit. Bardos shrugged, and his eyes swept towards Suitor obscurely. Benefits? What benefits do you want? Xiongpa continued to look at Suitor and asked like negotiating. Let me think about it. Suitor pretended to think and asked the system in his heart. Dog, what good can I get from cooking for angels and gods of destruction? 100,000 dishes, you can introduce someone you want to see. At the same time, increase the hidden god combat points, destruction skill level, and ultra instinct level. Suitor knew about destruction skills, but the question was what was god combat power? It's god combat power. Beerus's god combat power is 10 points, and Son Goku's is 6 points. You haven't seen Dragon Ball Super, right? Host. Shut up, Gog, bye. Suitor collected his thoughts, looked at Xiongpa expressionlessly, and asked, I want Super Dragon Ball. Super Dragon Ball? Xiongpa didn't understand. It's the wishing star. I habitually call it the Super Dragon Ball. Damn, you're asking for too much. Xiongpa took a step back and looked at him in shock. This strange human actually knew about the wishing star. Lord Xiongpa, you are looking for wishing stars, isn't it just to wish for delicious food? Bardos glared at Xiongpa with a straight face. This stupid guy, do you still want to eat delicious food in the future? You have eaten delicious food now. If you want to eat it all the time, then find all the wishing stars and let Suti make a wish. As he spoke, Bardos showed a trace of curiosity and looked at Suti and asked. Suti, what is your wish? This. Mainly want to live longer. You angels and destroyers can live for hundreds of millions of years. But I can only live for a few hundred years at most. Before Suti finished speaking, Xiongpa had already shown a panicked expression. What? Hundreds of years, so short. Xiongpa looked at the remaining apples on the table, his expression gradually becoming terrified. After eating them for hundreds of years, I will never be able to eat them again. How could I get tired of eating them in just a few hundred years? No, this is absolutely not possible. Xiangpa said to himself, clenched his fist and shouted, I will find the wishing star immediately, now, immediately. Looking at Xiangpa, who was more nervous than himself, Sui felt a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly get excited? Wow! Lord Xiangpa is very stubborn about food. Bardos smiled, stretched out his hand to hold Sui-Ti's arm, and asked, your life is really short. But there is no need to worry. Even if you can't find the wishing star in a short time, I have plenty of ways to extend your life. If you can find the wishing star, then wish for immortality. Bardos said this, and Sui also felt her selfishness. It seems that this angel really likes his cooking skills. To conquer a woman, start by conquering her stomach. Chapter 4. Hurry up, a few hundred years is just a blink of an eye. Xiangpa saw Cert and Bardos holding hands for no apparent reason, and urged them anxiously. Don't be so anxious. Cert let Bardos pull him, and said to Xiangpa, I have to go back and get something. 2 universes, aimlessly searching for Super Dragon Balls, is totally inefficient. In the search for Dragon Balls, it must be the genius woman, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar. Go back? Do you need me to take you? Seeing Bardos take the initiative to speak, Xiangpa also said, of course, Bardos, you are the fastest. Sure, the Earth of the 7th universe. Cert smiled and pulled Bardos' hand with his backhand. Good guy, you are really good at running. Hearing that the place to go was actually the universe governed by Beerus, Xiangpa was also surprised. Then, Mr. Xiangpa, you stay here and wait for us to come back. After saying that, Bardos released an air shield and rushed into the sky with Surtur. Universe 7, Earth. As soon as he landed at Bulma's villa, Surtur saw Trunks and Pilaf playing ball in the courtyard. Hey, isn't this Surtur in the kitchen? Pilaf kicked the football out and asked Surtur. Is that blue big sister your girlfriend? Without waiting for Surtur to answer, Bardos asked curiously, girlfriend? Yes, she is my girlfriend. Surtur nodded and took Bardos to Bulma's laboratory. Hey, when did you get a girlfriend? Why don't you cook a table for us to eat? Ah, the dog Ash looked at the 2 people going away and yelled, you are so stingy. Girlfriend. Trunks let the football kick to his feet and looked at Xiaowu with a veiled look. Oh, I don't know if Xiaowu likes him or not. Girlfriend, do you mean I am your friend? Bardos followed behind Surtur and asked. Well, aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Surtur asked without feeling ashamed. Boyfriend and girlfriend, there is nothing wrong with that. Shameless, you are taking advantage again. The system mocked again. Friends. Bardos showed a gentle smile and nodded to Surtur. Yes, friends, boyfriend and girlfriend. Walking into the laboratory, Surtur looked at Bulma sitting at the table and asked bluntly. Bulma, can I trouble you for something? Oh, is it Cert? Bulma looked up at Bardos, who was holding her hand, and smiled knowingly, which all adults could understand. Are you going to take a leave to go on a date? Let me give you a salary forecast. Is 30,000 Sony enough? That's too much, his monthly salary is only 10,000 Sony. No, I want to trouble you to make me a Dragon Ball radar, the kind that can detect the entire universe. Cert directly stated his purpose, also, I'm here to resign. Oh. This requires expanding the scope, which will take some time. Bulma nodded, and then asked in confusion, but why are you resigning? Vegeta likes your cooking, and even Trunks. If you think the salary is not high, I can give you a little more. No, I've found my pursuit. Cert smiled at Bardos and held their hands tightly. He came to Dragon Ball because he was forced to be a cook, not just to be a cook. Is that so? Seeing this, Bulma had no idea, so she stopped trying to persuade Surti. Then I wish you happiness in advance. As she said that, Bulma took out a thick stack of envelopes containing Sony from the drawer. Here, it's for you, as a gift in the future. Okay. Surti was not polite, and directly accepted it with a smile. How long will it take to make the Super Dragon Ball radar? It will take most of the day. I suggest you go on a date first. Bulma smiled and winked at Surti. Okay. Surti shrugged and didn't intend to urge him, and turned to Bardos and said, "Come on, I'll take you around, there are many delicious snacks on this planet." Okay. Bardos smiled and agreed. Xiangpa, the fat cat, had long been forgotten by these two people. From Chinese and Western food to Japanese and Korean food, Suitor took Bardos to the snack street. Careful Suitor found that Bardos seemed to prefer some desserts and snacks. Among them were the glutinous rice and sesame balls with their own characteristics. She also I like hot green tea very much. It's delicious, but it's a pity that it's not made by you. Bardos frowned slightly, not very satisfied with these delicacies. I always feel that it's missing something, some special taste. Is that so? Sutter smiled. That's natural, everything he made was full of love for Bardos. The system also boasted, of course it's because it lacks the unique ingredients produced by my system, tut tut. Then let's go back and borrow Bulma's kitchen. I'll make you what you like to eat. After thinking about it, Sutter planned to take Bardos back. It was getting dark. After Bardos had a satisfying dinner, half a day had passed. Okay, this is the Dragon Ball radar that can detect the entire universe. Bulma handed something slightly larger than the Dragon Ball radar to Sutter and asked curiously. By the way, what do you want this Dragon Ball radar for? Of course, to find the Dragon Balls. Surt raised his eyebrows and replied. Like the one on Namek. Bulma became more and more puzzled, frowning and muttering. In that case, there is no need to expand it to the entire universe. You will know later. Surt did not explain much, and smiled and pulled Bardos towards the courtyard. Come and play often when you are free. Seeing the two people leaving, Bulma also said politely. Who are they? Vegeta, who had just walked out of the gravity room, saw the two people flying away, and asked in confusion. Our former chef and his girlfriend. Bulma said and covered her nose in disgust. Hey, Vegeta, go take a shower quickly, you're full of sweat and stink. Tisk, you damn woman. Vegeta's forehead was bulging with veins, he yelled in dissatisfaction, and turned and left. The angel flew very fast. In less than half an hour, Surt and Bardos had returned to the destruction of Universe 6. Hey, why did you take so long? Seeing the two come back, Xiangpa immediately touched his stomach and shouted at Surt, I'm almost starving. Isn't it still not starving? Surt rolled his eyes. Chapter 5. Anyway, Lord Xiangpa, you are so fat, just eat one less meal and you will lose weight. Bardos also teased Xiangpa with a sly smile. Nonsense, I just came into contact with the delicious food made by Suti, I don't want to miss a meal. Xiangpa was very angry, but still looked at Suti with a flattering smile. Hey, when are you going to make a meal? Bardos and I have already eaten, you can eat this meal. Sut threw the box of instant noodles in his hand to Xiangpa. You can't eat it directly. Bardos also knew how stupid Xiangpa was, took out a pot of boiling water, and explained while operating. You have to open the package like this, and then take out the seasoning packet. Yeah, wait for 3 minutes like this, and you can eat it. Xiangpa nodded in agreement while watching Bardos operate. Yes, eat quickly, let's go find the wishing star. Bardos pushed the soaked instant noodles in front of Xiangpa. Oh! Xiangpa swallowed his saliva and kept looking at the sand falling in the hourglass next to him. Hurry up, I'm so hungry. How is it? There are 3 in the 7th universe, so are there the remaining 4 here. Bardos walked towards Surt, looked at the Super Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and asked. Indeed, there are 4 Super Dragon Balls here, and the closest one is in the east. Surt nodded and handed the Super Dragon Ball radar to Bardos. Then wait until Lord Xiongpa finishes eating, and we will set off immediately. Bardos said, looking at Xiongpa who was still waiting for the instant noodles to open. If she wasn't afraid of this guy making a fuss, she and Surt would go directly to find the Super Dragon Balls. Hoo! Hoo! Hot hot hot! When the time came, Xiongpa couldn't wait to eat the instant noodles, and he was sweating profusely. This time, he learned to be smart, listened carefully to Bardos's explanation, and knew to eat with a fork. Comfortable. After eating the instant noodles, Xiongpa wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Surti, "Give me some more later, so I can have some appetizers." Bardos and Surti looked at each other, speechless. The journey to find the Super Dragon Balls was very smooth. In the 6th universe, the 2 gods with the highest status are Bardos and Xiongpa. In addition, these 2 people had been running around to find wishing stars and food before, so naturally many cosmic people knew them. The 4 Super Dragon Balls were successfully collected in no less than 3 hours under the display of the Super Dragon Ball radar. The 4 Dragon Balls were brought to the junction of the 6th and 7th universes. Surti, Bardos, and Xiongpa continued to look for the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. This time, the time consumed was even shorter, only 2 hours. Your Super Dragon Ball radar is really useful. Xiangpa looked at the Super Dragon Ball radar in Surti's hand, and then looked at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and said sourly. He worked hard to find the Super Dragon Balls, which took so much time. But he didn't know that there was something in the universe that could detect the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Who made you so ignorant? Surti smiled and poked Xiangpa's heart. Humph! Xiangpa snorted in dissatisfaction. He looked at the Super Dragon Ball that was as huge as a planet and emitted a faint golden light, and said to Surti with his hands on his waist. Hurry up! Summon the Dragon of God quickly, and make a wish that you can live forever. It's better to wish for immortality, longevity, etc. Surt's strength is a bit weak. Bardos also echoed and urged Surt, hurry up, Surt. I don't know the word of God. Surt spread his hands and said helplessly. Ahem, then let me do it. Bardos coughed awkwardly and shouted loudly to the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Come out, Dragon of God, please fulfill my wish, I want to send it. When Bardos used the word of God, the Super Dragon Ball, which was originally only glowing with a faint light, suddenly showed a dazzling and bright light. The light became brighter and brighter, and it flew towards the vast universe, gradually revealing a huge golden figure. Soon, under the gaze of Surt and the other 2, a golden western dragon appeared. It's so big. It's worthy of being a cosmic beast. Xiongpa looked at the super dragon with a pair of huge bat wings in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. After all, it's a super dragon. Bardos also saw the super dragon for the first time and couldn't help but sigh. As soon as the sigh fell, the super dragon opened its huge mouth towards the 3 people, as if it wanted to swallow Surt and the others into its belly. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Xiongpa was so scared that his face turned blue and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What's going on? Bardos also looked serious and hurried to pull Surt to dodge. Calm down, I think it may be a foreshadowing for the realization of the wish next. Surt smiled at the 2 and comforted them. Nima. This is not the way to lay the foreshadowing. Xiongpa trembled and was full of fear of the super dragon at this moment. Swish! The 3 people who were swallowed had different expressions. Surt was excited, Bardos was a little nervous, and Xiongpa was scared. In the boundless darkness, just when Bardos wanted to show the light, in front of the 3 people, a miniature super dragon suddenly appeared, with blood-red eyes and a deafening voice. Tell me your wish. Just when Bardos was about to speak, Surt suddenly said, Bardos, in addition to immortality, I also want to have the physique and learning ability of Majin Bu. Oh, okay. Bardos did not have any objections and expressed Surt's wish in the language of God. Just when Surt was happily thinking about having unlimited physical strength and unlimited regeneration, a ray of light fell on his body. The blood-red eyes of the super dragon emitted a bright light and wrapped Surt in it. Immediately afterwards, Surt felt an unspeakable pain. Ah! This is a kind of pain that breaks all the bones and flesh in the body and then reassembles them. Hey, so miserable! Xiangpa looked at the light ball with a face full of fear, but could not see Surt's figure. Surt! Bardos' face flashed with a strong worry. No. Nothing. The pain came quickly and went away quickly. The next moment, the light disappeared, and the intact suitor appeared in the eyes of Bardos and Xiangpa. Hey! Seeing that suitor was safe, Bardos breathed a sigh of relief. Will he not die like this? Xiangpa looked at suitor carefully, suddenly curled his lips, raised his index finger and shot out destructive energy at suitor. Bang! Chapter 6. The destructive energy went straight through suitor's chest. Xiangpa, what are you doing? Seeing suitor seriously injured, Bardos suddenly felt a throbbing. Her originally calm heart suddenly felt a throbbing pain. She didn't even call her adults, and shouted at Xiangpa with an angry face, why did you attack suitor? I just want to try it, right? Xiangpa noticed that Bardos was angry, and his voice became smaller and smaller, even with a bit of grievance. What do you mean by try it? You are using the power of rules and pure immortality. Surt looked down at the huge wound on his chest and said in disbelief, I seem to be fine. The wound was healing itself, and it was still healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Really? When Bardos looked sideways, she found that the big hole on suitor's chest had disappeared. If there wasn't such a big hole in her clothes, she would have thought that everything was just an illusion. Look, immortality probably includes the attack damage to the power of rules. Xiangpa, who was inexplicably scolded, felt very aggrieved. Your wish has been fulfilled, so goodbye. The super dragon said this and turned into a beam of light again. The 7 super dragon balls also quickly scattered in all directions. What do you think, if I wish that the erasure ability of the Omni King is transferred to me next time, can it be realized? Looking at the scattered dragon balls, Suitor suddenly came up with this bold idea. In that case, how awesome it would be, waving your hand to eliminate the existence of the haters, and also destroy a universe. This wish is definitely not fulfilled. Bardos was curious about how much Suitor knew, but still answered his question seriously. Why? Suitor was puzzled. There is such a relationship between the Dragon God and the Lord of all Kings, one is responsible for cleaning, and the other is responsible for restoration. This balance is fixed and cannot be broken. The Dragon God will not agree to such a wish. Bardos led Surt and Xiangpa to travel through the universe while explaining. It seems that the Super Dragon God is not omnipotent. Surt was a little disappointed, but he threw the idea away in a few seconds. Originally, it was just a whim. It's like you can make any wish to the Dragon God, but it involves gods, such as angels, gods of destruction and Lord of all kings. This kind of wish is not allowed. Bardos said another sentence to comfort Surt. Xiangpa also followed up, persuading Surti to give up. In fact, it's better to say that the Dragon of God can't deprive the Omni King of his power. Otherwise, in this vast universe, with so many evil people, this wish would have been realized long ago. Even if it can be realized, it's useless. This will violate the bottom line of the High Priest and destroy you directly. Well, immortality is enough. Suitor is not a very ambitious person, so he directly diverted the topic. In this case, the High Priest's combat power is still higher than the Omni King. Erasure is a rule power, which has little to do with strength. Bardos explained lightly. Oh. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds before Xiangpa spoke. Go back and make us some delicious food. We have helped you a lot. Okay. Faced with this request, Surti was also straightforward and nodded in agreement. The days of eating and drinking began. Today we have mutton hot pot. Tomorrow we have Sichuan cuisine, the day after tomorrow we have Japanese food. Occasionally, SUT will have a candlelight dinner and eat Western food with Bardos. If Xiangpa wants to eat, he has to play the role of a waiter. In SUT size, life is comfortable and fulfilling. But within 2 months, Xiangpa gained a lot of weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lord Xiangpa, you should go on a diet to lose weight. Looking at Xiangpa who was getting more and more greasy, Bardos was nakedly disgusted. No. I won't, absolutely not, absolutely not. Xiangpa shook his head desperately and protected a large bag of snacks in his arms. If you don't go on a diet, you have to move your legs. Sut held a kitchen knife and showed a harmless smile. Otherwise, I won't give you food. Faced with these kind suggestions and looking at the 2 people who bullied him, Xiangpa finally compromised and chose to exercise to lose weight. Who? Looking at Xiangpa who was out of breath after running a few steps, Suitor shook his head in disdain. This god of destruction is really a watered-down version of himself. I heard you say before, what kind of diet meal would you make? Arrange it for him. Bardos he also looked disgusted. Just as he was about to agree, Suitor suddenly felt the vibration of the phone in his pocket. This phone was specially given to him by Bulma before, saying that he could communicate with the Earth from any corner of the universe. Of course, Bulma's original words were not like this. She said, Suitor, if you go to the universe to find Dragon Balls and encounter any danger, remember to call me. I will ask Vegeta and Goku to save you. Your cooking skills can't just disappear like this. At that time, Suitor sneered. He needs to be saved? But he has a girlfriend named Bardos, who is here. However, it would be unkind to refuse the call with good intentions, so Suitor received it at that time. He never used it, but he didn't expect Bulma to contact him first. Could it be that something happened on Earth? But what kind of shit could happen on Earth where Son Goku and Vegeta are? Hello? Suitor pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Bulma? What's up? Suitor, are you free recently? Bulma on the other end of the phone quickly asked. It's like this, my 38th birthday is coming, I want to invite you and your girlfriend to come. Why didn't you say that the birthday party is still missing a cook? Suitor didn't have to think too much to guess Bulma's little thoughts. Oh, don't say that. Trunks said he really wants to eat your food, and I also need your food to support the scene. Bulma kept nagging, tempting Suitor with damn money, 1 million Sony, okay. I don't need you to go to the kitchen, just on the deck of the cruise ship, you can set up a stall. Okay. Barris and Whis will also appear at that time, and he can cook a meal for these 2 guys. I don't know what reward the system will give him at that time. Surt responded and brought the topic back to the beginning. By the way, are you really 38 years old? I remember you were born in 733 Aki. Before he finished speaking, the call was hung up. What's wrong? Bardos looked at Surt curiously and asked. Her hearing was very good, and she had already heard the conversation between Bulma and Surt clearly. You also know Bulma, she said she would invite us to her birthday party. Do you want to go? Surt asked Bardos' opinion. Chapter 7. If she chooses not to go, he will not go either, the wife follows the husband. Sure, is Bulma your girlfriend too? Bardos asked innocently, which almost made Suitor spit out his food. No, she is my employer at most, and she can only be considered an ordinary friend of mine. Suitor shook his head desperately, took Bardos' hands, and said affectionately, my girlfriend is only you. Even in the future, there will be only more cuss and Makarita. Hey, it seems that Android 21 is not bad. What are you talking about? Chapter, sweating and panting, suddenly squeezed in between Bardos and Sutter. Are you trying to hide something delicious from me? No, I have something to go back in a few days. Sutter took a few steps back and stayed away from the greasy fat cat. Oh. Xiongpa lost interest instantly and waved his hand. You guys go, it doesn't matter if you go for a few more days. The longer the better, he only has a few dishes to eat now, no delicious food at all. In addition, he has to be watched by the two in turn, and he has to exercise all the time, he can't wait for the two to leave. Even if he can't eat delicious food, it's good to exercise less. Hee. Lord Xiongpa, I know what you are thinking. Bardos smiled, and with a tap of the scepter in his hand, a sphere appeared above Xiongpa's head. Even if we go out, Suitor and I will still take turns to watch you to see if you are lazy. Ah! Kill me! Xiongpa held his head and looked up at the sky, screaming miserably. Looking at the bald head, Surt asked curiously, what is this? A stone that can communicate with the magic stone on my scepter. Bardos said and added, it's different from yours. Mine can show pictures. Oh. Time passed quickly and it was 3 days later. August 18th, 778 AE. This day was Bulma's birthday, and it was also the day when Beerus woke up and came to Earth to find the Super Saiyan God. Are you guys going to set off? Holding a piece of dried vegetable in his mouth, Kampa lay on the rock without any image, looking at Bardos and Surt standing together. Yes, then please, Lord Kampa, take good care of the house. Bardos smiled at Kampa and took Surt's arm. The atmosphere was full, and there was an inexplicable sense of a newlywed couple going out for their honeymoon and a fat cat watching the house. Tisk. Remember to bring me some special delicacies from there. Xiongpa stretched lazily and changed his supine position. You are still losing weight, why are you thinking about delicacies? Before he finished speaking, Bardos suddenly turned his head to look at the sky, with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Suti asked in confusion. Bardos shook his head and smiled at Suti, nothing, let's go. Well. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, Xiongpa sat up and looked at the sky that Bardos had looked at before, and smiled with his lips curled. That guy is awake. The smile froze on Xiongpa's face as soon as it appeared. He said in surprise, wait, where are Bardos and Surt going? It seems to be the 7th universe. Will they meet? It shouldn't be, the 7th universe is so big. Cold sweat continued to fall from Xiongpa's forehead as he imagined it himself. What if Beerus takes a fancy to my cook? Ah! Bardos, come back soon. Bring Surt back quickly. No one could hear his wailing. At this moment, Bardos and Surt have arrived on Earth in the 7th universe. West City, Bulma's house. At Bulma's warm invitation, the two boarded the luxury cruise ship one after another. Hey! Is this the so-called birthday party? Bardos looked left and right, very curious about the so-called cruise ship he saw for the first time. There were many people on the cruise ship, but they were all waiters, and the familiar people had hardly appeared yet. It has nothing to do with birthdays. It's just a cruise ship. It just happens that Bulma's family is rich. Sud relaxed his shoulders and came to the stall. He got some squid skewers for teppanyaki and handed them to Bardos. Just think of yourself as coming here to have fun. Take whatever you want to eat. If you like this kind of cruise ship, I'll get you one later. Not really, I just think there are a lot of fun things to do on the planet you live in. Yeah, but it's just some entertainment. Sud responded and continued to grill squid. You don't have to stay next to me all the time. There are other delicious foods on other stalls. No. Bardos shook his head slightly and explained, I ate some last time, and I feel that those things are not as delicious as what you make. Just as the two were chatting, Trunks and Sun Goten chased each other to Sutter with water guns. Trunks sniffed and looked at the squid on the teppanyaki with greed. Hee hee. Uncle Sutter, give me a few skewers. Sun Goten was still a little bit serious, and stretched out 3 fingers to Sutter and shouted, I want 5 skewers. Okay. Sutter responded lightly and handed over the squid he had just made. Trunks is the eldest son of Bulma and Vegeta, and also the eldest son of the richest family. Sun Goten is the second son of Son Goku and Chi-Chi, and has been playing with Trunks since he was a child. The two are only 1 year apart in age, both are naughty, and are often called the funny duo by everyone. Goten, you have 3 fingers standing up, how come you mean 5? Trunks frowned, dissatisfied that Goten had more squid than him. Hee, don't worry about such trivial matters. Goten made a face with a smile, and ran away with 5 skewers of squid. Is this a human child? Looking at Trunks and Goten laughing and playing in the distance, Bardos tilted his head, full of surprise. Have you never seen a human child? Surt asked, finding it interesting, and continued to grill new squid. Hey, Bulma, is your cook back again? A black-haired man in a suit with a scar on his cheek walked up to Surt and asked with a smile. Beside him, there was an animal-like earthling who looked like a fat cat. Yamcha and Pool, the earliest male supporting role and the male supporting role's pet partner in Dragon Ball. Before Sutter could respond, Bulma in the distance had already put her hands on her hips, walked over, and said dissatisfiedly. Yamcha, it's impolite to talk like this. Sutter was specially invited by me. He came here as my friend. Okay. Yamcha didn't care much, shrugged and looked at Bardos who was eating silently on the side. Who is this beauty? As he asked, he started staring at Bardos and started to flirt with her. Beauty, are you also here to attend Bulma's birthday party? Yes, but she is Sutter's girlfriend, you should shut up and eat. Bulma had a black line on her forehead. And she stuffed the squid on the iron plate into Yamcha's mouth with an impatient look. Hot, hot, hot. This behavior really made Yamcha shut his mouth obediently. Master Yamcha, are you okay? The suspended Pool asked with a worried look. Bardos, come with us over there, I have delicious desserts, let's go. Chapter 8. Bulma took Bardos' arm and walked towards Chi-Chi and Videl, introducing each other. Come, let me introduce you, this is Chi-Chi, Goku's wife, and this is Videl, Goku's daughter-in-law. Hello, oh, let me tell you, my Goku is super irresponsible. As the gossip sounded, Sutter also retracted his gaze. Bardos didn't seem to resist Bulma pulling her away. Judging from her expression, she seemed to be a little curious about this kind of gossip. Could this be the legendary nature of women? Thinking so, Sutter noticed a hidden look. I don't know when, Kame-sensei has come to his side. He leaned on a cane, looked at Sutter with a strange look and asked, how did you suddenly have such a powerful power? SHH, don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Sutter lowered his voice and whispered this in his ear. Master Kame looked at Sutter with a serious expression. He could feel that Sutter was just an ordinary person last time, but suddenly he became so strong. Even stronger than Sun Wukong. What's even weirder is that his so-called girlfriend also gave him a very strange feeling. Give me a few skewers of Marin, Sutter. When Master Kame was lost in thought, Krillin and his family also came to Sutter. Okay. Watching Sutter's busyness, Krillin gossiped in a low voice and asked, your girlfriend is pretty good looking, when are you going to get married? It's too early. Sutter was also a little surprised that Krillin was also a gossiper like a woman. Well, do you think his girlfriend is pretty? Number 18, with blonde hair, glared at Krillin with a frown. Better than me, right? Ah. No. Listen to me. Krillin was embarrassed and hurriedly turned back to explain to number 18. Watching the interaction between the two, Sutter shrugged. If he hadn't come to the Dragon Ball world too late, Android 18 wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Krillin, the noseless dwarf. Hey, get out of the way, I want to eat. Bu, dressed in pink, pushed Krillin's family aside and squeezed in front of Sutter. I want 10 skewers, no, 100 skewers. Sutter, don't listen to him, just get some. Satan, who followed behind, was speechless and said hurriedly. Satan, you won't give me food? Then I'll be angry. Aren't there other delicious things? Look at the takoyaki over there. Satan felt very tired under Bu's throwing a tantrum. I want some too, Brother Tien, do you want some? The floating dumplings also came to the stall, turned his head and looked at Tien Shinyan and asked. No. Tien Shinyan crossed his arms and responded lightly. If you don't want it, then give me the one that's out of the oven later. Wulong came to Surti's feet with a grinning pig face. Ha ha ha. Now, it's mine. The Pilaf trio flashed quickly, snatched the squid skewers that had just reached Wulong's hands, and ran away with a grimace. Asshole, stop right there. Wulong was furious and hurried to chase him. Come on, catch me. Snap. A crisp slap sounded, and everyone looked back. I saw that Kame Senpai, who wanted to sneak attack Vidal's buttocks, was slapped by Bulma and his nose bled. Old pervert. Watch out for your pig's trotters. Ha ha ha. What a shame. Chi-Ki father, the Bull Demon King, covered his face helplessly. Why didn't his teacher change his bad habits? Everyone was very lively, except for Vegeta, who was huddled in the corner with his arms folded. Even Piccolo, who was wearing a white cape and green clothes, would occasionally say a few words to Son Gohan, who was wearing black framed glasses. Just when the atmosphere was harmonious and lively, Bardos suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Oh, they are actually coming straight to the earth. What is coming? Who is it? The women sitting around were full of confusion, and they also looked up in confusion. But the blue sky was nothing but white clouds that occasionally floated by. Swish! Just when the women looked at Bardos again, a ball of light had descended on the cruise ship. Two figures appeared in the ball of light. One looked a bit like Bardos, and it was the angel of the seventh universe, Whis. He is Bardos's younger brother. The other one looks very similar to Xiongba, but is several sizes smaller than Xiongba, and his tail is much longer than Kampa's. Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, is a twin of Kampa. Is this Earth? Where are the Scions? Beerus put his hands behind his head and looked at Whis behind him and asked. It should be nearby. Whis said, probing the magic stone on the scepter in his hand. Humph, I went to King Kai in vain. I thought that Scion named Sun was very powerful. Beerus complained while walking towards the deck of the cruise ship. I still think that Lord Beerus and the prophecy fish predicted it wrong. Whis muttered while walking and looking at the magic stone. The previous Scions were all destroyed by Frisia under your command. How can there be another Super Scion god? Humph, didn't you also say that Frisia was defeated by that Scion son in the end? Otherwise, why would I make such a trip? Beerus said unhappily, muttering to himself. I wasted an episode of my time watching anime. I should have found something. Vegeta, who disliked the noise, just walked over from the deck and bumped into the two people. After seeing the two strangers, he asked, Who are you? Hey! Whis looked at Vegeta, then looked at the magic stone on his scepter, and said to Beerus. Lord Beerus, this man is also one of the Scions on Earth. Oh, he looks familiar. Beerus touched his chin and thought for a moment. While he was thinking, Vegeta had already recalled the horrible memories of his childhood. Beerus! You are the Scion Prince. Ha ha ha, your father really makes me hate him. Beerus said, and walked in front of Vegeta, patting his shoulder with a mocking look. At this time, Bulma, who was puzzled by Bardos's strange behavior, also came to the corner. "Whis, Lord Beerus! It's you!" Bardos smiled at the three people standing together. Chapter 9. "Hey, isn't this my sister?" Whis was stunned for a moment, but soon laughed. "Why are you here? Damn, isn't Compa here too? This is the universe I govern." Beerus was not happy at all when he saw Bardos. Once he saw this angel, it meant that Compa was not far away. "No, Lord Compa didn't come. I came for something else." Bardos denied it directly. "Oh, what important thing could have made you leave Lord Compa and come to our universe?" Whis instantly showed curiosity. "Are you Insert's friends?" Bulma looked at the conversation between the few people and blinked blankly. "Sort of." Bardos pondered for a moment and introduced, "This is my younger brother, and that is my younger brother's apprentice." "Oh, you are a guest, welcome, welcome." Bulma smiled and walked towards Whis and Beerus, greeting them. "Today is my birthday, please don't be polite." "Birthday?" Beerus' nose twitched slightly, his face full of high spirits. "Is there anything delicious? I smell the fragrance." "Wow, then we won't be polite." Whis also followed, walking side by side with Bardos. Looking at the person who was exposed in an instant, Vegeta stood there, looking dazed and a little confused. Where is he? What is he doing? What happened just now? His wife took the god of destruction away. Oh my god! The cold sweat on Vegeta's forehead continued to flow down with his thoughts. Is this the person you specially wanted to accompany? Walking around the corner, after seeing Cert, Whis showed a complicated look. The other party looks very ordinary, not even a god, how could he be favored by Bardos? His sister is not a naive and kind person. It's so strange. Well, we will go back after attending this birthday party. Bardos nodded, showing off with some ambiguous meaning. Brother, I tell you, as long as you have tasted the food made by Cert, you will never look down on other things again. Oh, excuse me, can you give me one? Whis didn't believe it, and came to Cert and asked politely. Take it yourself, After hearing the strange voice, Cert looked up in surprise and saw Whis, who was smiling like spring breeze. A little further away, there was Beerus, who was looking around under the introduction of Bulma. System, give me some fresh ingredients quickly, I want to start working. Looking at the arrival of these two people, Cert smiled and said to the system in his heart. If you want to seduce Bardos, you must have super strength. If you want super strength, you must let stronger people eat the food he makes. After showing off his skills to Bardos and Xiongpa last time, he jumped directly from Scion to Super Saiyan 3. This time, an angel and a god of destruction came, so he would directly reach the realm of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. How could Cert not be excited? Well, this taste is not special. At most, it is delicious. Whis had already picked up the squid and ate it while talking nonchalantly. You should have a limit, okay? Krillin, who was about to eat a few more skewers, looked at the empty iron plate and was speechless. Beerus, who came slowly, was angry after seeing the messy skewers. Hey, leave some for me. Hey, over there, isn't there something delicious? Whis was not afraid of Beerus at all. He pointed to other stalls and asked Cert. Haha, Sutter, right? Can you please make me some more? Seeing Whis's face full of unsatisfied desire, Bardos was speechless. But at this time, Sutter had already pulled a white cloth strip beside him, tied it on his forehead, and smiled at the people present. Today, I will show you my skills. Oh, Sutter is finally willing to cook officially. Seeing Sutter's enthusiasm, Bulma clapped her hands happily. It's been 3 years, and when Sutter came to apply for the job, he had this expression. The dishes after that were also rich and varied, and they were also delicious, but I always felt that they were not as good as the one he applied for. Thinking about it now, I really miss it. If she hadn't married Vegeta, Sutter would have come late again. She wanted to tie Sutter to her side and let him make delicious food for her every day. Hey, what are you going to do? Krillin's family also turned their heads and looked at Sutter. Are you going to play a fun game? What is Sutter doing? Beerus, who was about to leave, turned back after hearing Surtur's words. What did you just say? Delicious food, want it? Surtur smiled, and many fresh ingredients appeared as he waved his hand. The waiter on the side, under the command of Bulma, put up the kitchen utensils and pots and bowls. Everyone heard the words and gathered in front of Surtur, watching him cut the vegetables. What a fast speed! Piccolo's eyes widened instantly when he saw Surtur's knife falling. This speed is simply not something that ordinary people can have. After cutting the vegetables, when he saw Surtur patting the meat with his bare hands, Vegeta, who was quietly approaching, was also shocked. That strength, damn, how can it be so precise? Yamcha, a layman, couldn't help but praise, although he is just a cook, his movements are really beautiful. Tisk, I, who have no nose, have already smelled the tempting fragrance. Krillin held Marin, and the father and daughter kept swallowing their saliva. Compared with this pudding is not delicious at all. Bu also drooled and threw away several puddings in his arms. Swish, swish, swish. At Sutter's super fast speed, a plate of delicious food with good color, fragrance, and taste was placed on the long table. Okay, you guys start. Sutter put one hand on his waist, habitually took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Gurgle. The difficult swallowing sound sounded, and the people present rushed to the long table. Come on, there are more here. Seeing Bardos step forward, Sutter hurriedly stopped him. He brought out several more plates with a smile, and said to Bardos, "How could I ask you to fight with them? Wow, you are the best." Bardos looked at the dishes in front of him happily, and he didn't know where to start. Fried fish slices, double skin milk, curry fish balls, pasta, all your favorites. Hey, sister, do you have a separate portion? Let me try. Wes didn't know when he came over here, and while talking, he reached for the curry fish balls with chopsticks. Soft and sticky, and with a rebound. Delicious. Bardos also picked up a piece and asked twice while eating. Chapter 10. Ah, indeed, it's delicious. Weiss sighed with satisfaction, and then he picked up the food faster. Weiss, this is mine, you should go to their side. Seeing that Weiss had swept up most of it in a blink of an eye, Bardos was a little angry. Oh, sister, how can you be so stingy? Weiss was eating while perfunctorily absent-minded. Sutter didn't say anything, turned his head and looked at the long table. Asshole, this is mine. Damn it, why did you take my chicken wings? Is your name written on it? Whoever takes it will get it. Vegeta, those are my fried buns and spring rolls. Hey, it's shameful for you to lick the plate. Hey. Sutter took off the cigarette in his mouth and blew out long smoke rings one after another. He may be the only one who has become stronger in the Dragon Ball world by relying on his cooking skills, right? Congratulations to the host, you have won the recognition of the Scions, Earthlings, Three-Eyed Stars, and Namekians for their food. The cooking skills have increased by 2%, and the current cooking skills are 17%. Congratulations to the host, you have won the recognition of Whis and Beerus for their food, and the cooking skills have increased by 5%, and the current cooking skills are 22%. This time, the reward is a negligible 100 million combat power, plus 2 amounts of God's combat power, a total of 3 God's combat power. The transformable forms are still Super Saiyan form, Super 2 form, Super 3 form. At the same time, the tasters are angels and gods of destruction, and the hidden level 1 destruction skills and level 1 ultra instinct are rewarded again. Currently, the host's destruction skill is level 2, and the Ultra Instinct is also the same. Only 3? Sutter was not satisfied with this. Super Scion God must have 6 amounts to transform. How many dishes have I received recently? As soon as Cert finished asking, the system quickly replied, Meet Bardos, 100,000 have been reset, and now we are recounting, 13,000. The goal is still a long way to go, host. Get lost. Just as Cert complained in his mind, Bardos came to him with a toothpick in his mouth, looking dissatisfied. There's only so much, and so many people share it, I'm not happy with it. Make me some more. This attitude is even worse than that of Xiangpana. Why? Suitor was upset, and he became impatient with Barros's impolite attitude. This meal was wasted by Bardos and wasted by him. Suitor was naturally annoyed because he failed to transform into a Super Scion God. Hey, I say you're going too far. Krillin, who also looked unsatisfied, walked to Bardos, put his arm around his shoulders and said, It's great that they can make it for us to eat. You still make demands like this. You should at least consider other people's hard work. Shut up, I'm not talking to you. Bardos grinned, and with a rage, he knocked Krillin away. Bang! Krillin knocked over the long table and crashed into the small stage background board set up on the side. The plates on the long table fell to the ground with a clatter, and it was a mess. You guy! Seeing Krillin being knocked away, number 18 frowned angrily and rushed towards Bardos. But before number 18 could get close to Bardos, he was also repelled by a sharp wave of air. Mom! Looking at number 18 falling to the ground, Marin burst into tears in a moment of helplessness. What are you doing? Why did you attack Krillin and no 18? Seeing 2 people being knocked away by Bardos one after another, the other people present were also a little angry and questioned one by one. Humph, nosy! Bardos snorted disdainfully, narrowed his eyes and looked at Cert, and asked again, Did you hear what I said? Then did you hear what I said? Cert did not shrug and repeated it. If you want to eat what he made, he must be willing to do it. Seeing that the atmosphere began to become tense, Bardos turned his head to look at Whis, who was still picking up food to eat. Will you not care? Whis bit his chopsticks and asked with a smile, Sister, can you wait until I finish eating? If you let Lord Bardos not care, then this is your best chance to eat delicious food. Bardos shrugged, and his words hit Whis's 7 inches, making him almost bite off the chopsticks. Ahem! Whis quickly put down his chopsticks and walked towards Bardos. Master Bardos, you need to calm down. At this time, Bardos was obviously so angry that Cert laughed. He shook his hand. The purple fist ignored Whis. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Why do you always want to solve problems with force? Trunks and Goten couldn't stand it anymore. Uncle Surtur, we're here to help you. The 2 little brats shouted and posed in a few poses, using metamorphosis. Fusion. The fusion of the 2, Gotenks, shouted and punched Bardos. Just when Gotenks was about to fly in front of Bardos, Surtur waved his hand to stop him from approaching, saying, No need. I can handle it myself. Even if Gotenks entered the Super 3 form, he would still be slapped on the butt as in the original plot. Ah! I remember, why do I feel familiar with him? The new god dandy hiding behind Piccolo trembled and said, He is the god of destruction of this universe. What did you say? Piccolo was shocked. That's right, the god of destruction Bardos, no one can disobey him. Vegeta also walked past Piccolo with a solemn face. If you disobey him, the end. The end is the destruction of the planet. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and his mind was full of his father's humble appearance. Bardos, so terrible. I can give you 2 choices, one is to talk to me nicely, because you still want to eat what I cook. Second, if you decide to do something to me, then in the future, I will never, ever cook anything for you? Sutter handed out two choices, and then waited fearlessly for Beerus' answer. Even if Beerus chose the second jump, Sutter didn't think there was any problem. Although he is only at Super Saiyan 3 now, he is strong enough to face Beerus. Because he has an immortal body as a support, plus the power of fearlessness of destruction. At most, he can't beat Beerus. A battle without life threat will only make him stronger. The bug of Kabo Saiyan, recover instantly after being seriously injured and on the verge of death. In addition, in his previous wish with Super Shenlong, he also asked for the same learning talent as Bu. Who knows, while fighting with Beerus, he may learn various fighting skills and step into Super Saiyan God. Thinking of this, Cert really wants to fight with Beerus. Chapter 11. Beerus gritted his teeth, but he really couldn't do anything to Cert. If he didn't fight, he would be angry. If he fought, he wouldn't be able to eat the food made by this guy in the future. This bastard, why is he so stubborn and holds him tightly? Whis, what do you want to say? Beerus, who was angry, found a way out for himself and turned his head to look at Whis and shouted. Wow, Lord Beerus, I want to say that this guy who just made the food is also a Scion. Whis came to Beerus and said with a chuckle. Tisk. Have all the Scions from planet Vegeta come to Earth? Beerus snorted coldly, put his hands on his waist and tried to change the subject. His diversion effect was very good, at least everyone present looked at Cert with surprise. You are also a Scion. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, a little unbelievable. This guy seems to be his family's chef, a Scion chef? It's really embarrassing for the Scions. Really? I didn't expect that there are Scions besides us. Son Gohan couldn't hide the surprise on his face, and kept looking at Certi. Don't mention it, we didn't seem to notice the tail around his waist before. Krillin, who supported number 18 to get up, also expressed his feelings. By the way, why didn't I notice Uncle Certi with a tail behind him before? Trunks frowned. He felt that there was no such thing in his memory. Then what? Seeing that Beerus was no longer arrogant, Certi also restrained his depressed mood and asked. By the way, I came here to find the Super Saiyan God. Beerus slapped his forehead and looked around at everyone present and asked. Who among you knows? What birthday, what delicious food, this is not a matter of wasting an episode of his comics. The people present looked at each other, also confused, many of them were Scions. But what is the Super Saiyan God, they really don't know. Even Vegeta was confused. I know. Sutter's words instantly broke the quiet atmosphere. Everyone's eyes also shifted to him. But Sutter put one hand in his pocket, under Beerus's expectant eyes, he slowly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Scion God. Are you? Beerus nodded repeatedly, looking at Sutter with expectation. Now, there is no need to use the excuse of beating him to eat delicious food. He wants to use the name of sparring with the Super Saiyan God to beat this guy up. I'm not. Sutter waved his hand, noticing that Whis was still listening attentively, and continued. Although I'm not, I know how to become a Super Saiyan God. That requires 6 Scions, 5 of whom must focus all their mental strength on one person. If everything goes well, that's it. Sutter didn't hide it, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, he answered the question. Mental strength. Vegeta and Son Gohan were confused, looking at Surtur with suspicion. Trunks and Son Goten were already shaking people on the scene, 1, 2, 3. Including Uncle Surtur, there are only 5. By the way, my father is still on King Kai and hasn't come back yet. Son Goten suddenly realized, and hit his fist against his palm and said. That. Actually. Videl looked at the people present, shyly wanting to say something but stopping. Tisk, after all, you're not the Super Saiyan God. Beerus looked at Surtur with contempt. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? you're just a guy who can only cook. Hee hee. If you have the guts, don't eat what I cook. Surt did not give in and immediately retorted. Seeing that the two started to quarrel again, Bulma stood between them with a headache. Okay, stop talking, today is my birthday, don't ruin the atmosphere of the party. Get out. Beerus bared his sharp fangs and shouted at Bulma. You are really arrogant, you think I really don't dare to hit you just because you are from Bardos and Kampa. Pa! Before Beerus finished shouting, a crisp slap hit his cheek. Bulma put her hands on her waist and said angrily, Enough, if you want to quarrel and fight, leave here. Ugh! There was a dead silence at the scene. Bulma slapped Beerus. She was like a cow standing on its head, so awesome. Bulma, Bulma. Vegeta, his eyes were as big as bells, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. It's over, it's over. Damn. Beerus was stunned for 3 seconds, and then he turned around and looked at Bulma. Damn human. He was beaten by an earth woman. As Beerus was furious, Bardos and Whis on the side were also very surprised. This. Before Whis could speak, Beerus had already waved his hand to return the slap. Stop. Surt saw Beerus's move and hurriedly tried to stop him. His former employer was going to be in trouble. But for some reason, Beerus was so aggressive, but the strength he showed was not particularly strong. At most, he knocked Bulma unconscious, but he didn't beat her to death directly. Bang! Looking at Bulma being slapped away, Surt saw Bardos's small movements from the corner of his eye. Did she help secretly? Bulma, my Bulma, bastard! Seeing Bulma flying backwards, although she was caught by Trunks and Son Goten. But it was still clear that her cheeks were constantly red and swollen. Vegeta saw this and his eyes were red. His Bulma. His wife in his palm. Ah! Vegeta roared and roared, showing his absolute good husband's nature for 5 seconds. Beerus, you bastard! Vegeta bit his back teeth tightly and rushed out. The airwaves around him surged, and he instantly entered the Super 2 form, accompanied by lightning around him. Vegeta punched Beerus and swung it heavily. Tisk! Beerus showed disdain, sneered, and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Seeing that the first move failed, Vegeta followed closely, chasing after him and diving straight into the sky. Bang! 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 The two of them punched and kicked in the sky, and the afterimages were completely unclear. How dare you hurt my Bulma? In extreme anger, Vegeta exerted his strength far beyond his usual strength, and he swung his clenched fist again. This time, he succeeded. The huge fist hit Beerus on the cheek. Oh! Beerus was a little surprised, and he reached out to wipe the place on his cheek that was hit. Vegeta, who he didn't take seriously at all, actually had such power? Science, really can't be underestimated. Chapter 12. Oh, they're fighting again. Whis put down his chopsticks, took a look, and then moved to the sushi stand next to him, eating all kinds of sushi. Hearing his insincere words, Bardos was speechless. Then you still have the mood to eat. Food should not be wasted. Whis didn't care much and ordered all kinds of sushi. In mid-air, Vegeta, who was able to punch Beerus like Bulma, never got any advantage again. Boom! If Beerus was a little more serious, he would have completely crushed Vegeta and knocked him into the sea. The sea level was turbulent in an instant, and huge waves were raised. Vegeta! Seeing this scene, everyone present screamed. By the time Vegeta jumped out of the water again, Beerus had already gathered enough destructive energy to destroy the earth. Swish! Sutter didn't plan to sit on the wall and watch anymore. He quickly rushed forward and blocked Vegeta. Enough, Beerus, you are here to find the god of science, not to destroy the earth. Beerus ignored what Sutter said. He directly threw the destructive energy on his fingers towards the sea below. Tisk! Sutter had no choice but to raise his hands and block the destructive energy with his arms. Boom! The purple light instantly submerged Surtur's body. Seeing this scene from the corner of his eye, Whis looked at it in surprise and asked Bardos, who did nothing. "Sister, aren't you going to take action? Your people are all going to be destroyed." "Ho ho, angels can't interfere with these things." Bardos smiled while eating pudding leisurely. "Besides, Surt is not an ordinary person." "Really?" Whis put the sushi in his mouth and looked up at the purple energy in the air with a smile. The light dimmed a little bit, and Surt's tragic roar came from inside. "Ah! Surt, you guy!" The tragic scene in front of him surprised Vegeta. He didn't expect Surt to rush up to die. When the light completely dissipated, Vegeta widened his eyes, unable to believe that Surt was still alive. Even Surt entered the Super 3 form. In this form, apart from Son Goku, only Gotenks can do it. "You!" Surt didn't look back, but just kept panting, "Who? Who?" At this time, he was extremely embarrassed, and his clothes were ragged. Even the arms that had resisted the destructive energy at the beginning were annihilated in the purple destructive energy. "HAAA!" After taking a breath, Surtur shouted softly, and his new arms with the physique of Majin Buu appeared again. "Let's fight!" Surtur curled his lips and looked at Beerus with burning eyes. He felt that he had resisted such a destructive energy before, and he felt that the power in his body had become stronger. Of course it will become stronger, the system's attack is more authentic than that of Son Goku and Vegeta's science. The triumphant mechanical voice of the system sounded in Surtur's mind. "I tell you, my kitchen god system is good at fighting on the battlefield and in the kitchen." Sutter ignored its boasting and asked, "If I use the mental strength of 6 scions, can I become a Super Saiyan God?" "Be more confident, remove the last Ma, your current combat power is stronger than the protagonist Sun Wukong, okay?" The system complained, thinking that its host was a little too modest. This system is also a powerful existence in the system world that can punch machines and kick metal. Then Super Saiyan God, doesn't it need 6 levels of God combat power? As soon as Sutter asked the question, he found that his question was stupid. He got the order wrong. It is to become a Super Saiyan God to reach 6 levels of God combat power, not to reach 6 levels of God combat power to enter Super Saiyan God. At this time, Beerus spoke proudly. "Humph, you guys are not Saiyan gods at all, why should I fight you? Then I will become a Super Saiyan God and give you a delicious meal, how about that?" For the first time, Surt felt the desire from his blood. The blood was boiling, and the desire to fight was burning. Beerus pondered for a moment, and just when he was about to agree, another person suddenly appeared among the 3. Swish! This person was wearing an orange martial arts uniform, with a big character in the circle on the back, and a crab-like hairstyle. It was the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku, who teleported instantly. "Lord Beerus, I have a good idea. Aren't you looking for?" Before he finished speaking, he noticed the disheveled Surti. "Hey, who are you?" Once his eyes were on Surti, Sun Wukong could no longer look away. He said excitedly, "I can feel that you are very strong. Now is not the time to talk about this. All of you get down first." Surti said, and took the lead to quickly fall to the deck of the cruise ship. "What's going on? Vegeta, do you know?" Listening to Surti's words, Sun Wukong was confused. "I said, he is just an ordinary cook in my family. Do you believe it?" Vegeta seemed to have thought of something, and he also showed a proud look. "Look, any chef from his family is better than Kakarot. So is he, as the head of the family, not to mention him?" Tisk tisk, he had been chasing Kakarot for 7 years. It turned out that he had surpassed him without realizing it. Tisk. Although Beerus wanted to destroy the earth directly, he thought that he might see the so-called god of Scions next. He also temporarily put aside his thoughts and watched the scions land on the deck of the cruise ship. "You guys, surround me and release the power of the heart!" Surt shouted to the scions present. "That? What is the power of the heart?" Not to mention that Sun Wukong, who came late, didn't know, even Vegeta and others were confused. "The energy released by the scions with a heart of justice," Sut simply said, and motioned everyone to surround him. "Humph, if I can really become the god of scions, then I, the Scion Prince, should be one of them." After Vegeta landed on the deck, he folded his arms and remained unmoved. "Tisk, then I don't need you. Anyway, there are more than 6 scions present," Sutter said, and turned his attention to Videl. He smiled and asked, "Miss Videl, I think you are pregnant, right?" Videl exclaimed, and asked in surprise, How do you know?" "I'm still struggling with how to talk to Gohan." Chapter 13. From the chef's attentiveness, I found that when you eat, you will deliberately avoid cold and heavy-tasting food. Sut said with a firm smile, but the system in his mind began to complain about him again. "What attentiveness? You call this a spoiler?" But Sut simply ignored this chattering system. "Really?" Son Gohan's face showed surprise, and then turned into surprise. He quickly came to Videl and asked. After Videl shyly nodded, Son Gohan wanted to hug her, but was afraid of disturbing the embryo. In his excitement, he could only run to Piccolo's side and jump up and down. "Uncle Piccolo, did you hear it? Videl and I have a baby, a baby." Pico's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he looked at Son Gohan speechlessly. "I know. I have good hearing." That's what he said, but the corners of his mouth were also slightly raised. "Asshole! Damn asshole, are you still my family's chef?" Vegeta was furious when he heard the news. "No, I quit a long time ago." Sutter shrugged and spread his hands, asking, "Do you want to take turns to become a Super Saiyan later, or give up this opportunity and let the baby in Videl's belly do it?" "Damn it, I'll remember you!" Vegeta said angrily, walked to the right side of Sutter, and formed a circle with everyone. Although he didn't agree with himself, he would have any Saiyan justice. But when it comes to the issue of the destruction of the earth, he is more or less selfish and doesn't want to be destroyed. "Hey!" Looking at Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goten and Trunks who are surrounding him, Sutter didn't know what to do. But when he came into contact with the aura emitted by everyone, he closed his eyes for some reason. The power in his body was agitated and surging, and he felt inexplicably connected with the aura of the 5 people outside. Surt was immersed in his own world, but everyone present saw him suddenly rising slowly. His hair moved without wind, and a mysterious aura surged around him. "Look, his hair has changed color." Yamcha, who had been paying attention to the changes on the scene, spoke first. "Also, his aura can no longer be detected, and he is right in front of us," Krillin said with a serious expression as cold sweat slid down his cheeks. As Surt gradually rose, the power in his body also rose steadily. Bright red aura flashed around him, and warm and silent energy spread out, blowing a sharp wind. "I can't feel his aura at all, it's incredible." Master Kame blocked his cane between his eyebrows, as if he could block the oncoming strong wind. "No, it's not that I can't feel it, but Surt's aura is changing into the aura of a god." Dandy huddled in Piccolo's hand and stuck his head out to explain. "Although he is only the god of the earth, he is also a god to some extent. He can feel that Surt's powerful breath is gradually changing into the ethereal aura of God. The aura of God is originally unpredictable and cannot be detected by humans." "Oh! It's really interesting." Looking at the aura of God emanating from Surt, Beerus, who was still suspended in the sky, grinned. "Wow, the person you are interested in is really extraordinary." Wis, who had eaten delicious food from one stall after another, came back and stood beside Bardos again. Bardos looked at Surt, who was shrouded in bright light, with a gloomy look in his eyes, and his heart was constantly beating inexplicably. There is a kind of feeling, wanting to hold this person's hand and keep running towards the endless future. Bang bang bang! The heart of Surt, who was suspended, was beating fast. He felt the gradually boiling energy in his blood, and the blood of the Scion god was quietly awakening. A bright red beam of light shot straight into the sky as Surt shouted. The wind and clouds gathered and dispersed in the blue sky. Surt, with a bright red aura all over his body, had already stood in the air opposite Bardos. You are the Scion god. Bardos showed his sharp nails and squinted his eyes to look at Surt's current appearance. Bright red hair, the figure seems to have become thinner. However, the aura covering the whole body is a bit like the aura of the sun flame. It feels like you are not transformed, you have become a little younger. Bardos didn't care about his own impolite behavior of pointing fingers at Surt. Come on, don't say some useless nonsense and waste unnecessary time. Surt clenched his fist and made a starting gesture, waving at Bardos and said. Bardos is ignorant, he have never experienced the Scion's fighting spirit that knows no limits. He will forgive him generously for the time being. Humph, arrogant! Bardos shouted coldly, stepped on his feet, and rushed directly towards Surt. Looking at Bardos' fist whistling in the wind, Surt's face remained unchanged, and the momentum around him suddenly burst out. Ha! Before Bardos' fist swung in front of him, Surt had disappeared from the original place and appeared behind Bardos. Show some real strength, otherwise you will lose face in front of so many people. After saying that, Surt raised his foot and kicked, attacking Bardos back. Swish! The expected touch did not happen. Bardos disappeared from Surt's eyes and appeared in the distance. He put one hand on his back and shook a finger. Tisk tisk, you just entered the realm of God and you want to attack me, it's just a foolish dream. Facing Bardos' sneer and ridicule, Surt did not speak, he rushed away, as fast as a flash of lightning. But in a moment, Surt has appeared in front of Bardos again, punched him in the face. Hey, you can't hit me. Bardos was complacent, and just when he was about to make a move, Surt in front of him smiled and disappeared. Hey! Using instant teleportation, Surt has appeared behind Bardos, and he raised his foot high and kicked out. The target was still Bardos' back, which he had thought of long ago. Bang! You are quite interesting. Bardos reacted quickly, and he had noticed and turned around when Surt's foot was raised. Surt felt a slight pain in his calf. He looked closely and found that Bardos was holding his sharp nails against his legs. Surt's expression was a little stiff. Although he got this instant movement by wishing, he had mastered it. How could Bardos see through it? Just this little trick. Bardos smiled contemptuously and punched Surt away. Surt, who turned over several times, quickly stabilized his body in the air and rushed towards Bardos again. Chapter 14. The speed was as fast as a stream of light. The two faced each other again, and the next moment, there was an indistinct fight of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. On the deck of the cruise ship, everyone watching the battle in the sky was shocked. I can't feel their energy, and I don't know if Surt can defeat the god of destruction Bardos. Sun Gohan pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, held Videl in his arms, and said with a worried look. He had just received the news that Videl was pregnant, and he had not yet come out of the joy of being a father, and he had to face the possibility of the destruction of the earth. Alas, life is always so ups and downs. Tisk, defeat the god of destruction, how is that possible? Vegeta laughed disdainfully. In a universe, there is no one who can defeat the god of destruction. Wow, you know a lot. Whis scooped the pudding carelessly and glanced at Vegeta. Very strong, Surt may not be the opponent of the god of destruction. Pico, who has the god in his body, stared at the stream of light chasing back and forth in the sky with burning eyes, and sighed. That, plus Bedeli has a baby, otherwise, you can also let me become the Scion God. Watching the battle in the sky, Sun Wukong was already very excited. He turned his head and asked the Scions present. But before they agreed, Shishi walked in front of Sun Wukong with an angry face and gave him a big slap. Pa! That's still a baby, and your grandchild. Shishi put her hands on her waist, and because of excessive anger, wrinkles flashed on her skin that was not well maintained. She scolded, "If something unexpected happens, can you bear it?" "What? I'm just talking." Sun Wukong muttered aggrievedly. Tisk. Looking at such a cowardly Son Goku, Vegeta felt that the noble face of the Scions had been lost. He looked up and continued to watch the battle between Beerus and Sir Tuor. Originally, the sky was clear, and occasionally you could see layers of white clouds floating by. At this moment, because of the energy aftermath of the two people's explosion, there was no trace of white clouds. The clear sky became cloudless. The purple streamer and the bright red streamer constantly collided and intertwined. Bang bang bang! All of Sir Tuor's attacks, no matter which punch or kick, would be blocked by Beerus with one hand. Seeing that he only used one hand throughout the whole process, Sir Tuor did not have any annoyed expression. He was using Boo's terrifying learning attitude to continuously narrow the gap with Beerus. The next small goal was to force Beerus to fight him with both hands. "Humph, I thought you were so powerful. But you are just like this," Beerus said arrogantly to Surt. "Let's not compete anymore. Hurry up and get down and make me some delicious food. After that, I will destroy this planet that I hate." Looking at Beerus, who seemed to have had enough fun and was gradually losing his patience, Surt said with a smile. "Okay, then I will show you my strongest move." Ha! Under the bright red flame, Surt's right fist condensed into a golden light. At the same time, waves of dragon roars sounded, and a golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. Dragon Fist! Surt swooped over Beerus, and his right fist wrapped in golden light whistled out. Tisk! What's the strongest move? It's still garbage. Beerus looked disdainful. And purple destructive energy began to gather between his index fingers. Explode! With Surt's loud shout, the huge dragon shadow roared and collided with Beerus' destructive energy. Seeing the golden energy that penetrated the destructive energy and came straight at him, Beerus' face was truly moved. You! He was no longer calm, and gathered destructive energy at his fingertips again and hit Surt. Hey! I really made you look at me differently, didn't I? Suitor raised a smug smile and approached Beerus again with his right fist raised. He was not afraid of destructive energy. Fuck you, are you a lunatic? Beerus increased the output of destructive energy again and cursed Surt. The energy of the two sides collided, and the terrifying aftermath spread and swept around. The cruise ship on the sea was shaky, like a lonely boat that was about to be overturned and submerged by the huge waves at any time. King of the Worlds! Watching the two streams of light in the crystal ball collide with each other, even the usually calm old man, Old Kai, could not help but look horrified. This is terrible. If this continues, not only the Earth, but also the seventh universe will be affected. That. Ancestor, you should take care of yourself first. Safety. God Jebbet, with long white hair, purple skin and a Podora earring, looked at the blown-away Old Kai and the crystal ball in astonishment. Come down quickly. God Jebbet, a fusion of Jebbet and King Kai. Sin, hurriedly pursued Old Kai, who was blown away by the hurricane. Damn! Has even the King Kai realm been affected? Old Kai finally came to his senses. He grabbed the crystal ball and hurried to the earth, using both hands and feet to paddle in the air. You idiot, hurry up and use your superpowers. Earth, stratosphere. The battle between Beerus and Surt is still going on. The two chased each other and then faced each other from a distance. Is that enough? Even if you are so serious, you still can't beat me. Bardos looked at Surt coldly and admonished. Who? Sutter did not answer immediately. At this moment, he kept panting. His originally unlimited physical strength was now somewhat weak. Hehe, don't you realize that your strength is already declining? Bardos smiled and raised his hands high, gathering destructive energy again. But it's good that you can fight me to this extent. After all, I haven't been able to use such power for a long time. Humph, I know I can't defeat you, but my goal has been achieved. Sutter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. I'm afraid you didn't realize it yourself. I forced you to use both hands. Tisk. That's it. I'm going to destroy the earth behind you. Bardos said, with his hands raised high. The destructive energy was infinitely expanding, and the majestic power seemed to be unstoppable. The purple light shone on Surt's face. The howling hurricane also directly shook the earth behind him. The horrible aftermath shook the cruise ship on the sea. Vegeta protected the unconscious Bulma, looked at Bulma who seemed to be awake, and said with concern. Bulma, are you okay? Damn! Is the earth really going to end? Krillin looked up and saw the huge purple energy coming towards the earth. I can't watch it anymore, Chi-Chi, I must let Videl join, I must transform into a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong looked at Chi-Chi with a serious face and made a request again. Chapter 15. Otherwise, if Sir Tuer can't resist, I'm afraid the earth will be destroyed. Is it too late? Piccolo also frowned and protected Dandy under his cloak. Hey, didn't any of you see me, and I'm about to fall into the sea. Alone. A pig's trotter was tightly grasping the edge of the boat, and both pigs' trotters were hanging outside the deck. Bardos and Whis, still standing on the deck, like a rock, unmoved. Is it over? Whis turned his head to look at Bardos, who looked normal, and was a little curious about where Bardos got his support. I think Sir Tuer can withstand this move of Lord Beerus. It's over. Bardos turned his head as if he had sensed something and smiled at Whis. Outside the earth. Looking at the destructive energy crushing towards him, Sir Tuer, who was in front of the earth, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and snorted. It's not over yet, who said it's over? He placed his hands on his waist, and the aura of his whole body became more and more intense. The descending aura actually showed a trend of rising again. The same terrifying energy gathered between his hands, and the momentum was not even weaker than Beerus. Chi. Gong. Wave. Ha. The azure energy was shot out by Surt, and collided with Beerus' destructive energy. One blue and one purple, clearly separated, pushed each other back and forth, and started a tug-of-war. Hey! Suitor roared continuously, struggling to resist the impact of Beerus' destructive energy. The powerful energy collision and tug-of-war did not last long. In the end, Surt pushed it back with all his strength. How is this possible? Beerus widened his eyes, looking at the azure light column approaching him in astonishment. Boom! The hurricane was howling, and the space seemed to be as heavy as being shackled. Everything around him was red and white, and no other colors could be seen. What's the result? Everyone on the deck couldn't open their eyes because of the strong light, and they were all anxious. Go over. Bardos smiled at Whis, and the two disappeared on the deck at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh. Appearing in the center of the battlefield, Whis looked at the two people floating opposite each other and said in surprise, Hey, is this a tie? Wow! You can say that. Bardos appeared beside Surt and smiled at Beerus on the opposite side. There was a barely perceptible bright red at the corner of Beerus' mouth. But against his purple skin, it was indeed extremely dazzling, and her Surt was not injured. At most, the divine spirit was a little weak. However, it seemed that Beerus didn't really show much strength in the previous battle. What was said about the two being tied was true. Hee. What an interesting guy. Bardos didn't seem to care about the outcome of this battle. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said to Surt, "Hey, you are a guy who should not be underestimated. Would you like to come to my god's land and be my candidate for the god of destruction?" "Oh, that's really strange." Hearing Bardos' intention to recruit, even Whis, who had been following him, was surprised. "Hee, how about it?" Bardos looked confident. He thought Surt would definitely agree. After all, in Xiangpana, Surt was just a cook, but in their seventh universe, Surt was the candidate for the god of destruction. As a part-time cook, the food he made was really delicious. "No. My pursuit is to make delicious food." Surt also put his hands on his hips, with a domineering attitude. "Besides, I will make delicious food for the person I like." Noticing Surt's gaze towards him, Bardos smiled and said, "Lord Bardos, if you want to invite Surt, you must not only get his consent, but also Lord Xiongpa's consent." Tisk. Bardos felt his self-esteem was hurt and changed the subject to the two of them. "Well, the fight has been fought, when will you pay me for the delicious meal you owe me?" "Now." Suitor fought so hard that not only did he force Bardos to use both hands, but he also made him bleed. He was in a very good mood at the moment. Of course, the satisfaction after a fierce battle needs to be celebrated with delicious food. The four people fell back to the cruise ship on the sea from outside the earth. Did Uncle Surt win?" Trunks came to Surt's side without much eyesight and asked happily. "Shut up, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Vegeta saw Bardos' eyes narrowed slightly, with murderous intent about to burst out, and hurried forward to cover Trunks' mouth. "Don't bother with a child." Sutter took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, then picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board and walked towards the special food provided by the system. "Anything delicious?" Bu saw this scene and threw away Satan in his arms. "It hurts." Hitting the steel deck, Satan was in so much pain that he could only cry. "It smells so good." Everyone gathered around again, but they cleverly kept enough distance from Bardos and Whis. Even after Suitor finished a lot of dishes, everyone sat at two tables. Bardos, Whis, and Bardos were at one table, and the rest of the people sat at a long table 5 meters away waiting for the food. "Ha ha ha, Lord Bardos, you seem to have left a bad impression on these earthlings." Whis drank his tea leisurely and gave Bardos a mocking smile. Is that so?" Bardos turned his head to look at the earthlings far away and suddenly sneered. With this grin, the people at the long table retreated 10 meters away again. Oh my god, they were scared to death. The meal ended just like that, and Bardos and Whis left immediately after eating. Bulma had no interest in continuing the party, and announced that it was over. Her 38th birthday was completely ruined. Seeing that Surt and Bardos were also leaving, Sun Wukong, who couldn't wait to become a Super Saiyan god, hurriedly stopped Surt. "Sutter, wait a minute." "Oh, I see." After seeing the excitement on Son Goku's face, Sutter understood instantly. After wasting a lot of time, Son Goku and Vegeta officially embarked on the road to God. As for the other Saiyans, it's not that they don't want to transform into Super Saiyan God. But in such a ceremony, because their own strength is not enough, they can only think about it. "So, Sutter, can you compete with me?" Son Goku, who can transform into Super Saiyan God, saw that Sutter was about to leave again, and stopped him again. "Damn Kakarot!" Vegeta originally wanted to fight with Son Goku. Chapter 16. He wanted to use this to show that he could defeat Kakarot and walk ahead of Kakarot. As a result, this bastard only looked at his cook. Oh, the former cook. No, he's been out for a long time. Surt shook his head and refused. "If you want to fight, go find Old Bay. I'm just a cook, not a fighting maniac." In addition, his previous desire to fight had been calmed down in the battle with Bardos, and he didn't want to fight now. Moreover, he has always been clear about his own path. Bubble Angel. Old Bay. A big question mark appeared on the heads of the people present, and then they looked at Vegeta with sudden enlightenment. So, it can be called like this? Bastard! Vegeta was full of anger and was about to yell. Bardos had already reached out and held Surti's arm, smiling and saying, "Soot, let's go. If you don't go back, I'm afraid Lord Xiongpa will make trouble again. Suddenly, I feel that this job is a bit annoying. Can't I always be alone with Surti?" Wait, wait. Facing the Urkang hand extended by Sun Wukong, Surti and Bardos chose to turn a blind eye. As the colorful light lit up under the feet of the two, Surti and Bardos left the earth just like that. Ah! Really just left like that? Sun Wukong was disappointed, so he had to settle for the second best and put his eyes on Vegeta. "Asshole, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Vegeta clenched his fist and cursed loudly. "I will never, ever fight with you. Watch this, Vegeta." Sun Wukong grinned, his hair instantly turned bright red, and rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta was hit unexpectedly, and he became even angrier. He also entered the Super Saiyan God realm and rushed towards Son Goku. Looking at the two people fighting in the sky, Chi-Chi and Bulma looked at each other silently and sighed. Universe 6, Destruction Land. Seeing that Cert came back without any serious problems, Xiongpa also put down his uneasy heart. "You are finally back? I am almost starving. Where is the delicious food?" As soon as he felt relieved, Xiongpa felt the hunger from his stomach. "Hey, you are still asking about food?" Bardos did not hide the disgust on his face at all, and said to Xiongpa with a frown. "Run 10 laps around the destruction land, did you run, Xiongpa?" "No." Xiongpa did not dare to lie, and honestly explained it and ran away quickly. "Are you full? Do you want me to get you some more food?" Cert did not pay attention to Xiongpa, and looked at Bardos and asked gently. "I want noodles, what kind of noodles?" "With miso soup." Bardos pondered for a moment and began to order. "Japanese pork bone ramen." Cert named it accurately and went to make noodles. Life seemed to return to peace again. Cert also had some troubles, such as when his own desire to fight appeared, he would fight with Xiongpa, which was not enough. "This fat cat is not even as good as Beerus's finger." He often said that he was tired, thirsty, hungry, and didn't want to fight after fighting for a few rounds. Bardos couldn't stand it, so he decided to go into battle himself. But facing the angel, Bardos, who was quite strong among the angels, Sut couldn't beat him. The guided battle couldn't make Sut eliminate this burning desire to fight. So, facing Sut who was a little depressed, Bardos thought of a way. "The two scions from Universe 7 are probably no match for you. How about this?" Bardos suggested. "Go to Universe 11 and compete with the candidate for the clown god of destruction, Wemid." Sutter was a little surprised by Vados's suggestion. "Yes, the candidate for the god of destruction should be strong enough for you to improve. Besides, a battle of equal strength will make you feel refreshed." Listening to Vados's words, Sutter's expression was a little complicated. He didn't expect Bardos to think so highly of him. He remembered what the candidate for Wemid was called. It should be a fat man with a beard. If I remember correctly, the strength shown by the other party at the Tournament of Power should be equivalent to the completed Super Saiyan Blue. And Sutter's current strength is still at the Super Saiyan Red. Is Bardos wearing a filter? But Bardos didn't notice Sutter's micro-expression at all, and kept smiling and nodding to explain. "If Lord Yimei agrees to let his candidate be your opponent, then would you be happier if you could meet a worthy opponent?" As he spoke, Bardos reached out and touched his cheek, and said with self-pity, "Oh, it's really seeing you unhappy, I feel bad too. I feel that when you are unhappy, the food you cook lacks some flavor." "Yes, yes, yes." Sipping instant noodles, with 3 empty boxes of Xiongpa at his feet, he nodded desperately, "So, I choose to eat instant noodles recently. Soot thought about it and agreed, okay, I think your idea is pretty good, then we will. Before he could say the word send, the phone in Soot's trouser pocket vibrated again. Bulma, what's the matter with you? After hesitating for a long time, Soot reluctantly answered the call. Don't let me be a cook, I'm very busy and don't have time. Even if I give it to Sony, it won't work. I haven't spent the last million yet. Bulma on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then explained with a smile. Neither. We want to invite you and Bardos to the dance this time. Dance? Bardos was stunned when he heard his name, then looked at Surt suspiciously and asked, what is a dance? Is it food? I want to go too. Take me with you this time, you can't eat alone secretly. Elephant Paw, who was running to lose weight in the distance, shook his long ears, and rushed over instantly after hearing this. Can you bring a cat, a god of destruction? Sutter took advantage of Bulma and the others' fear of Beerus and planned to refuse in a roundabout way. He was about to meet another angel girl, Makarita, so how could he have the time to attend a damn dance? The god of destruction of the 6th universe? Are you easy to get along with? Bulma asked hesitantly. Now, she also knew that there were 12 universes, and each universe had an angel and a god of destruction. After all, the two fighting maniacs, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had already gone to the divine land of the 7th universe in the name of food to practice with Beerus and Whis. Of course, I am a kind and peaceful god of destruction. As long as you give me delicious food, I can still protect your planet. Thinking of a dance party with many delicious foods, Xiongpa yelled directly at the phone next to Sutter's ear. Chapter 17. He touched his huge belly, his face filled with excitement. That's fine. I will arrange all kinds of delicious food for the party, do you want to come? Bulma thought about it and agreed, saying the time, and instructed, 3 hours later, remember to be on time. Damn! Seeing the communication being hung up, Surti couldn't help but yelled. I just came up with a plan, and I haven't started the action yet, but Bulma yelled. 3 hours later, Earth in the 7th universe. In the banquet hall of the luxury hotel rented by Bulma. Under the flashing colorful lights, Xiongpa was already eating all kinds of things while chatting happily with the Earth Z warriors. Can I touch your belly? Trunks carefully reached out his hand and asked again to confirm. Of course, as long as you give me the cool ice cream in your hand. For food, Xiongpa has abandoned the dignity of the god of destruction and turned into a harmless pet. Then, I'll give you the marshmallow, can you let me touch your ears? Seeing Trunks successfully touch Xiongpa's belly, Sun Wushan hesitated again and handed over the marshmallow in his hand. Hee, of course. Xiongpa took the marshmallow without hesitation and ate it. What is your relationship with Lord Beerus? Master came to Xiongpa with a bottle of beer. I'm his brother. Xiongpa snatched the beer from Master Kame, took a sip and spit it out in disgust. Oh! Looking at the beer that was stuffed back, Master Kame sighed helplessly. Looking at this weird and harmonious scene in front of them, Surt and Bardos shook their heads together, speechless. Hey, Surt, you and Bardos, don't just stand there stupidly, come dance together. Krillin hugged number 18, who was a head taller than him, on the dance floor, dancing a waltz that was not very coordinated. This kind of dance is just right, it won't affect the baby in your belly. Son Gohan and Videl also hugged each other and walked back and forth slowly. Do you want to try it? Surt retracted his gaze from Xiongpa and turned to Bardos for advice. Okay. Bardos had never seen such fun, and followed Surt into the dance floor. The music was very elegant, and the atmosphere was also a little ambiguous and peaceful. Hey, Goku is only practicing and not coming to the dance. Looking at the three couples dancing on the dance floor, Kikai was inexplicably envious. It's okay. Isn't my Vegeta here? I'll dance with you. Bulma grabbed Chi-Chi's waist and pulled her into the dance floor. I'll come too, I'll come too. Master Kame smiled drunkenly and looked at Pool. Pool, turn into a beautiful lady. No way. Pool made a face at the old man and dragged Oolong to the dance floor. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Trunks and Son Goten jumped into the dance floor. Tisk. Master Kame, who burped, looked at the people in the dance floor with disdain and staggered towards the wine cabinet. Teacher Mutant, you've drunk enough. If you drink more, you'll get drunk. Seeing this, Yamcha shook his head helplessly, put down the red wine in his hand and wanted to help Master Kame. Master Kame, with his eyes hazy with intoxication, looked up and saw several double images of Yamcha in front of him. Don't mind me. He rubbed his eyes and staggered, and then he found that Yamcha in front of him suddenly turned into a beautiful woman with an impressive figure. Sutter and Bardos were dancing, and when he turned his head, he saw Master Kame and Yamcha pushing each other not far away. Especially Master Kame, who even reached out to touch Yamcha's buttocks. The perverted look on his face, seeing such an eye-catching scene, Sutter hurriedly shifted his sight. Before the song was finished, Xiongpa, who had secretly drunk fruit wine and had a flushed face, stumbled into the dance floor, disrupting everyone's rhythm. Hey, Master Xiongpa, have you drunk? Bardos frowned and let go of Sutter's waist with a somewhat dissatisfied look. It's okay, just knock him out and throw him on the sofa. Sud was not happy with the broken atmosphere, so he gave advice to Bardos. Bang! Bardos swung a heavy knife at the back of Xiongpa's neck, causing him to fall to the ground. Sud also pulled him up with a look of disgust and threw him on the sofa not far away. Several couples in the dance floor started dancing again. After the song ended, Bardos followed Sud to in the wine cabinet area, looking at Suitor mixing cocktails. Hey, what is this? Bardos just took a few steps and felt that she stepped on something. She picked up a few scattered magazines, flipped through them and walked to Suitor, asking. What a strange album, why are these girls wearing so little? Look at this, not even one piece. Is your aesthetic strange? Bardos flipped through them and asked Suitor, who was mixing cocktails, and this? Why don't boys wear it? What? Suitor asked without paying attention to Bardos's words under the full background music. This. As Bardos quickly browsed, her serious face began to turn pink. The more she flipped through them, she noticed something wrong. Although she was an angel and didn't understand much about the relationship between men and women, she still knew some basic common sense of reproduction. When she saw some scenes that she shouldn't see, Bardos's face turned red. Ahem. Don't mess around and take other people's things. Master Kame stumbled and walked over quickly, trying to cover his ears and steal the bell, and took the magazine from Bardos's hand. Shameful! Bardos shouted, and directly used the power of angels to crush the magazine in Master Kame's hand into ashes. At the same time, because her angel power was too strong, she directly knocked Master Kame out of the window not far away and fell out of the banquet hall. Ah! My rare collection! Looking at the dust, Master Kame sobered up instantly and burst into tears. He didn't seem to care at all about the danger of falling from a high altitude. Teacher Wu Tian. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi looked out the window together, not knowing what was going on. Ahem. Well done, Bardos. Sud hurriedly eased the embarrassment and stuffed the prepared cocktail into Bardos' hands. Bardos was reading a magazine, but Suitor didn't notice it. He thought that Master Kame was being lewd again. Bardos still had a flushed face, nodded, and took the wine from Suitor. When the two handed over the goblet, Bardos's fingers touched Suitor's fingers. An electric shock-like feeling hit Bardos's head. She somehow turned the pictures of the magazines she had read before into her and Suitor. With her face flushed, Bardos hurriedly drank the wine in her hand, trying to get rid of the heat in her heart. However, the heat was not removed, but became more and more vigorous. No, she is an angel. Chapter 18. What's wrong? Suitor also poured himself a glass, stood beside Bardos, and asked in confusion. The alcohol content of the wine he mixed was not high. Could it be that Bardos would not drink it? As Suitor got closer, Bardos' heartbeat became faster and faster. She even smelled the strange fragrance on Suitor's body. It's not that she had never had such close contact before, but she had never felt this way. Bardos even felt her skin getting hot as her heartbeat accelerated. She began to wonder if she was sick. But angels can't get sick. What's wrong? Suitor also noticed that Bardos's brows were frowning, and asked. No, it's okay. Bardos hurriedly shook his head, trying to hide his expression in panic. The more he tried to hide, the more strange Suitor felt. He reached out and touched Bardos' forehead, puzzled. Hey, your face is so red, and your forehead is so hot, don't you angels know how to drink at all? No. No. Bardos' heart was beating like a drum, and her face was almost suffocating with shame, and even her words began to be incoherent. If you feel uncomfortable, then let's take Xiongpa back. Anyway, he is drunk. Suit said with concern, and walked towards Xiongpa lying on the sofa. Seeing Suit leave, Bardos suddenly lost all the feelings, and even a long sense of loss emerged in her heart. It's really strange. After leaving halfway, when she left with Suit, Bardos felt his arm on her shoulder, and she felt this weird feeling again. She pretended to be calm and went all the way to the 6th universe. This way, as fast as when she came, made Bardos feel strangely long and tense. Hey! We're here! As soon as the three of them landed on the ruins of Universe 6, Bardos quickly walked away. This made Surt confused. Looking at Xiongpa still sleeping soundly in a coma. He was careful and felt that something was wrong with Bardos. But Surt didn't think much about it. He thought that the angel was drunk, so he didn't ask to go directly to Universe 11. Bardos quickly found a remote corner and couldn't wait to open the communication function on the magic stone on the scepter. Wes, please answer it quickly. Bardos was very anxious. She was sure that she was not sick. But why did all these physical reactions happen? She was so flustered that she couldn't calm down to find the root of the problem herself. She put all her hopes on her brother. What's wrong, sister? Wes, who was far away in Universe 7, picked up the scepter with a smile and asked after opening the communication. I'm still training Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Ahem. After seeing the careless Wes in the Philosopher's Stone, Bardos coughed hurriedly to cover up his anxiety. I have a little problem, I want to ask you. Not noticing the blush behind Bardos' ears, Wes said with a smile, I dare not ask for your advice. Sister, please tell me quickly, what questions do you have to ask? It's like this, I saw a strange phenomenon, that is, some different races. Bardos thought for a while, and then tactfully told the consequences of the frontier. When a person sees another person, their heartbeat suddenly speeds up, their skin gets hot, and their body temperature rises. Wow! Sister, are you testing me? Listening to Bardos's description, Weiss, who was originally smiling, suddenly laughed out loud. Isn't this a sign that humans want to reproduce? Reproduction. Bardos listened to this sentence, and the picture of her and Surti doing the same actions as the men and women in the magazine appeared in her mind again. Yes, the estrus period of humans, oh. The high priest said that we should use civilized language, which is the so-called love at first sight. Also, love at first sight. Bardos frowned in annoyance and continued to talk about her and Surti. But what I observed is not like this. There is no love at first sight, it is just sudden. That is love over time. Weiss said indifferently. You've known about the complexity of human beings for a long time, sister. Human beings can have various situations, which can lead to changes in heart and temptations. Forget it, I suddenly don't want to talk about it. Bardos's doubts were not resolved at all, and he cut off the communication in depression. Could it be that I really have been with Sute for a long time, fell in love with him? She felt that there was no possibility at all. She was an angel, but Sute was a scion. Races are different, okay? After being depressed for a long time, Bardos temporarily put this worry behind her. She took Xiongpa, who had woken up, and Sute, who looked normal, to the 11th universe, the land of destruction. To say that the divine land of the 6th and 7th universes is a place with pleasant scenery. Then the 11th universe is like a huge circus built on a wide grassland. It is worthy of being the clown god of destruction, the architectural style is so appropriate. Sute couldn't help but sigh. Humph, I tell you, although he is a funny clown, his temper is not very good. Xiongpa muttered to Sute, reminding him, if you can't make Waimei agree, this trip will be completely in vain. Is that so? Sutter turned his eyes to Bardos, who looked calm. Bardos nodded, you need to say it yourself, it's up to you whether Lord Waimei agrees or not. Oh. Sutter responded, he thought he could see the fat candidate after coming here. Welcome. The tent was opened, and an angel with the same skin color as Bardos but with twin ponytails came out with a smile. This angel is naturally Makarita. Before Bardos explained his purpose, a clown who cursed came out of the tent. Tisk. Xiongpa, what are you doing here? Sutter raised his eyebrows, knowing that this person was the god of destruction of the 11th universe, Waimei. Tisk, do you think I want to come here? Xiongpa also responded with his hands on his hips. If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't come here. This guy? It was only then that Waimei noticed the extra cert behind Xiongpa and Bardos. Who is it? Could it be your candidate? It was understandable to think so. Waimei had already decided on his candidate for the god of destruction. The candidate was not Jiren, the strongest in their 11th universe, but Toppo, the second strongest. As for why, of course, Jiren didn't want to. Candidate? No, he's just my chef. Chapter 19. Before Xiongpa finished speaking, Sut introduced himself, I am Bardos's chef. Hey! Xiongpa was obviously stunned when he heard this. So Sut has been willing to stay in the destruction area of the 6th universe to make delicious food for Bardos, not for him? Damn, too sentimental, too careless. Chef. Waimei and Makarita were also stunned, but their stunnedness was because they didn't know what a chef is. Yes, he is still my boyfriend. Bardos nodded and took Sut's arm, as if swearing something. Maybe she didn't understand it before, but at this moment, Bardos just wanted to completely occupy Sut based on her intuition. Occupy him, make Sut hers alone, and make him her property. What is a chef? And a boyfriend? I've never heard of it. Waimei is not a person who can't lose face. After asking Makarita to no avail, he asked Xiongpa directly. Hehe, a chef is someone who can make delicious food. Super, super awesome. Xiangpa smiled complacently and explained irrelevantly, as for boyfriend, it's what Bardos calls suitor. Oh, so your name is Suitor. Waimei nodded slightly, looking at Suitor with scrutiny. Boyfriend doesn't seem to be a very good name. So, why did you come to me? Is it to make delicious food for me? Although Makarita on the side only said hello and never spoke again. But she stared at Suitor curiously throughout the whole process. I just want to come and compete with your substitute. Suitor didn't beat around the bush and directly explained his purpose. Of course, in exchange, I can also give you a delicious meal. Tisk, sparring with my candidate, can my candidate come and go at your command? Waimei sneered with disdain. In these 12 universes, which human can command him? Not even Jiren, who is stronger than him. Excuse, I think you are afraid that your candidate is not as good as a chef in our family. Seeing Wei Mei's expression, Xiangpa used a trick to provoke him and shouted. Tisk, you say to compete. Just bring someone here, and I will promise you to call your candidate out. Wei Mei looked lazy, leaning against the edge of the circus tent, sneering at Xiangpa. Only you, the god of destruction, are so low class. Don't talk about us gods of destruction. Even if it's a candidate, not everyone can see it. After saying that, he ignored the people present and turned around and walked into the tent. Bardos and Sutga's elephant were speechless. It seemed that they didn't know that the god of destruction had nothing special to do except lying down. As for the candidate of the god of destruction, it was just a vacant title and there was nothing to do. Come in. Makarita smiled and invited them into the tent. As soon as he walked into the tent, Sut was surprised by the style of the decoration inside. A yellow sofa was placed on the red carpet, and strands of green silk cloth were arranged in disorder above the head. Tisk, what do you say about this style? Red and yellow, with a green head? Who let you in? Enjoying a beautiful woman's shoulder massage, Wei Mei looked at the person coming in with an impatient look. I let you in. A visitor is a guest. With one hand behind her back and the other holding a scepter, Makarita walked behind him. Tisk. Makarita, you are really nosy. Wei Mei muttered, and ignored the three people of Soot. Sensing Wei Mei's mood, another beautiful woman kneeling beside the sofa hurriedly handed the peeled orange flesh to his mouth. Come on. Lord Wei Mei, open your mouth and I will eat it for you, ah. Hee hee. Wei Mei enjoyed it happily, and reached out to pull another beautiful woman standing on the side into his arms. Oh, Lord Wei Mei, you are so bad. Looking at the soft and fragrant jade arms, Xiangpa folded his arms and complained to Soot. Look! Look, this is the most annoying existence among the gods of destruction, the dissolute clown. After saying this, Suitor really didn't know how to respond. Humph, the stronger the person, the more resources he can have. Bardos looked indifferent and glanced at Suitor. This look made Suitor feel confused. He thought Bardos was urging him to hurry up. He wanted to find a way to make Wei Mei agree to let someone come out to compete. So, Suitor stepped forward and asked Wei Mei again, what will it take for you to agree to let your candidate compete with me? How about I cook a delicious meal for you? Master Wei Mei doesn't like delicious food, he likes beauty. Makarita was very curious about Suitor and explained it to him. Suitor was surprised. Some things have been revealed to you quietly in the plot. Moreover, this is also the first time that Suitor has hit a wall. Compared with Beerus, Wei Mei is even more difficult to get. Suitor frowned slightly and thought secretly. Otherwise, where can he find a beautiful woman for this clown? However, this inexplicably familiar scene seems to happen often in Master Roshi. Wei Mei was also a little surprised. He seemed to have thought of something when Makarita reminded Suitor. He smiled. You have to fight with my substitute, right? Yet. Suitor nodded simply and clearly. It's not impossible. Since Xiangpa brought you here, I can't completely ignore your face. Wei Mei was enjoying the beauty and suddenly said this. She didn't come to fight him. Instead, he could watch a show to cheer her up. Not bad. Seeing Wei Mei brought this up, Bardos blinked at Suitor, indicating that it was settled. But when she saw Makarita staring at Suitor, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Hey, Suitor, don't embarrass our sixth universe. Xiangpa put one hand on his waist and patted Suitor's shoulder with the other hand. Xiangpa, you are wrong, I am from the seventh universe. Sir dodged quickly and avoided Xiangpa's big pig's hoof. Asshole! Believe it or not, I destroyed you. Hearing this, Xiangpa was inexplicably angry. Lord Xiongpa, keep your demeanor. Bardos glanced at him and reminded him lightly. Besides, your destructive power is useless to my boyfriend. Tisk. Xiongpa had long been fed up with the weight loss torture of these two people, and he shut his mouth obediently. But the clenched fist clearly showed the unhappiness of the fat cat. Then, I'll call Topo over. Before Wei gave a signal, Makarita had already taken the initiative to speak. Looking at Makarita's back, Wei squinted. Chapter 20. But because there were still people present, he suppressed the question that was on the tip of his tongue and planned to ask it when no one was around. Sit anywhere. Wei said so and continued to enjoy himself. Tisk, it makes me seem like I have to be polite to you. Xiongpa walked over carelessly and sat on the sofa opposite Wei. He took a banana from the coffee table and peeled it and ate it without any hesitation. Seeing that Bardos walked behind Xiongpa, Suti did not sit on the sofa either. Instead, he took a bunch of grapes and fed Bardos a few bites from time to time. Bardos had long been accustomed to Suti's feeding, and he opened his mouth and ate naturally. This comfortable atmosphere lasted for 3 minutes. As the tent was opened, Makarita had already brought a fat man in. The tight black and red uniform of the Pride team, with no hair on the head and a big white beard. It was Topo, the god of destruction candidate of Weemd. Master Weemd, you are looking for me. Topo congratulated Weemd and bowed to Weemd, asking. Well, this guy said he wants to challenge you. Don't lose face for our 11th universe. Just defeat him. Seeing that Weemd's eyes were on Cert, and with preconceived notions, Topo also thought Cert was the candidate of Xiongpa. Oh, no problem, Master Weemd. Topo nodded, his expression firm, even a little unmoved. As a candidate for the god of destruction fighting against the candidates of the god of destruction of other universes, he will never lose. Where are we going to fight? It can't be in your broken tent, right? Xiongpa asked ruffianly, with one hand resting on the back of the sofa and his right foot hitting his left foot. If you ignore his huge belly, his posture is still quite handsome. Let's go to the realm of nothingness. Wei thought for a moment and thought of a good place. That's good. Xiongpa nodded and agreed. Cert also knew this so-called realm of nothingness, which was the competition center for the power conference held in the universe later. It was a different dimension isolated from other dimensions. They left as soon as they said they would, and the few people present soon arrived in the realm of nothingness where there was nothing and it was pitch black. Let's start. Wei urged absent-mindedly. Yes. Topo responded and flew away from everyone quickly. Suitor, defeat him in one move and win honor for our 6th universe. Xiongpa was a little excited, clenching his fist and cheering for Cert. Didn't he say he was from the 7th universe? Makarita stood beside Bardos and asked this question casually. I remember that the scions from Universe 6 don't have tails. Well, Cert is a scion from Universe 7. Bardos nodded and responded. Being able to tell that Cert is a scion shows that Makarita has a wide range of knowledge. She was about to ask Makarita about the strange feeling she had before. But when the words came to her mouth, she suddenly couldn't ask. Bardos didn't know what was going on. Maybe this is an intuition from an angel. Let's start. Topo's body released an unstable purple-red aura and said to Cert on the opposite side. Okay. After responding, Cert also entered the realm of Super Scion God and looked at Topo vigilantly. He must not lose this battle. It has nothing to do with Xiongpa, but he must not lose the image of him in Bardos' heart. Seeing that Sutter was slow to attack, Topo didn't waste time and rushed over as fast as lightning. Bang! Facing Topo's huge fist, Sutter hurriedly crossed his hands in front of his chest to block it. You are quite strong. Sutter didn't show it on his face, but he felt that his two arms were numb and trembling slightly. The force brought by Topo's punch was far beyond his overestimation. Ha! Sutter shouted loudly, and the air wave on his body rose, driving the surging energy in his body to burst out. He also swung his fist and hit Topo's chest. Topo seemed very confident in his own strength. He did not defend himself, but chose to fight hard. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the collision of fists broke out a powerful air force, which blew up the surrounding air. The next moment, the two were so fast that only the afterimages of punches and kicks were left. Bang! 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 Hey, it's interesting. Is the guy you brought really a cook? Why-me-eyed, who was not indifferent, asked in surprise when he saw that Suti was not at a disadvantage. Hey, he said he would make something for you, but you didn't care. Han. Xiangpa crossed his arms and glanced at him with disdain. I can guarantee that what he makes will definitely make you praise it. Oh. I kind of want to try it. Macarita licked her red lips and suddenly said this. Wai Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then wait until the game is over, let him make a delicious meal. Tisk. Xiangpa didn't like to hear Wai Mei's condescending tone. In contrast, he seemed to be a god of destruction with no style. However, thinking about it again, Wai Mei could only eat this meal, and he could eat whatever he wanted. Balance came out again. Come again. With a loud shout, the attention of the few people chatting was drawn to Sutter and Topo. After being blown away by Topo's violent power, Sutter quickly stabilized his body and rushed towards Topo again. First a punch, then a sweeping kick, then a knee kick, and then an elbow strike with a backhand. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that it was dazzling, but it was still blocked by Topo. Sutter was lacking in combat experience, even though he had Bu's amazing learning talent. Bang bang bang! Every time the punch hit the flesh, every time they collided, Surti felt a burst of pain. If this continued, he would lose to Topo. As expected, Topo, who was not inferior to Super Blue, was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. The more anxious he was, the more flaws he would have. Pa! Surti was hit on the cheek by Topo's left hook, his body tilted, and he staggered a few steps in the void. Pa! After spitting out the blood foam in his mouth, Surti's expression became fierce, and his eyes were full of real seriousness. You are not my opponent. When Topo spoke, his big white beard trembled. After dozens of rounds, he also understood Surti's strength, and he was not his opponent at all, and said disdainfully. That's right, after all, the god of destruction of the sixth universe is not our master Wai Mei's opponent. As he said this, he also intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiangpa, who was watching the battle not far away. Chapter 21. Aware of the gaze, a big question mark appeared on Xiangpa's head. He complained with an ignorant look, keep fighting, why did you stop? Facing Topo's arrogant and contemptuous attitude, Sutter didn't say anything nonsense. Swish! After teleporting, he appeared behind Topo in an instant. With powerful energy infused into his right foot, Sutter kicked Topo's neck fiercely. This move came suddenly, and Topo was hit unexpectedly. His huge body was instantly whipped and flew backwards. Looking at Topo falling into the endless darkness, Sutter did not feel the joy of hitting the target with one move, but quickly dived down to follow. With his hands clenched into fists, he hammered down on Topo's broad back. This punch did not hit, and Topo turned over at the critical moment and kicked Sutter's waist with a sweeping kick. Seeing this, Sutter had to choose to avoid it. While retreating, he had placed his hands on his waist and quickly accumulated energy. Kigong wave. Seeing that Sutter chose to send waves remotely, Topo smiled and showed his destructive energy. Boom boom boom. One blue and one purple energy collided with each other with scorching light in the endless darkness. The huge explosion was like fireworks in the world of nothingness. Under the bright light, Sutter and Topo dived towards each other again. The two were like two bright streams of light, constantly colliding, separating, and reuniting. Seeing this, Mei yawned lazily and said uninterested, "No, the person you brought is not good. Indeed, it seems that he is doomed to lose." At this time, Margarita had also lost her curiosity about Suitor. "I thought that the person that Bardos cared about was special. It seems that she is also blind and can't recognize people." "Bah, the battle has only just begun, are you so sure?" Xiongpa listened to the words of Mei and Margarita and yelled unhappily. Then, he put his hands on his mouth, pretending to be a loudspeaker, and shouted loudly at Suitor in the battle. "Suitor, come on, I believe in you, don't lose." Although Bardos, who was standing on the side, did not speak to join the discussion. But her frowning brows also silently explained her bad mood at the moment. Did she overestimate Suitor's potential? Humph, it's really an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating one's own ability. With the output of energy, Topo's attack became more and more fierce. Each move was accompanied by an unparalleled powerful force, and Suitor was beaten back step by step. Who? Suitor's resistance became increasingly difficult, and his breathing became more and more rapid, and he also felt numbness from his fists and feet. It was indeed difficult for the Super Saiyan God to face Topo, who was as powerful as Super Saiyan Blue. But is he really an ant? Not necessarily. Noticing that Suitor's hands and feet were trembling visibly, Topo decided to quit while he was ahead. He stepped back to distance himself from Suitor, and mocked himself as a good man, "Give up. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, you will look even worse." Suitor did not speak, but just kept panting, and his trembling hands were suddenly clenched into fists. In front of the woman he liked, and in front of another woman he also liked, choose to give up? What a joke! Hey! The rage and the determination not to lose made the blood in Surt's body boil. Along with his roar, the bright red flames around Surt kept rolling. The violent power spread to the surroundings, and the entire world of nothingness shook slightly because of the impact of his powerful air waves. The attached bright red flames kept rolling, gradually transitioning to azure blue. In the form of Super Saiyan God, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. As soon as the flames turned blue, Surt's hair color and eyebrows also changed from red to sky blue. His eyes also turned dark blue. Under the divine aura, the unique flames also brought out very slight electric sparks. He has changed. Looking at Surt's changes, Margarita and Mei's faces changed drastically. Not only that, his spirit also instantly rose a lot. Looking at Surt, who was wrapped in bright red, sky blue and white, Bardos also showed his first smile in the 11th universe. "You are worthy of my favor. A blue-haired scion." Xiang Pamu saw this and immediately showed off to Mei. See, this is me. Bardos Das's chef, her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Suitor was still suspended in the air, but the aura around him had changed qualitatively. "Go directly to Super Blue." Suitor roared, constantly releasing his power. A brand new realm is stepping into it. The blue aura became more and more dazzling, and the bright red gradually faded until it was completely replaced by the azure blue. One step into Super Blue means complete control. You, actually have a trick up your sleeve. Topo didn't know that Suitor had just entered this new form, and he shouted in surprise. "Go on." Suitor didn't say it clearly, but just loosened his clenched fist and waved at Topo. Facing Suitor's indifferent expression, coupled with the imperceptible murderous intent in his eyes, Topo regained his composure and smiled. "Okay, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat." As soon as the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Sud was very calm. He felt the air around him and his eyes suddenly looked to the right. He fired a gas bomb and accurately hit Topo, who had just appeared. Boom! The billowing smoke dissipated, and Topo's figure was revealed. With an incredible look on his face, he took action again. Swish, swish, Swish! Topo suddenly appeared in front of Soot, but Soot did not attack. Instead, he raised his elbow and hit behind him. Bang! This attack actually hit Topo, who wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack Soot. You can actually detect that I am just a phantom in front of you. Topo staggered back a few steps, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked in surprise. Be serious, otherwise the one who loses ugly, will be you. Sutter said expressionlessly and seriously. Humph, just because your hair has changed color, do you think your strength has reached a new level? Topo was enraged by this and rushed towards Sutter, launching a new round of punches and kicks. Bang bang bang! But this time, Sutter was not at a disadvantage at all, nor did he have difficulty resisting Topo's attack. He advanced and retreated in moderation, with a calm expression, and his punches and kicks made Topo panic at first. Damn! How is this possible? Hee hee! Sutter smiled and stood firmly on the upper hand. There was no wind in the realm of nothingness, but Topo felt an unreasonable chill. He looked at the sudden burst of powerful air waves on Sutter's body, knowing that, as he said, if he continued to fight, he would lose. Chapter 22. So, Topo quickly pulled back, raising his hands high. A huge destructive energy gathered on his head. I don't believe it, it's just a change of hair color, how strong can it be? Did you use your hair dye? Why do you care about this again and again? Sutter said as he stretched out one hand, and the terrifying Qigong wave condensed in his hand. Asshole! Facing the energy gathered by Sutter, Topo felt a palpitation for no reason. He didn't dare to be arrogant, and the destructive energy on his raised palm became larger and larger as he poured it. Are you going to use your ultimate move? Xiangpa looked left and right and saw a gorgeous and shocking scene. Bardos, who will win? Tisk, of course it's my substitute. The guy you brought has just stepped into a new powerful field. Waimei was still very confident, with his hands on his hips, and his words were firm. Not necessarily. Makarita frowned slightly and looked at the energy released by Surtur and Topo at the same time. Well, Surtur is not the most powerful, but his growth rate is unmatched. Bardos's smile became wider and wider. Surtur's Qigong wave directly crushed Topo's destructive ability. Coupled with the cold air he exuded, even Topo in the battle, his heart trembled for no reason. I won't give up. Hey 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 hey! Topo saw the blue Qigong wave getting closer and closer to him, and he roared in shock. Although he was struggling to resist, he still tried to push the opponent's Qigong wave back. Crack! Under the powerful energy tug-of-war, Topo used all his strength, and the strength he used made his muscles grow a circle. Under the expansion, the Pride Team uniform on his body burst directly. You lost. Sutter increased the output of energy in his hand, completely covering Topo's destructive energy. The azure light completely enveloped and submerged Topo's figure. The next moment, a huge energy explosion directly shook the entire world of nothingness. This caused a moment of brilliance to appear in this eternal darkness. Topo, lost. Waimei widened his eyes and could not accept the scene in front of him. Ha ha ha! Xiangpa was so happy that his shoulders kept shaking with laughter. Fighting to support fighting, he grows really fast. Seeing the end of the battle, Makarita turned her head to look at Bardos and smiled. Sure enough, this guy named Sutter once again aroused her interest. Even this curiosity was several times stronger than before. He is mine. Bardos also smiled back and directly declared his sovereignty. You're right. Makarita didn't comment, but she didn't hide her curiosity at all. The smoke in the sky finally dissipated, and the embarrassed Topo flew to Waimei. He felt guilty, knelt on one knee, and accepted the punishment in a deep voice. Master Waimei, I lost. I'm sorry. Tisk, forget it, it's not a big deal. Waimei's eyes were full of murderous intent, but considering that there were people present, he said it very generously. Then let's have a meal. Xiongpa didn't notice it at all, and happily put his arm around Soot's shoulders. I'm telling you, Soot, this guy doesn't think much of how delicious your food is. Show him your skills, let him surrender to your food. Okay. Soot won a fight and even entered Super Blue. He was in a good mood and agreed readily. You can eat together. Facing Topo, who was helping him gain experience and points, Sutter extended his hand and invited him. This. Topo, whose face was still full of self-blame, was a little confused. Before, they were fighting to the death, so why did he unilaterally feel that he could eat together now? His mind was stuck for a moment, and he could only seek help from Waimei and Makarita. Makarita nodded slightly and decided for Topo, okay. A group of people came and went in a hurry, and soon returned to Waimei's tent. It was still the ingredients given by the system, and Sutter made a delicious dish that could not be placed. What is this? It's delicious. Makarita praised it after eating it. Not bad, not bad, it is indeed better than ordinary food. Waimei was hypocritical and ate very fast, but he still found time to complain. Topo, who consumed the most food, didn't say a word the whole time. He just carried a basin-sized bowl of rice in one hand and ate all the food on the table. Changpa and Bardos, who had just picked up their chopsticks, looking at each other in bewilderment. What a fast speed! The two of them were holding chopsticks, and the table was already a mess. Thank you. Topo mixed the remaining soup with the third bowl of rice, licked the plate clean, and smiled at Sutter. After the fight, he still provided food, which seemed to be a good person. A righteous man, he, Topo, liked this friend. Sutter, who had been defined as a friend, was unaware of it, and habitually smoked a cigarette, looking at Bardos and Xiongpa who looked dissatisfied. Don't be like this, when we get back, I will make another big table, just for you two. When he finished speaking, the cold voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, Topo, and the angels and gods of destruction from the 11th universe have recognized the host's food. Cooking skills increased by 6%, currently 28%. This time the reward is a negligible 1 billion combat power, plus 3 amounts of God's combat power, a total of 9 God's combat power. Transformable forms: Super Saiyan form, Super Saiyan 2 form, Super Saiyan 3 form, Super Saiyan God Realm, newly added Super Blue. The system issues benefits: Super Saiyan 4 form. In addition, the tasters are the angels and gods of destruction from the 11th universe, and the hidden level 1 destruction god skill and level 1 ultra instinct will be rewarded again. Currently, the host's destruction god skill is level 3, and so is ultra instinct. Super 4? Is it the Super 4 in Dragon Ball GT that I thought of? Sutter asked in surprise after hearing what the system said. What kind of Super 4 benefits did you issue in Dragon Ball Super? Isn't that provoking a conflict between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, asking for a fight? It's good to have many skills, how dare you despise it? The system cursed, as if it knew what Surtur was thinking. Hearing the system's complaints, Surtur didn't say much. In fact, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 should be regarded as two choices for the Saiyan race. For example, Super Saiyan 4 needs a tail to transform into a golden giant ape, with a body of fur and unspeakable animal beauty. To put it bluntly, Super Saiyan 4 is the pursuit of ultimate power and the awakening of the wildness in the heart. Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue are about finding the power in the heart. Breakthrough from the mind. Thereby driving the potential in the body and further mastering the power of God. The paths they take are different. Chapter 23. It's not like one is bad or stronger, at least Surtur admits that he is a playboy. Super 4 form, Super God Realm, he likes them all. But in the world of Dragon Ball Super, showing the wild Super 4 form. I guess not to mention that Bardos will chase him, I'm afraid all the gods will think he is on the road of no return. But if he goes to the GT world, it would be strange if he doesn't change to Super 4 but shows the realm of Super Saiyan God, right? The thought seems to be quite long, but it only takes a moment. After getting Surtur's clear words, Xiongpa reluctantly responded, okay. He reluctantly dropped his chopsticks and urged Surtur, the fight has been fought, so let's go back quickly. Wait. Seeing that the three were about to leave, Makarita stood up and came to Surtur, smiling, and asked. In theory, since you defeated Topo, the god of destruction candidate, you can replace him. Do you want to become the god of destruction candidate of Universe 11? No. Hearing Surtur's answer, Makarita knew that this was expected. She still smiled, then, above Topo, there is a stronger man, Jiren. Are you not interested in challenging or competing with him? Surtur in front of him should be the same as Jiren, pursuing strength, not some empty position. I am interested, but not now. Surtur shrugged and said something that surprised Makarita. Now facing Jiren, he can only be beaten. Jiren, that is beyond delicious, the strongest warrior in Universe 11. This answer made Makarita stunned. If it's okay, we'll leave. Seeing that Makarita was biting Surtur, Bardos felt a little uncomfortable and said coldly. Just like that, while Makarita was in a daze, the three of them, Surtur, had already walked out of the tent. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Wimy-eyed, holding a toothpick in his mouth, walked to the sofa with a perfunctory look on his face, and called the three beauties over. Then I'll take my leave too. After eating, seeing that he had nothing to do, Topo also left in a hurry. As a warrior of justice, he was also very busy. Seeing that everyone had left, Wei-mei, who was enjoying the feeding and massage of the beauties, finally asked Makarita about his doubts. You are too eager. Seeing that Makarita was still in a daze, Wei-mei was eating fruit carelessly and reminded her. You seem to be a little special to that suitor. Makarita came back to her senses, the smile on her mouth had been restrained, and she sat on the sofa calmly and said. No, I'm just a little curious. I feel that Bardos treats him very differently. Wimy-eyed sneered and showed a playful smile, you angels, it seems that there is no precedent for intermarriage with other races, right? Makarita frowned, somewhat displeased with Wei-mei's words, and said coldly, what do you mean? Wimy-eyed smiled noncommittally, as a senior love killer, I can tell you with my rich experience. If you are curious about male sex, you will only sink deeper and deeper, and finally be dragged into the quagmire and never escape. Hee hee. Senior love killer. Makarita glanced at Wei-mei coldly, and finally set her eyes on the three beauties present, and scolded. Get out! The three beauties felt a chill on their backs and shrank back. The three women didn't care what Wei-mei was thinking, and they ran out of the tent like a swarm. Do you think you can really preach to me? Makarita looked at Wei-mei and smiled meaningfully. Don't be curious about males, what's so dirty? Do you think I will fall in love with an ordinary human because of curiosity? Makarita said so confidently, but she didn't expect that after Walker's matter was resolved, she really fell in love with this man. Of course, this is all later. Master, why are you so serious? Wei-mei's expression froze, and he didn't understand where Makarita's anger came from. Wasn't he just joking? As for scaring away all the beauties around him, and asking if he would fall in love with humans? Humans are just like ants. Humph, stay alone and reflect on yourself. I'm going out for a while. Makarita stood up and walked out of the tent with a cold face. Looking at the tent where he was the only one left, Wei-mei looked at Makarita's back with grievance and begged. Hey, Makarita, can you call my three beauties back? Please. Makarita ignored him. After she walked out of the tent, the colorful light under her feet surged, and instantly left the destruction land of the 11th universe in a short time. Falling in love with humans, that's impossible. She was just curious about the difference of this human. Just like the angel brother, Walker in the past. Life is too long, and you always want to find something new to do. The sixth universe, the destruction land. After coming back, after making another table of delicious food, Surt sat on a rock with a cigarette in his mouth. Before he could even sit down, Makarita from the 11th universe came. We just came back, why are you chasing us? Seeing Makarita coming, Bardos didn't even eat the exquisite pastries that Surt had made for her, and asked with a wary face. It can't be that we forgot something and left it with you. Wow, Bardos, are you too nervous? Makarita smiled and pointed at Suitor who was smoking and watching the fun. I'm here to find him. Looking for me? Suitor took the cigarette in his mouth and looked puzzled. That's right, what can you do with him? You are not familiar with each other. Mentioning Suitor, Bardos became more and more nervous. You seem very nervous. Makarita smiled, and her smile was very ambiguous. Of course I am nervous, Suitor is my chef and my boyfriend. Bardos said bluntly, walked to Suitor's side and put his arm around him, declaring his possessiveness. I hope to talk to you, just the two of us. Makarita didn't bother with Bardos, and asked Suitor directly. Bardos, don't worry, she doesn't seem to be hostile to me. Sud patted Bardos' arm and comforted him. But Bardos wanted to say something, but seeing Sud's indifferent face, he finally let go of his arm after struggling for a while. Tisk, what are you three doing? So mysterious. Xiangpa, who was sweeping the food, looked at the three people speechlessly. Bardos is really, Makarita just wanted to talk to Sud, not to rob people, so why is it so nervous? Besides, this is his territory, Makarita can't come to rob people openly. Even if you really want to rob people, you have to choose a dark and windy night. Hey, by the way, there is no such thing as night in the land of destruction. Thinking of this, Xiangpa didn't think about it anymore. What's the point of thinking so much? Just eat. Chapter 24. This way. Sutter gestured, under a tree 100 meters away that everyone present could see. Okay. Makarita responded with a smile and followed. When she passed by Bardos, she suddenly said to Bardos lightly. You like this human, right? What? Bardos's face froze, full of shock. Makarita's words were not a question, but were very sure. As an angel, how could she like ordinary humans? But Bardos stared blankly at Makarita who was walking over, and suddenly a voice came out of his heart. Yes, Makarita was right. She not only liked Sutter's food, but also liked Sutter as a person. Just when Bardos faced her heart, Makarita had already walked in front of Sutter. Looking at the two people gradually coming together, Bardos felt the sourness of pickled cabbage, and the two people were so dazzling. What happened to the angels? What happened to the humans? Now her idea is to go up and separate them immediately. Standing next to Suti, it should be her Bardos. Under the tree. Suti threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped over, and asked Makarita, what do you want to tell me? Wait, get a protective shield, do you think this distance can escape the perception of the angels? Makarita slowly and provocatively glanced at Bardos not far away, and showed a protective shield, wrapping her and Suti inside. Hurry up! What's the matter? Suti saw the anxiety flashing on Bardos' face after the protective shield appeared, and urged. Bardos likes you, the kind of love that reproduces. As soon as Makarita opened her mouth, it was explosive information. Oh! Sud lit another cigarette and held it in his mouth carelessly, but what you said is really harsh. You can say this is love between men and women, or you can say it is attraction between opposite sexes, reproduction, and so on. It's really a bit harsh. Listening to Sud's complaints, Makarita threw another question, do you like Bardos? Yes, Bardos is so beautiful. Sud didn't beat around the bush and said it frankly. He liked Bardos the first time he saw Bardos in Dragon Ball Super. There is no precedent for angels to marry outsiders, let alone humans who are as humble as ants. Every word Makarita said was full of strong hints, which made it difficult for Sud not to think too much. Do you mean that the father of angels, the high priest, will stop us from being together? Sud exhaled smoke and smiled. Faced with this evil smile, Makarita became more curious and asked, "Aren't you afraid? Perhaps the most serious consequence. Will you die and Bardos be forced to fall asleep? What does this question have to do with you?" Sutter did not answer, but asked back. Curiosity. Makarita looked charming and smiled mischievously. Haven't you heard a saying? Sutter didn't know Makarita's real purpose. He leaned against the tree with his arms folded. Curiosity can kill a cat. I'm not as fragile as you think, and I'm even stronger than you think, at least stronger than Bardos. Makarita didn't say much nonsense and said her purpose. I can feel that you have great potential. Would you like me to be your sparring partner? Sparring? Could it be a guinea pig in some experiment? This time, it was Sutter's turn to say something so unpleasant. White mouse, this word is interesting. Makarita's lips curled slightly, and she smiled a little bloodthirsty. So, are you willing? What do you want to verify on me? Or, what do you want to get from me? Sutter was still calm, as if he was talking about what to eat later. What can I get from him? The kind that sells kidneys and buys apples? I want to create the strongest human in the universe, surpassing the god of destruction, surpassing the angels, and even surpassing the high priest. Makarita frowned slightly, pursed her lips and said the idea in her mind. You know, it's really hard to find such a potential person. Jiren can be counted as one, but his belief is too strong and doesn't meet my requirements. And I haven't been able to find a person who meets the requirements in other universes. Makarita raised her head slightly, looked at Suitor and continued. What do you think? Do you want to consider it? After all, I can give you everything that Bardos can give you. Similarly, I am stronger than her and can guide you better. I have assisted many gods of destruction, and I can help you avoid more detours on the road to becoming stronger. Sutter shifted his gaze and smiled at the nervous Bardos in the distance, speaking with a sense of alienation. It sounds like I have a lot of benefits. Just losing a little freedom, but can you get powerful power? But, don't you think this kind of deal is a loss? Sutter is not a rookie who has just entered society, so how can he not know that there is no free lunch in the world? Loss? I'm not sure. Makarita seemed to have thought of something, looking up at the sky, and the breath around her exuded sadness. Maybe she thinks that it is him, a regret that has not been completed. Oh! Sutter shrugged, not wanting to know the follow-up at all, and not intending to know the so-called him, and directly refused. To be honest, I don't want to agree to you, because even in this place of destruction, I didn't accept Bardos's guidance. First of all, I'm a cook, I only like to cook for people I like. Secondly, I can pursue becoming stronger, but not by relying on others. Also, Makarita actually has a him, just delete it from the favorite list. After being rejected, Makarita chuckled, wow! You are really interesting. Then, I wish you to become stronger and survive the High Priest's act of seizing your daughter until the last moment of your life. Yes, because I have an immortal physique. Sutter also smiled back. Is this what you rely on? Makarita smiled even more brilliantly, her eyebrows curved into crescents. Have you forgotten? The king of all has the ability to erase everything. But I can cook all kinds of delicious food. Sutter took a step, walked past Makarita, and said softly. Hee hee. Makarita was already laughing to the point of shaking her body, with a hint of joy and mockery in her laughter. I don't know who she was mocking, even if she was mocking Sutter, he probably wouldn't care. If the enemy comes, we will fight him, if the water comes, we will block it. He is sure to pick up the angel Bardos. What did Margarita say to you? Seeing Sutter coming, Bardos couldn't bear the anxiety in his heart and flashed in front of Sutter. Chapter 25. Sutter smiled, and just when he was about to speak, Margarita spoke first. I said, I like him too, and I want to be with him. Facing Margarita with a face full of ridicule, Bardos was angry and wanted to hit her. You. Sutter, you don't like her too, do you? As soon as he turned his eyes to Sutter, Bardos saw Margarita flashing from under the tree and holding Sutter's hand. I'm prettier than you, my figure is better than yours, and I have cute twin ponytails, what do you think? What's more, you didn't confess, so can't I? Asshole! Looking at the interlocked fingers, Bardos lost his usual calmness and actually planned to pull the two apart. Let go, Margarita, Sutter was the one I fell in love with first. Just when Bardos was about to take action, Sutter took the lead in shaking off Margarita's hand and comforted Bardos. Calm down, Bardos, don't be led astray. Margarita is just provoking you. She doesn't really like me. This sentence was like letting Bardos drink refreshing spring water under the scorching sun. Is that so? Bardos looked at Sutter with hope and confirmed again. Then, she would take the initiative, so as not to let Margarita get the upper hand. Oh, won't your heart hurt to reject a beautiful angel like this silently? Margarita looked resentful, pointing her index finger at Sutter's chest, and Bardos was so angry that he slapped her hand away. He. I won't tease you anymore. Margarita was not angry either, and smiled at the two of them. Sut, you should consider my suggestion carefully. I'll wait for you to come to me. After the words fell, colorful light appeared under Margarita's feet, and she left the land of destruction just like that. Tisk tisk. I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Xiangpa had already finished the sweep, and was eating melon seeds while watching the three people's good show. Although he didn't understand much, he was impatient for him to join in the fun. What did she tell you? Bardos frowned slightly, with a melancholy face. She wants me to be her experiment. Sutter reached out and touched Bardos's head, and directly pointed out the words. Margarita seems to be secretly making trouble, saying that she wants to create the strongest human in the universe. The strongest human in the universe. Bardos was obviously stunned when he heard this, and murmured in a low voice, Margarita, hasn't gotten over that thing yet. Hey, it seems that you know a lot of things too. Sutter's previous indifference was all a performance for Margarita. Now, seeing that Bardos also knew, he immediately asked, who is that he? Also, what is that thing you are talking about, can you tell me about it? Bardos was not on guard against Sutter, bit his lip and said, I don't know the details. If I'm not mistaken, the he that Margarita is talking about should be our brother, that is, our father's first child, Walker. Walker. Sutter was also surprised. I thought it was Margarita's sweetheart, but it turned out to be their angel's eldest brother, Walker. Margarita appeared on his favorite list again. Walker wanted to create the strongest human in the universe, so he got involved in good and evil. His father warned him several times. But he didn't listen to the advice every time, and the experiment became worse and worse, even affecting the entire universe under Walker's jurisdiction. Humans in the entire universe were affected, and Walker was also removed from the position of supervisor by the high priest and became a fallen angel. Hearing that the topic had reached a familiar part, Xiangpa walked towards Bardos and Sutter while cracking melon seeds, talking about the final ending. Later, some people said that Walker was wiped out by the Lord of the Omni, and some people said that he escaped under the compassion of the high priest. Oh! Hearing this, Sutter thought of some peripheral fan comics after Dragon Ball Super came out. Tisk tisk, suddenly people are so gossipy. Angel Walker actually exists, and Makarita actually cares about this big brother so much. This matter. Bardos pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand to hold the scepter in his hand, and said to Sut and Xiongpa. It's not big, but it's not small either. I have to find Makarita. She can't have such dangerous ideas. Watching Bardos leave, Sut turned his eyes to Xiongpa, who was still cracking melon seeds. Looking at him, he felt that this fat cat was greasy. Xiongpa pa, go run 10 laps. Tisk. Xiongpa looked disdainful and retorted solemnly, you'll have a stomachache if you run right after eating. The god of destruction will have a stomachache. Sut waved his fist at Xiongpa with a teasing look on his face. Humph, I'm the god of destruction, but I'm also afraid of being burned. Xiongpa also stretched out his hand and clenched his fist like Sut. But he didn't dare to wave, just stretched out his tongue and licked the back of his hand like a cat. You know, this tongue is also fragile. This righteous look made Sut laugh even colder. He pretended to punch Xiongpa in the eye socket and threatened, I know, let's practice. Forget it, go get me some fruit, I'll eat it after running. After Xiongpa finished speaking, he ran away in shame. After leaving the land of destruction, Bardos flew towards the 11th universe. But halfway through her flight, she suddenly changed direction and headed for a faraway place. The temple where the king of all is. The temple was empty except for a man floating more than 30 centimeters above the ground. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Bardos standing in front of him, with a hint of surprise on his face. Are you telling the truth? Really, father, I can guarantee it. Bardos also nodded with a serious expression. The person opposite Bardos was also an angel, but his figure was a little short compared to her. But he was the famous high priest, the father of angels. White big back hair, the same light blue skin, purple eyes and purple lips, and a light blue divine ring floating behind his head. In addition, there was a big belt around his waist. Although the whole person was short, he could not resist the powerful aura lingering around him. Even if you look at it at first glance, there is always a faint smile on his face. If what you said is true, then I must call Makarita to talk. At this moment, the high priest frowned slightly, and the smile that was often on his face faded a little. Faced with such an expression of the high priest, Bardos was not afraid at all, and once again threw out explosive news. Father, in addition to Makarita's matter, I have something else to tell you. That is, I want to resign from the position of the supervisor of the god of destruction. Hearing this, the high priest frowned a little more. He turned his eyes to Bardos, feeling a little puzzled, and asked. Why? Chapter 26. This daughter. Every time she brought news, his heart, which had been calm for billions of years, would be rippled. Look, how many billions of years has she been the supervisor of the god of destruction? How many gods of destruction has she led? Just say she doesn't want to do it anymore? Father, I don't think this job is suitable for me. Bardos said, taking a few steps forward to close the distance with the high priest, and pointed at the corner of his eye. Look, it's because I've been a supervisor for so long that I've become old. Look, the fine lines at the corner of the eye, and the forehead. There are forehead lines. It's really tiring to take care of Lord Xiongpa. This fat cat is like a light bulb. The high priest took a few steps back, looked at this funny daughter speechlessly, and sighed. But, Bardos, you. Before the high priest could come up with any excuses, Bardos had already rushed ahead and sighed. I have been working hard all these years. Even if I have no credit, it is still full of hard work. 3 black lines slid down the high priest's forehead, and he said speechlessly, It's up to you, it's up to you. My daughter has grown up and has more thoughts. What about the supervisor of the god of destruction who will replace me? Seeing that the high priest agreed, Bardos couldn't wait to ask when she thought that she could play freely with Surt in the future. She could also get rid of Xiangpa, the burden, and she asked out loud. Well, let Idus take your place. The high priest restrained his expression and waved his hand, and another male angel came not far away. Idus, oh, not bad, you have grown so big. I haven't seen you for 200 million years. Seeing the person coming, Bardos smiled faintly. Great, I will be free soon. Long time no see, Sister Bardos. Idus also smiled faintly. Then, the sixth universe is handed over to you. Bardos was in a good mood, and smiled and stretched out her hand to Idus, saying, I'll entrust you with this. The unpleasant Lord Xiangpa will need your care in the future. Although Xiangpa, this disciple, is not liked by her, she taught him after all. Nearly 200 million years of companionship. Humph, that's enough. I can kick him away. Seeing the two people shaking hands and greeting each other in a very official manner, the high priest calmly took out his right hand from behind his back and waved it at the two people. Let's start the handover. The words were short, but Bardos and Idus restrained their expressions at the same time, and fought in a serious confrontation. Then, the next moment, a dazzling silver light burst out from the two of them. At the same time, a virtual image of the sixth universe appeared behind Bardos. The huge universe picture seemed to cover the temple of the Omni King. Let's start, Idus. Bardos said, raising his hands high and pushing the virtual image of the universe to Idus. Okay, Bardos. Idus looked serious, opened his hands wide, and embraced the virtual image of the universe into his arms. Under the dazzling light curtain, the universe and time and space seemed to overlap. Bardos's universe light curtain was all transferred to Idus. The exchange ended just like that. Idus, who was originally dressed in a white robe, was now wearing the angel costume of the sixth universe. In his hand, he also held a scepter that could survey the entire universe at any time. Wow! This dress suits you quite well, Idus. Bardos's smile was very bright and beautiful. Her angel dress was gone, replaced by a plain dress similar to a white dress. Even her high ponytail was now draped over her shoulders. The once extremely sacred Bardos now had a bit more feminine charm. It's so relaxing, I'm no longer a servant of Lord Xiangpa. Bardos said, and rolled up her long hair again. The high ponytail appeared again, and she stretched out her hand to Idus and invited him. Let's go to Universe 6 together. I just want to say goodbye to Lord Xiangpa. By the way, Bardos, you have resigned as the supervisor of the God of Destruction. Do you have anything else to do? The high priest saw that Bardos was in a good mood, especially his eyes were smiling like crescent moons, so he suddenly asked. The King of Time seems to be a little too busy. Before the high priest finished speaking, Bardos had already hurriedly pulled Idus and pulled him out of the temple of the Omni King. This guy. Seeing that the two disappeared in the blink of an eye, the high priest was speechless. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Oh, forget it, let's contact Makarita. He sighed faintly, raised his hand and waved, and a mirror appeared in front of him. All of these are troublesome. Universe 6, the land of destruction. You, Bardos, you. Xiangpa, who was running a few laps panting, suddenly had a bad premonition after seeing Bardos and another angel coming. Why? Bardos went out for a while and changed his clothes. Moreover, the clothes of the original supervisor were worn by another angel. Ah! The more Xiangpa looked, the wider his eyes widened. He was horrified, and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him, and he trembled and pointed at Bardos. Hey, Bardos, why did you change your clothes? Suti came over with a cigarette in his mouth and a few melons in his hand, and asked curiously. He was just curious, without any thoughts. Because I don't want to be the supervisor of the God of Destruction. Bardos smiled and introduced the angel standing next to her to Surt. This is Idus, the new supervisor of the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Oh no! Bardos, aren't you only going out for one trip? Xiongpa shook his head frantically. He rejected his teacher and changed someone else. Yes, I went to the temple of the Omni King on the way and found my father and said I didn't want to do it anymore. Looking at Bardos with a smile on his face, Surt put the melon on the table beside him, took a puff of cigarette, and asked. Can you stop being the teacher of the god of destruction if you don't want to? So willful? Why? Why? Xiongpa roared angrily, almost to the point of roaring. It's okay to be always disliked, but in this situation, he was abandoned? Abandoned, right? Why did you abandon me? Bardos, you can't do this, woohoo! Xiongpa was very aggrieved. He quickly ran to Bardos's feet and wanted to hug her thighs, crying. Swish! Bardos dodged quickly, pushed Idus to Xiongpa, and said with a smile. Don't be like this, Lord Xiongpa, we will come to see you often in the future. After releasing Idus' thighs, Xiongpa bit his back teeth tightly, stared at Bardos angrily, and asked. Why did you abandon me? Chapter 27. I didn't abandon you, Lord Xiongpa. I'm just tired of being the supervisor of the god of destruction. I want to have a good rest and relax. Faced with this explanation, Xiongpa didn't believe it and shouted relentlessly. We have been together for more than 200 million years. Why are you suddenly tired? You are not tired in the morning or in the evening, but you are suddenly tired at this time? Excuses, scumbag. Woo-woo. More than 200 million years of companionship. Abandoned just like that, did he really let Bardos despise him so much? The cat was wronged, the cat wanted to cry loudly. Then, the rest is up to you, Idus. Bardos didn't say much, and turned his eyes to Idus. Don't worry, sister, I will take good care of and guide Lord Xiongpa. Idus smiled back and nodded. Sut, let's go. Bardos blinked at Sut and smiled. Suitor, who was a little confused watching the whole process, said, Go? Where to? Of course, we are going to start our free life. Aren't you my chef? Bardos took Suitor's hand and stuck out his tongue playfully. You are my boyfriend. Of course, you will be wherever I am. Oh, okay. Suitor nodded and followed Bardos to take him away from the land of destruction. Looking at the two people leaving, Xiongpa was like being struck by lightning and petrified on the spot. His teacher/servant, Bardos, left, and the chef who could cook delicious food also left. So, they really disliked him for being redundant. Assholes, you really treated me as a burden and threw me away, right? With tears in his eyes, Xiongpa roared to the sky. He remembered this blood feud that was never fought. Master Xiongpa, how about I cook something for you? My cooking skills are pretty good. Seeing Xiongpa's great sorrow and a bit depressed, Idus kindly advised him. Okay. I want to eat clay pot rice, the kind with 100 bowls. Clay pot rice? What is that? The vast universe. Suitor looked at Bardos, who was holding his arm and looked satisfied, and asked his doubts. That. Bardos, did you really quit this position because you don't want to be a supervisor? No. Bardos shook his head slightly, looked straight into Suitor's eyes, and said every word seriously, because of you, because I like you. I want to be with you. Faced with this sudden confession, Suitor felt a little unreal. The person he likes suddenly confessed to him. This is my complete freedom, I want to go with you. Bardos said, shyly threw herself into Suitor's arms, and asked in a muffled voice, then do you, like me? Of course I do. Suitor also hugged Bardos and gave her a passionate kiss. I have liked you for a long time, since the first time I saw you. In the bright galaxy and the moving light shield, there is the sweetness after each other's confession. It was at this time Makarita also received an emergency call from the high priest and came to the temple of the king of all. Because of Bardos's report, she was verbally warned by the high priest. Therefore, Makarita also learned about Bardos' resignation. Originally, she also wanted to turn around and tell others that Bardos liked humans. But she changed her mind. If the high priest knew about Surt's existence now, then her plan to create the strongest person in the universe. This plan will also be shelved. Angry, Makarita could only leave the temple of the Omni King in dismay. After she returned to the destruction of the 11th universe, she took the magic stone on the scepter and explored every corner of the universe one by one. However, the workload was too great. In addition to the high priest's warning, she could not explore everywhere blatantly. The final result was that Makarita could not find Bardos and Surt at all. Damn, these two people are really good at hiding. The one who cursed this was also Xiongpa from the 6th universe. After eating a meal made by Itis, Xiongpa immediately hired Hit with a large sum of money. That's right, Hit, the contestant from the 6th universe who appeared in the 6th and 7th universe martial arts competition held later. Hit, wearing a purple robe and always with his hands in his pockets, looked extremely cool. Looking at Hit, who was extremely cold, Xiongpa signaled Itis to project the virtual image of Surt to Hit. Okay, I'll take this mission. Hit nodded, then picked up all the jewelry that was as big as a mountain with an expressionless face and left immediately. Wait, I'm not asking you to kill him. Seeing Hit was about to leave, Xiongpa hurriedly stopped him. He knew Hit was a killer. If he didn't make it clear, Hit would probably kill Sut. He wanted to find someone, not to kill someone. What's more, there was a Bardos who was with Sut all the time. Could Hit kill Sut? Even if he killed him, wouldn't he have to be killed by Bardos? He just wanted some delicious food. Without Bardos, there would be no Bardos. Hasn't he been replaced by an angel? Moreover, this guy's personality is much better than Bardos. If you can live a leisurely life, why do you need Bardos who is unpredictable and turns against you at any time? No? I'm a killer. Are you looking for me not to kill people? Hit narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiongpa with a complicated expression with contempt, pretending to throw down the jewels like a mountain of gold. Is this god of destruction mentally retarded? What is a profession without respect? Twice as much as the things here. Xiongpa thought for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, and showed 2 fingers. Wealth cannot be eaten as food, just give it, no regrets. Although it is easy to find someone, it is also very cumbersome to track, so naturally it is not this price. Hit was unmoved, showed 3 fingers, and began to raise the price. Okay. Remember to do it in secret. Xiongpa gritted his teeth and agreed to Hit's lion's mouth. The reason for saying this is mainly because he is afraid of embarrassment. People in the 6th universe know, in fact, it doesn't matter. As a god of destruction, if he hears someone gossiping, he will directly destroy that person and be done with it. But this fact that he was abandoned by Bardos cannot be directly exposed. What if Beerus from the 7th universe knows? He is the god of destruction, Xiongpa, where will his face be? Got it. Hit was expressionless as he left with a mountain of gold that was 3 times bigger than before. Hit was indeed the number 1 killer in the 6th universe. With his special means, he quickly found Surt's trail. Surt and Bardos chatted and laughed all the way, and they wandered from this planet in the 6th universe to another planet. Laughter and happiness. Such scenes were conveyed to Xiongpa by Hit. But every time Xiongpa arrived at this planet under the leadership of Itis, Bardos and Surt had already gone to the next planet. Chapter 28. Damn! Itis, did you do this on purpose? After experiencing the same situation several times, Xiongpa clenched his fist and shouted at Itis angrily. No, Lord Xiongpa, don't talk nonsense, I have been doing my duty and obeying your orders. Esther smiled again and again, but the smile in her eyes did not reach the bottom of her eyes. Before, Bardos did tell him that whenever Lord Xiongpa wanted to find her, he should pretend to obey, but he could do some small tricks. After all, she is his sister. Help relatives instead of outsiders, it is a must. Because of your procrastination, my mission has not been completed. If you want their traces again, then add extra money. Looking at Hit, who stretched out his hand to ask for money from him, Xiongpa almost bit his back teeth. Damn it! I won't look for him anymore. I'm going back, Idas, I'm leaving. Looking at Xiongpa, who walked away cursing, Hit put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky with a lonely face. Sutter. That guy seems to be very strong, why doesn't anyone pay me to kill him? After this episode, more than half a year has passed. Sutter also collected a lot of fresh and exotic ingredients in the 6th universe. When he came back to his senses and realized the passage of time, he had unknowingly come to the day when Son Goku's granddaughter, Xiao Fang, was born. Of course, Bulma called to tell him about this. Then, Sutter and Bardos went to the Earth of the 7th universe and gave a birthday gift to the daughter of Son Gohan and Videl. Sutter also took this opportunity to have Bulma hold a wedding ceremony for him. The wedding was, of course, prepared for Bardos. I wish you happiness. Congratulations. May you have a baby soon. With blessings, Surt and Bardos also started their first official wedding night. The room was full of beauty until dawn. Of course, Surt did not invite Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Whis and Beerus, who were in the God realm, to the wedding. If these 4 people came, his wedding would definitely be a mess. Even the Kampa of the 6th universe was forgotten by the tacit understanding of Surt and Bardos. The next morning, looking at Bardos, who was sleepy and not very elegant with one foot pressing the quilt beside him, Surt smiled and covered her with the quilt. Bardos, you are not afraid of catching a cold? Well, it's a bit hot. Hearing Surt's voice, Bardos muttered dissatisfiedly and kicked the quilt open again. Sutter was helpless. He swallowed his saliva involuntarily when he saw Bardos wearing pajamas and showing off her figure. Hee. After feeling Sutter's burning gaze, Bardos stood up and grabbed his collar. The two fell into a sweet moment of love and affection again. This went on for 3 days. Just when Sutter wanted to take Bardos to a romantic honeymoon in the 7th universe, Bulma called again. Hello, Sutter, are you still on Earth? My house was robbed. Listening to Bulma's nervous words on the phone, Sutter just wanted to hold his forehead. I was robbed. Then you go find the policeman Krillin. Find me what for? No, the other party is not a simple thief. The words paused for a while. Bulma sent the surveillance and continued. From the surveillance, it seems to be the remnants of Frisia's army. They stole the Dragon Balls I collected before. Why do you collect Dragon Balls when you have nothing to do? Surt complained about Bulma's meddling. Humph, stop asking about women's affairs. Under this dissatisfied scolding, Surt was also unhappy. Then you know who the thief is, why are you calling me? Hey, Surt, the sky outside suddenly got dark, what a strange sight. Bardos leaned against the window and suddenly said. It's over. It's over, it must be as I guessed, Frisia's soldiers took the Dragon Balls and made a wish to revive Frisia. Bulma's words became more and more anxious, holding the phone and shouting, what should I do? If Frisia is resurrected. It's okay. You can contact Whis and let Son Goku and Vegeta come back, right? Suitor didn't care much, and walked past the window while talking. It was noon, and the sky was completely dark. It was obvious that Frisia's minions had used the Dragon Balls. Frisia, resurrected. Golden Frisia. Hey, are you listening to me? Bulma's voice rang out again on the other end of the line. She looked at a loss, and yelled, I just can't contact them. I've been calling for half an hour. Don't worry, Frisia is not stupid. Sutter said, sitting next to Bardos, explaining perfunctorily. With his current combat power, even if he is resurrected on the spot, he is still so rubbish. Anyone from the earth. People like Bu, Gohan, and Piccolo can beat Frieza. Really? Bulma on the other end of the phone was skeptical for a while. It's up to you if you don't believe it, you continue to call Son Goku and the others. I'm hanging up first. Sutter said, and hung up the communication, smiling at Bardos. Where do you want to go next? It's all right. Bardos leaned on Sutter's shoulder, tilted his head and asked, are you really not going to care about Bulma and the others? It's okay. Sutter gave an affirmative answer. According to the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Frieza will go back to his own territory to practice for 4 months before coming to Earth for revenge again. I don't mind. After all, I'm not very familiar with Universe 7. Bardos didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject. By the way, Sert, do you have a planet you particularly want to go to? After a little thought, Sert said, that's true. I want to go to Namek. Namek's Shenlong, Porunga, can fulfill 3 wishes. Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, what else should I add? Survive in the universe? Ever since he made a wish to Super Shenlong for Bu's physique, he has been able to survive in the universe. Wishing for senzu beans? It seems useless. Bardos has the ability to heal, and even the ability to revive after death, so what is senzu beans for? Eat as a meal? Cut, isn't the food he makes delicious? Forget it, at worst, it will be wasted. Just as Bulma was angry that Sert hung up on her, the sky had already brightened up again. Passers-by from Frieza's army, Salbi and Tajma, had already returned to the spaceship with Frieza's body parts. Just like the plot, when Frieza was about to propose destroying the Earth, Tajma stopped him. This passerby was killed. Frieza was furious and started a 4-month training. Damn Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you wait for me, this emperor will definitely seek revenge on you. Chapter 29. In a blink of an eye, 4 months have passed. Universe 7, the land of the gods. Sert and Bardos came here. Hey, why are you here? Beerus was watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta sparring. He asked curiously after seeing the two. Where is Xiangpa? Why isn't he with you? Sister, what are you doing? Looking at Bardos in a white dress, Whis was stunned and stood there. I've resigned, and now it's my vacation time. Bardos smiled, her face filled with happiness. You two, aren't you together? Whis is a smart person in some ways, and he saw the signs at a glance. Yeah, aren't you going to bless us? Bardos admitted openly. Hey, sister, what about father? Hearing this, Whis hurriedly pulled the person to a corner and questioned him. Beerus' ears moved, and then the corners of his mouth lifted up, and he laughed out loud, resign. This means that Kampa was abandoned by Bardos, abandoned, ha ha ha. No, I must find a chance to laugh at him. Listening to the rough laughter, Sun Wukong, who was sparring with Vegeta, was distracted and soon fell from midair to the grass. Hey, congratulations! He grinned, put his hands on his hips and invited Sert, do you want to practice with us? Humph! Vegeta snorted arrogantly and fell down. Sure. Sert clenched his fists that hadn't hit anyone for a long time, and jumped into the air with Sun Wukong. I haven't seen you for a while, and I feel that you have become a lot stronger. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. He clenched his fists and shouted softly, and then rushed towards Sert. Looking at the two people punching and kicking each other, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Tisk, this scion is just a cook in my family, how come he is so powerful all of a sudden? Thinking of Bulma's birthday last time, he was very depressed. A cook in his family actually stole all his limelight. If he could become a Super Saiyan god in the first place. Bang! A loud noise interrupted Vegeta's thoughts, and he looked sideways. I saw that Sun Wukong was hit by Sirt's punch and his body was unstable, and he flew backwards directly. Boom boom boom. As Sun Wukong fell to the ground, the forest in the destruction land was instantly smashed into ruins. The trees were crooked, and even the ground was hit with countless cracks. In the billowing smoke, Sun Wukong touched the back of his head and sat up from the pit. He grimaced and cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts. Suitor, you're really strong. It's just so-so." Suitor was suspended in mid-air, saying to Sun Wukong in the pit. After all, his fighting power was higher than Sun Wukong's. Even without transformation, he could still beat the protagonist. "Do you want to fight again? Or just transform?" Hearing Suitor's words, Sun Wukong jumped up on the spot, rushed into the air again, and laughed, "Fight again, this time I'll transform." Ha! Sun Wukong entered the realm of Super Saiyan God. He had no martial ethics at all and punched Suitor again. Bang! This move came unexpectedly. Suitor was directly knocked away and crashed into the ground. "Damn, you guy!" Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the ground, Suitor hurriedly stretched out his hands to support the ground, trying to get rid of the inertia. But it was not so easy to dissipate the force of Sun Wukong's punch under the Super Saiyan God. Swish, swish. Suitor's hand slid on the grass, rubbing the grass along the way. Under a deep gully, there was a lot of brown soil that had been turned up. Tisk! "You dog Kong, you have no martial ethics at all." Ha! Suitor shouted with dissatisfaction, directly entered the Super Blue Realm, flew into the air, and kicked Sun Wukong with a sweeping kick. This guy actually entered the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. When Vegeta saw Suitor's transformation, he was so shocked that his jaw was about to dislocate. "Suitor, when did you also enter this realm?" Sun Wukong looked at Suitor, who was rushing straight at him, asked excitedly, "And also entered the Super Blue Realm? You all know it, why can't I?" Suitor smiled and collided with Sun Wukong's fists. Bang! The two fists collided, and a strong wind whistled and swept across the air in the Divine Realm. You are stronger than me." Sun Wukong was shocked by Suit's with one punch. He retreated several meters. He shook his numb hands and muttered, "Humph, keep going," Suit said as he pursued the victory, approaching Sun Wukong quickly with an unyielding momentum. Bang bang bang! Now, it was Sun Wukong's turn to be caught off guard. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, trying to resist the aggressive Suit. But after a few moves, Sun Wukong was broken through by Suit's defense and punched in the cheek. Bang! Following closely, the second punch hit Sun Wukong's eye socket. This move made Sun Wukong, who was an expert in fighting, cry out in pain. "It's really horrible." Looking at Sun Wukong, who was suppressed in the air, Bardos put his hands behind his head and praised leisurely. He was in a good mood. He was happy when Xiangpa was unlucky. Tisk! Looking at Sun Wukong, who was beaten black and blue in an instant, Vegeta also spat at the grass secretly. This cook and his family is quite capable. Boom! Finally, Sun Wukong, who wanted to practice with Surti, was kicked away by Surti and crashed into the mountain not far away. "Hey, Vegeta, do you want to practice too?" Suit looked at Sun Wukong, who jumped out of the mountain, grinning and unrecognizable. He turned his head to look at Vegeta and invited him. "I want to fight with you." Vegeta snorted proudly, shifted his gaze, and didn't look at Surti. He couldn't even beat Kakarot, so why did he go and get abused by Surtur? Kakarot was seriously ill, but he wasn't sick. "What about you, Bardos?" Surtur turned his gaze to Bardos again. Just now, the fight was not even a warm-up. However, the desire to fight was aroused. "Oh, you want to fight with me?" Bardos threw the grass in his mouth to the ground, put his hands on his waist and looked up. You want to be abused by me, right? The power I exerted last time was just a warm-up. Surtur, who was suspended in the air, replied indifferently, I know, I am much stronger now than then. Ever since the battle with Topo, his god combat power has been completely stable at 9. But after marrying Bardos, Surtur also began to have a clear second goal. Chapter 30. He had hooked up with an angel, but in terms of strength, if he really encountered any trouble, would he still need to rely on his angel wife for protection? Does this man still want to save face? So, whenever he had time, he would ask Bardos to create a mirror space with time flow. He would often go in and fight with his mirror self. In the fight to the death, and every time it was a life and death battle, Surtur's god combat power was rising like a rocket. From Bardos' 10 points, his current god combat power has reached 14 points. Although it is a little worse than the angel, it is no problem to beat Bardos up. At that time, the so-called draw between him and Bardos in the Super Saiyan God realm should be refreshed. Facing Surtur's hand to recruit, Bardos, who knew nothing and thought Surtur was still standing still, also quickly flew into the air. Okay, then let me see how much stronger you are. But let me make a deal first. If you fight me, you must cook me a delicious meal later, otherwise. Compared to Kampa, Bardos is much more cunning and makes very excessive demands. Okay, it's just a meal. Surtur readily agreed, and at the same time, he stepped on the ground and was about to attack Bardos. It was at this time. In a remote corner, Bardos and Whis' little secret as siblings also ended here. Bardos put his index finger on his lips and solemnly instructed Whis, who looked depressed. Anyway, this is my own decision. Don't tell anyone for the time being. Okay. Whis pursed his lips, frowning so much that he could kill a fly. But in the end, he agreed. As the two walked towards the river, the magic stone on Whis' scepter flickered. Inside the magic stone, Bulma was holding a huge strawberry sundae and kept calling out. Whis, Whis, did you hear me? Please, get my message soon. Goku, Vegeta, if you don't come back, the earth will be gone. Think about your wives, your children. Frieza is here, it's over, it's over. When Whis just connected to the magic stone communication, the information burst out all at once. Is it Bulma? Hearing the voice, Vegeta turned his head to look at Whis, who stopped and asked. What's wrong? Bulma is so anxious, what is she doing? Surtur noticed this scene, braked suddenly in mid-air, curled his lips and said, this Bulma, specially came to disturb my interest. Before, when he went to Namek with Bardos, Surtur thought Bulma was annoying and threw her mobile phone. Otherwise, these few months, it wouldn't be so free. Connected, connected. Bulma shouted with joy, conveying an explosive news to the people present. Frieza has come to Earth and has started a battle with Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin. What? Son Goku shouted again in shock just after easing the pain on his body. Will Gohan and the others be okay? Tisk. Bardos also knew that this battle with Surtur would either not be fought or postponed. Without a good meal, he had to fall to the ground with his hands on his hips. Bardos noticed the strawberry sundae that Bulma was holding from the corner of his eye and asked irrelevant questions. Bulma, what's in your hand? It looks delicious. In this situation where life was not guaranteed, Bulma did not explain much, but just kept urging. Anyway, come here quickly. Gohan and the others won't be able to hold on for long. Piccolo said that Frieza gave him a very strong feeling. Kakarot. Let's go back quickly. Vegeta said, quickly came to Son Goku's side, and put his hand on his shoulder. Okay. Son Goku nodded and used instant teleportation directly. Seeing the two men leave, Surtur looked at Bardos and asked. Are we still going to fight? Fight. After thinking for a while, Bardos thought of a perfect solution. I'll go to Earth first and eat what Bulma has in her hand. Then, when I come back, I'll fight you again, and we'll eat delicious food together after the fight. You have a beautiful idea. This arrangement made Surt speechless. With the idea of fighting Beerus again no matter what. Faced with Beerus's beautiful idea, Surt decided to agree. Fortunately, he has never seen popularity. Golden Frieza is so tall, just go and watch the fun. Earth. Frieza's army has already gathered on Earth. The fierce battle has already started. Little Ultraman from the M78 Nebula. Oh, it's the elite from the Galactic Patrol. Jack and Bulma are hiding behind the rocks and are closely watching this battle. The enemy's Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, has not yet taken action. Some Z-warriors on Earth who can only serve as the background of Dragon Ball Super have launched a stalemate battle with thousands of Frieza soldiers. It didn't take long for the cannon fodder-like soldiers to be almost solved. It is worth mentioning that Frieza despised the rubbish of his own soldiers and decided to go into battle himself. With one move, Super Saiyan Gohan almost got a box lunch. But fortunately, Piccolo has rich daily medical knowledge and gave Son Gohan a cardiopulmonary resuscitation at a critical moment. At this point, Son Gohan successfully ate the Senzu bean and was revived with full health. Swish! At this time, Son Goku and Vegeta had already rushed over from Beerus. The two of them teleported and appeared next to Piccolo. Swish! Before the two of them could see the current situation clearly, Surtur also teleported with Bardos. As soon as they arrived, they unexpectedly stepped on an ugly blue-skinned alien hiding below. Seeing this guy's death, Surtur and Bardos didn't care at all. Isn't he just an insignificant soldier in Frieza's army? When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Frieza didn't tolerate Son Goku's presence for a few seconds, and he started to scold him. Damn you, you've done me such a disservice. Then I'll be hung on a giant tree in heaven every day, watching the teddy bears and rabbits playing boring music. Frieza kept talking to Son Goku, and kept madly expressing his pain in heaven. He also said that he couldn't tolerate Son Goku still being alive, so he practiced for the first time in his life. Die! Frieza cursed, clenched his fist and shouted, and started his revenge on Son Goku. Surtur took the melon seeds handed by Bardos, and the two of them became spectators together. The situation of the two fighting was a bit bad, causing both Surtur and Bardos to look uninterested. Chapter 31. Frieza was normal at first, and so was Son Goku. The two of them first fought in mid-air, which was not very fast, but was invisible to the Z fighters present. Then, Frieza and Son Goku chased each other back and forth on the sea level. Finally, Vegeta said that he couldn't stand it, and kicked Son Goku away, interrupting the fight between the two. Kakarot, you idiot, what do you want to do by dawdling? Vegeta crossed his arms and said in a cold voice. If you continue to be so lame, let me be Frieza's opponent. Ah! Son Goku looked depressed, and just as he was about to give in, Frieza directly refused. Humph, no need for you, the person I want to avenge is Son Goku. Tisk. Seeing Vegeta retreating obediently, Frieza thought that his former boss still had the dignity. In fact, Vegeta was not fighting for this reason at all. He just wanted Kakarot to be more serious. Seeing him being so hesitant, Vegeta felt angry. After that, Sun Wukong and Frieza started fighting again. It was not so bad. It was just that the style was a bit weird. Who made these two people introduce themselves after changing their forms? Sun Wukong gathered his divine power and entered the Super Blue realm, saying, "This is the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. I will call this Super Saiyan Blue for short, or Super Blue to be simpler. Wow! Then I will introduce myself to you. I am now dressed in golden yellow, and my name is Golden Frieza." Looking at the somewhat ferocious smile of Golden Frieza, Sun Wukong became more and more excited. "Suitor, don't you think this is not a battle at all? Bardos complained while spitting out melon seed shells. Well, it's really weird, there's a sense of mutual admiration for some reason, and a bit of reluctance to part. Sud responded, and just happened to hear Sun Wukong asking Vegeta if he wanted to get involved. Tisk, your own opponent, what do you mean by letting me fight? No need to think, Vegeta must have refused. The two sides fought again, and finally both of them were a little serious. The beginning was also well played, one gold and one blue, two streams of light constantly flashing and turning over the sea, land, and air. But forget about the decisive battle, Frieza and Sun Wukong started to brag to each other while fighting. Your talent is really terrifying, I have practiced for so many years and I am only at this level, you. Frieza was very happy with Sun Wukong's shock and praise, he said arrogantly and modestly. Ho ho! Of course, I'm the Emperor of the Universe. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of death shot out from his fingertips. After being dodged by Sun Wukong, it hit a rock. Boom! The rock collapsed, rubble rolled down, and dust flew. Beerus protected the huge strawberry sundae in his hand and was dissatisfied, asshole. What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm eating? There's dust everywhere, how can I eat? Lord Beerus, bring some over, I want another scoop. Whis didn't care much and stretched out the spoon. Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Frieza was almost scared to death on the spot. Lord Beerus! Lord Beerus, you! Why are you here? Boring! Bardos threw away the melon seeds in his hand and acted coquettishly towards Surt. Stop looking! I also want to eat the sundae that Beerus and Whis eat. Can you make it for me? Okay. Surt also threw away the melon seeds in his hand and put his arm around Bardos' waist. It's not okay for the earth to shake like this. Let's go back to Beerus's god realm. Okay. The two of them left as soon as they said they would, and they didn't care about the outcome of the battle between Frieza and Son Goku at all. God realm. After quickly making a larger bowl of sundae and handing it to Bardos, Surt habitually picked up a cigarette and smoked it carelessly. Do you care about the outcome of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza? No. Surt shrugged, expressing his indifference. It must be that Sun Wukong won. Even if there is any accident, isn't there Whis to clean up his mess? Oh. Bardos nodded, holding the sundae, biting the spoon, freeing his hands, and waving at the sky. Then I'll see, just treat it as a pastime of eating. You. Sutter smiled and reached out to touch Bardos' head. What do you mean by a pastime of eating? It's because he's afraid that he will have expectations about the outcome of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. Wait. This Angel Nazai is really getting more and more interested in him. It's probably just around the corner to get another angel. So, is it better to be the troublemaker Makarita? Or the lowly like Kos? In the picture in mid-air, Golden Frieza is indeed very powerful. But his endurance is not good, and his endurance is not enough. In the end, he was defeated by Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. Son Goku, who won the victory, has also walked to Beerus' side. Seeing this scene, Surt was surprised. The plot said that after Son Goku won, he would relax his vigilance, and then be successfully attacked by Frieza's chief of staff, Salbi. What about the scene where Son Goku's heart was pierced? Afterwards, Surt thought of the ugly blue-skinned cosmic man that he had teleported with Bardos before. It seems, that guy is Salbi, right? Damn, the butterfly effect is too much. Go away, don't come to Earth next time. Sun Wukong is still the same, not killing people, but always hurting people's hearts. If you continue to practice seriously for a while, your golden form will become perfect. Damn, you damn guy. Just when Frieza wanted to force his way back to the original plot and take the opportunity to destroy the Earth, Vegeta seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and entered the Super Blue Realm with a rage, staring at Frieza. You wait for me, damn scion. After leaving a harsh word, Frisia looked at Bardos and Whis meaningfully, gritted his teeth and left. If what Sun Wukong said is true, then if he practices a little more, can he fight Bardos alone? Compared with the Emperor of the Universe, the position of the God of Destruction is not impossible. With this idea, Frisia embarked on a completely different path from the plot. The army came in a mighty force, and only Frisia left alone. Surtur felt it was a pity that he could not see Whis use his ability to reverse time. And, most importantly, Son Goku did not receive the lesson he deserved. Goku, the Son Goku in Dragon Ball Super, became extremely mean and annoying. For some reason, I feel a little pitiful for this guy. After removing the screen, Bardos smiled and said this to Surtur. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. Once he said it, Surtur couldn't help laughing. If he really destroyed the earth, you would feel more pitiful for him. Really? Listening to Bardos's confusion, Surtur hypothesized the original plot he had seen before to Bardos. Chapter 32. So, Frisia is really pitiful. He just resurrected, and then died again to go to heaven to watch dolls singing and dancing. Bardos was surprised for a moment, and then changed the topic with interest. So, what is a doll? Well, I'll buy you one directly. Surtur was too lazy to explain, and instantly moved to the earth and bought a super large bear doll. When he returned to the God's land, Bardos and Whis had already returned with Son Goku and Vegeta. Hey, why did you come back so soon? Surtur said and handed the bear in his hand to Bardos. Is this a doll? Bardos' eyes lit up, and he took the bear in his arms in surprise. Ah, furry, so good. She kept rubbing the bear's fur with her cheek, and was so happy that she couldn't refuse the touch of the plush. Seeing this, Surtur felt a little jealous. Very good, he decided. When it's night, he will enter the Super 4 form and let Bardos hold him and rub his ass. Why don't you come back? There's no other food prepared for us. Bardos complained boredly. By the way, should we fight first, or should you cook first? Bardos' words brought Surt, who was a little distracted, back to his senses. He shrugged casually, it's up to you. Then let's have a fight first. Food tastes better after exercise. Bardos grinned and looked at Surt with a mocking smile. I can end the fight with you in 5 minutes at most. When these extremely arrogant words came out, Surt couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you sure? If you say too much, I will slap you in the face later. As the two talked to each other, their figures had risen up and reached the air. Who do you think will win? Sun Wukong looked at the two people facing each other in the air with interest, and asked with his head tilted. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted arrogantly, what nonsense are you asking? Of course it's Lord Bardos, he's the god of destruction, and Surt is just a cook. Not necessarily, I think Surt is much stronger than last time. Sun Wukong disagreed. Wow, just watch and you'll know. Whis smiled like a spring breeze and picked up the sundae that Bardos hadn't finished eating before. Bardos, who was holding a rag doll, saw this and frowned and shouted at Whis in dissatisfaction, Hey, brother, I ate that. I know, this is a new spoon. Whis didn't care and indicated that the spoon Bardos had used was still inside. Besides, I don't dislike you, my sister, so how can you dislike me? Tisk. Bardos rolled his eyes at him, then looked up at the sky and shouted, Surtur, come on. Encouraged by this, Surtur shouted and entered the super blue form. The azure flames swept across, shaking out the gravel on the ground. Oh, not bad. Bardos was surprised by the explosive power of the air wave, but was only surprised for a moment. The next moment, he planned to catch Surtur's fist with one hand. Bang! But what he didn't expect was that Surtur's fist, with unshakable power, directly knocked him back. The defeat at the beginning made Bardos feel a blow to his self-esteem. He hurriedly stabilized his retreating body, clenched his fist and shouted. HAAA. A powerful aura of destruction rose from his feet, and a strong purple wave of air burned around him. It's true that you've become stronger, but you still can't be my opponent. Being roaring, Bardos couldn't help but be more serious and rushed towards Cert. Bang! 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 Under punches and kicks, waves of energy burst. The space around the two of them was rippled. Even the clothes of the four people watching the battle on the grass were blown. Sure enough. Watching the close combat between Cert and Bardos, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and was very excited. It was just like he was the one fighting, exactly the same. Tisk. Although Vegeta was still arrogant in his mouth. But his wide eyes and the unconscious loosening of his arms clearly proved his disbelief. How could this be possible? Last time on Earth, Cert and Bardos had such a hard time fighting. But how much time has passed, and this guy has already fought Bardos well. Who is this cook? What kind of genius is this? Sister, did you teach him something secretly? Seeing that Cert's moves were getting more and more fierce, Whis was also surprised. No. Vados shook his head slightly and smiled, it's Cert's own potential, which is beyond everyone's imagination. Damn it! Take my claw! Bardos was also ruthless when he saw that he couldn't take Cert down. On his cat claws, sharp nails appeared, and he grabbed Cert's chest with purple destructive energy. Swish! Sutter smiled with his lips, and disappeared in front of Bardos in an instant. In a moment, he turned and appeared in Barros's hand, aiming at Bardos' tail. Ka! Barros's body suddenly stiffened when his tail was caught. The next moment, he was suddenly thrown from the left to the right. How does it feel? Cert grabbed Barros's tail and swung the cat around like he was shaking clothes. Asshole! Bardos was also anxious, and he gathered huge destructive energy on his hands. At such a close distance, he aimed directly at Cert. Hehe, maybe I didn't say that I am not only immune to this move, but I have already learned it. Cert smiled and quickly gathered purple energy on his other hand. Boom! The energy offset each other, and a huge explosion sounded. As the billowing smoke filled the air, Bardos also took the opportunity to break free from Cert's confinement and fell behind Cert silently. You kid, is it Xiongpa who taught you the destructive skill? Cert looked behind him with a squint, interrupted him directly, and denied, no self-taught. The system gave it to him, isn't it his own? Self-taught, nothing wrong. Humph, do you think the destruction skill is so easy to learn? Bardos sneered when he realized that Cert's destruction skill was not very pure. If they could learn this skill by watching it more, then what about the status of the destruction gods? Can they still do whatever they want in the universe they govern? Bardos, you should be serious. 5 minutes have passed. Cert turned around and said this with a smile. This sentence was like an invisible slap in Bardos' face. Chapter 33. Damn! The veins on his forehead bulged, and he rushed towards Cert. Raised fists, fierce sweeping kicks, fierce elbow strikes, and a straight punch and kick. Bang bang bang! Suitor had a mocking smile on his face. Facing Barros's attack, he would dodge if he could, and if he couldn't, he would choose to resist. The speed of the two was getting faster and faster, as fast as a stream of light passing through the air. You are anxious. Suitor seized a gap in Bardos and hit Bardos' cheek with a left hook. With a look of astonishment on his face, Bardos was beaten and fell to the ground. The huge pit appeared in just a moment. Bardos bit his back teeth tightly and stood up from the pit in embarrassment. He shook off the small pile of dirt on his head, bared his teeth and looked at Cert in the air. You, damn it! Damn it, go to hell! Bardos was completely furious, and there was an inextricable killing intent in his eyes. As he raised his hand, the divine land began to tremble, and the purple air waves around him became higher and higher. Even all the trees around him were shaken off the ground and suspended by this powerful aura. Are you angry? Are you serious now? Suitor was suspended in the air, looking at the scorching energy gathered in Bardos' palm indifferently. He should not be able to resist this destructive energy. Although he will not die, the process is not pleasant at all. Should he show his ultra instinct and dodge it? Host, 10 is the god's power under normal circumstances for Bardos. Now he is in a rampage state, and the god's power can reach the maximum value of 30. Hearing the sudden reminder from the system, Sirt's mouth twitched slightly. This incompetent system! Couldn't you have said it earlier? He thought that this battle would be a battle that could crush Bardos. 14 and 30, the difference seems to be more than a little bit. The majestic energy shot out from Bardos' palm and approached Sirt directly. Seeing this scene, Vegeta and Son Goku were completely immersed in the shock brought by the amazing energy. Even Whis couldn't help but put down the sundae, frowned and looked at the air, and shouted worriedly, "Lord Bardos! Why did he go berserk for no reason? Isn't it just that he can't beat him? As for, is he so angry?" Sutter. Bardos also looked anxious, she was hesitating whether to take action. But if she took action, what if she made Sirt unhappy? The destructive energy was getting closer and closer, and the entire divine land was shaking more and more violently, and the space was visibly distorted. Just when the huge destructive energy was about to touch Sirt, he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Hey! Sun Wukong and Vegeta were weaker, and they didn't notice Sirt's disappearance. But Bardos and Whis saw it clearly, and under their doubts. The destructive energy rushed out and hit a planet not far away, and dazzling sparks appeared. The huge planet was directly crushed in the destructive energy. But the destructive energy did not dissipate, and turned to fly towards a farther star field. Hey! Damn you, you actually made me angry. Bardos panted slightly due to the release of huge energy. Sutter, this guy, is he dead just like that? After realizing it belatedly, he looked around and found that Surtur's figure had completely disappeared. No, is he really dead? Vegeta's eyes were about to pop out. He hurriedly turned around and looked at the expressions of Whis and Bardos, and found that both of them were looking up at the sky with a serious face. He's not dead. He's not even in trouble. Sun Wukong suddenly spoke up and looked up at the sky. I saw a white spot in the sky. It really surprised me. Bardos also looked up and said with a smile. This guy Surtur really lived up to that saying. On the battlefield, in the kitchen. Just now, Surtur didn't have the ability to dodge his furious move. But unexpectedly, he was dodged. I was surprised too. Sirt, who was high in the sky, also replied. At this moment, his appearance changed. He was no longer surrounded by azure flames, but a wave of ethereal silver air. You are. Bardos was shocked by this look. Those silver eyes, plus the silver lines on his hair, could it be? This is absolutely impossible. Even he can't master this divine control technique. As an ordinary human, how is it possible? Looking at Sirt, who was full of silver-white aura, Whis was as surprised as Bardos. He turned his head to look at Bardos, with rare seriousness and solemnity. Bardos, did you teach Ultra Instinct to humans? Looking at this scene, even if I say I didn't, I'm afraid I won't believe it. Bardos' face was also full of horror. This reaction made Whis feel that Bardos didn't lie to him. So, who taught Sirt such an extremely difficult move? There can't be such a terrifying monster who can teach himself, right? Ultra Instinct? What is that? Sun Wukong popped up curiously, but neither of the two angels answered him. Do you want to continue? Sutter looked at his hands and asked casually, while asking the system in his heart. System, is this a sign of my Ultra Instinct? I guess so, you haven't reached the maximum level yet. The system didn't hesitate and answered immediately. What is the maximum level? Hearing Sutter's question, the system started to show off again. The maximum level is the maximum level, the highest limit is 15 levels. Didn't I tell you? Impossible, impossible, oh, didn't I really tell you? Sutter ignored the nagging system and quickly fell from the sky until he stopped in front of Bardos. Continue. Hat. Looking at Sutter opposite him, Bardos showed a complicated smile. Then, he started to curse, and he didn't look like a god of destruction at all. Fight, what the hell? You already know Ultra Instinct, why would I fight you? I've worked hard for tens of millions of years, but I've only just touched the threshold of this divine skill. Damn, how long have you been learning from Bardos? Are you a human? You're not a human, are you? Still fighting, what the hell? Get down and make food for me. Whirl continued to curse, feeling unsatisfied, and quickly fell to the ground, cursing at Whis. Wis, you bastard, tell me, do you think we have a bad relationship, so you don't teach me attentively? Chapter 34. You hit it, didn't you? Otherwise, Cert could have mastered Ultra Instinct so quickly. Wow! Lord Bardos, is there a possibility that his talent is higher than yours? Before Whis finished speaking, Bardos became even more angry. He refused to admit this fact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a great god of destruction, but my talent is not as good as that of an ordinary human. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, Bardos also flashed in front of Cert and asked curiously. How, did you get Ultra Instinct? This? I can't say. Cert wiped his nose and pulled Bardos to the ground. The system is his biggest trump card, so it's better not to say it if he can. He disdains lying. Okay. Seeing that Cert was unwilling to talk, Bardos didn't ask any more questions. Then let's make something to eat. Bardos, what do you want to eat? Cert patted the non-existent dust on his body and asked Bardos with a smile. Anything is fine. The fight ended inexplicably when Cert showed his Ultra Instinct. The people present were more frivolous than each other, eating the food made by Cert and talking nonsense without nutrition. Sister, what are your plans next? Seeing that Bardos was about to leave, Whis asked this question with a hint of meaning. Bardos turned back and smiled, indicating that Whis didn't need to worry too much. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straightened naturally. Don't worry about me. Then goodbye. Sun Wukong waved enthusiastically and said goodbye to Cert and Bardos who were rising. Remember to come often. Cert, remember to fight me again next time. Looking at Sun Wukong who regarded the divine realm as his own, Bardos shouted angrily with a toothpick in his mouth. You think this is your home, don't you? Bardos cursed Cert and Bardos again. Don't come again, who cares about you? Ho ho! Lord Bardos, touch your belly and say something conscientious. Whis pointed at Bardos' round belly. Say one thing and mean another, don't do that. You're holding a bowl and calling your mother, and then you put the bowl down and curse your mother. Cockroach, we have to continue training. Vegeta threw away the bones in his hand, said to Sun Wukong who was still sitting lazily on the ground, and then took the lead to fly into the air. If Cert can become so strong, then he can too. They are all scions, nothing is impossible, he can't fall behind too much. Oh! Sun Wukong also stood up hurriedly, he didn't understand why Vegeta became impatient. Could it be that he wanted to chase Cert? But Vegeta, he couldn't even beat him. The two had just fought a few rounds in the air when two more people arrived at the divine realm. Swish! The colorful light fell to the ground, revealing the two people inside. Hey! Kampa put his hands on his waist, squinted his eyes and scanned the area. When he saw Whis, he made his intention clear. Whis, have Bardos and Cert been here? Do you know where they are now? Hey, isn't this Kampa? Hearing the voice, Bardos instantly restrained his expression and asked teasingly. Who is standing next to you? A new supervisor? Tisk tisk. This is the first time I've seen a handover among the gods of destruction. Asshole! These words were like a sharp arrow, piercing Kampa's heart, causing him to change his face instantly. What does it have to do with you? Everything has a beginning. Do you think you will never meet? Humph, it's better than you and Whis always being at odds with each other. Bardos didn't accept this provocation at all. He just took advantage of the fact that Bardos resigned and abandoned him, and kept biting Kampa. Say less. Whis stepped forward and blocked Bardos' figure, saying. They came, but, just left. If Lord Kampa chased them, he might be able to catch up. Asshole, Idus, you are late again on purpose. Hearing Whis' words, Kampa's forehead was full of blue veins. Oh, Lord Kampa, how can you say that to me? Idus was going further and further on the road of acting. He pretended to be wronged and reached out to wipe the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. These days, I give you whatever you want, and I go wherever you say. What else do you want from me? That's too much. In fact, you care most about Bardos. You don't care about me, the new supervisor, at all. Xiongpa was a little confused by this sudden cry. How about this, I'll go and tell the high priest to let Bardos come back to be your supervisor. Idus sighed, took the initiative, and questioned Xiongpa in turn. This. Xiongpa's mind was completely stuck. He was really tempted by Idus's proposal. However, he always felt that something was wrong. Can he ask for the decision of the high priest at will? It should not be possible. I don't mean that. Xiongpa gritted his teeth, imagined the scene of himself being scared by the high priest to myocardial infarction, and clenched his fists and complained depressedly. I just want to find them to get me some food. Eating is the big deal. Bardos can't leave, and Surti can't leave with him. What about his food? It's not impossible to leave, can't you occasionally keep in touch with him and bring him some food or something? As humble as he is, he lowered his demands again and again. Tisk tisk. It's useless. Seeing that Xiongpa was led by Idus, Bardos shook his head in disgust. What did you say? You bamboo pole. Xiongpa was not happy when he heard Bardos' words. He simply pointed his spearhead directly at the twins and made a crazy attack. You are still a fat pig, how dare you think that I am not thin? Bardos was not afraid and followed the scolding. Looking at the two gods of destruction who were arguing endlessly, Whis and Idus looked at each other. Then, it was the more experienced Whis who walked between the two cats and began to mediate. Lord Xiongpa, if you want delicious food, you don't have to chase Suitor and Bardos all the time. He also hopes that his sister will be happy, so he naturally stands on Suitor's side. Universe 6 and Universe 7 are mirror universes. There are many delicious foods on a planet called Earth in our universe. As soon as these words came out, Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Vegeta in the air, also echoed. Yes. Cert is also from Earth in Universe 7. Bang! He was absent-minded, and Vegeta sent him an iron fist without hesitation. Damn cockroach, be serious. Earth. Xiongpa looked at Whis in confusion, and quickly turned his eyes to Idus. Wait, I'll look for it right away. Idus hurriedly explored the magic stone on the scepter. Chapter 35. In less than 3 seconds, he pointed to the lonely planet above and said, I'm sorry, this is a dead planet. It seems that the natives of the planet caused some disasters, which destroyed the race and the planet also lost its life. Xiongpa suddenly felt a little wronged. Why is he so unlucky? He was the first one who was forced to change the supervisor midway, abandoned by Bardos and Cert, and now even the universe under his jurisdiction. A delicious planet can kill you. Bardos, give me the Earth in your universe. The more wronged Xiongpa felt, the more unwilling he was, and he set his sights on Bardos. Tisk, you can't manage your own universe well, how dare you ask for the planet in my universe? Bardos refused to give in. He only had one Earth, so where would the delicious food come from if he gave it to Xiangpa? Even with such a quarrel, the plot still developed as it should. Let's duel! The 6th and 7th Universe God of Destruction Selection Fighting Tournament, let's begin! Tisk, such a boring game, who wants to play with you? Before Bardos finished speaking, Sun Wukong, who was flying down from the sky, was excited. Promise, Lord Bardos, I want to participate, I really want to participate. Vegeta had no opponent, and he flew down from the sky helplessly. He crossed his arms and was speechless at Sun Wukong's excitement. Asshole, what are you so happy about? Vegeta, don't you want to fight against the strong people from other universes? From other universes? Goku was so excited that he clenched his fists and trembled because of excessive excitement. Why don't they fight each other directly? Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong and turned to look at Whis and asked. This? It's not like there hasn't been one before. Because of a small conflict over a birthday, Lord Bardos and Lord Kampa started fighting. Whis explained calmly, with a faint reminiscence flashing across his face. During the fight, the universe was almost destroyed. Since then, all the duels have been about food. Lord Kampa was able to make such a request this time, obviously he was really angry. Just after the explanation, Bardos finally couldn't stand Son Goku's begging and harassment, and agreed to Kampa's request. Let's fight, then we have to put some stakes as a bet. Kampa thought about it and decided to take the Super Dragon Ball radar that Zerd left in the destruction area of Universe 6. If I lose, I'll find the wishing star to make a wish for you. If I win, give me your Earth. If Zerd and Bardos were here, they would want to beat Kampa up to clear his mind. Why fight? Just find a planet with Dragon Balls and make a wish to Shenlong. Do you need Super Dragon Balls? Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Besides, the idiot Xiangpa has a Super Dragon Ball radar. Can't he just collect Super Dragon Balls? Make a wish to the Super Shenlong to make Bardos and Zerd appear. Or let the humans on the Earth of the 6th universe be resurrected and a civilization of gourmet food appear, isn't that enough? Such a roundabout way can only be done by Xiangpa, a fat cat. Unfortunately, Bardos and Zerd have already left and are not here. The wishing star, could it be a Dragon Ball? Vegeta muttered in confusion. There should be a lot of wishing stars in our 7th universe, such as the Dragon Balls on Earth and Namek. Tisk, those are all garbage. All fragments scraped off the wishing stars. Hearing Vegeta's words, Xiangpa put his hands on his hips, mysteriously arrogant. And the wishing star I'm talking about is as big as a planet. Vegeta curled his lips and instantly felt Xiangpa's stupidity. No wonder Zerd and Bardos didn't play with this guy. This guy is really hopelessly stupid. After a subtle discussion, a cross-universe martial arts competition was launched under the decision of the two gods of destruction. The rules of the competition naturally follow the World Martial Arts Association, and opponents cannot be killed. The ground is an unnamed planet, and the time is 10 o'clock in the morning 5 days later. In order not to meet a mentally retarded opponent like Xiangpa, Vegeta also made a request very cleverly. Hope, to have a written test or something. Finally, Xiangpa was satisfied and took Idas to collect Dragon Balls in both universes. And Sun Wukong and his friends returned to Earth to select the next contestants. There was no big change in the plot, so I won't say more. On the other hand, after Sut and Bardos left the God Realm back to Earth. Bardos seemed to have no resistance to plush toys, and she and Suitor bought a lot of them. Bardos, since you like furry things, why don't you like small animals? Suitor pointed to the pet dogs walking on the street. They need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and they will become smelly. Bardos said innocently, using the power of God to make the rag dolls she bought move. Look, in this way, I can get a rag doll that will always move according to my wishes. Ah! Seeing that the rag dolls seemed to be alive, the passers-by around screamed wildly. Suitor pulled Bardos speechlessly and used teleportation to leave. In the uninhabited area of the earth, there is a small house of love for them. These buildings were all made by Bardos using the power of angels. They are quite luxurious and took no more than 5 minutes to build. Among them, 4 minutes came from thinking about the structural pattern of the house. You bought so many, are you planning to live on Earth permanently? Suti looked at the room full of dolls and couldn't help asking. It depends on what you want. Bardos threw himself into a pile of dolls and said with a bright smile. This is your hometown. If you like to stay here, I will stay here too. Anyway, if I want to take these things with me, it's just a matter of waving my hand. Suti sighed when he heard Bardos's indifferent words. He forgot that Bardos had his own space, so it seems that he also has to make a wish to the dragon for one. The universal capsule is not as convenient as his own unique space. It's getting late, so I'll go prepare dinner. Suti said, and planned to leave the room and go to the kitchen. But before he took a few steps, Bardos raised his hand and waved, and a virtual projection screen appeared. Sister. Hearing Weiss's voice, Suti turned back in surprise and found that it was Weiss who sent a communication to Bardos. Master Kampa is here, and he and Master Biris. Seeing that it was a matter between siblings, Surt stopped listening and went downstairs quickly. At the dinner table, Bardos told Surt all the news he heard from Weiss. So, is this going to be a God of Destruction fighting tournament? Surt responded while constantly picking up food for Bardos. Yeah, do you want to go and see the excitement? Bardos asked tentatively. Do you want to go? Surt threw the question back. Chapter 36. He was a little unsure whether Bardos still cared about this apprentice. Compared to 2 people and a cat, he preferred to be alone with Bardos. Hehe, how is it possible? It just happened that this matter can be used as our after-dinner topic. Bardos said with a smile, and also took a lot of dishes back to Surt. Then forget about Xiongpa, and don't care about the meeting between him and Biris. How about we go to other universes to play? Surt let Bardos pick up food for him and asked this question with a doting look. Okay. Seeing Bardos eating happily, Surt simply stopped talking. Next, he can turn his attention to the gods of destruction in other universes, challenge a few more, and improve his strength. Also, make some food for them. In this way, he can also brush up the level of destruction skills and ultra instinct. Mutually beneficial. But on the second day, when they broke through the barrier of the 7th universe and entered the 4th universe, Surt and Bardos met an unexpected but reasonable person. Macaretta. As soon as he saw the person who had been waiting for him, Bardos frowned slightly, showing a little displeasure, and asked Macaretta. What are you doing here? Nothing, and I'm not here to see you. Macaretta smiled brightly and set her sights on Surt. Time flies by. I never thought that you two would actually get together because of my reminder. Oh my, this really worries me. Macaretta said, and extended an olive branch to Suitor again. Suitor, have you reconsidered the previous question? Hearing this, Bardos did not wait for Suitor to speak, and immediately declared his sovereignty. Suitor will not like you. The only person he likes the most is me. Hearing Bardos's boasting, the smile on Macaretta's face became brighter and brighter, and she began to constantly provoke the relationship between Suitor and Bardos. Hehe. It seems that you didn't tell Bardos about that thing, right? That thing? What thing? Bardos heard this and looked at Suitor with doubt. What else is Suitor hiding from her? They are already the closest people. No, she should believe in Suitor, and she must believe in him unwaveringly. Whatever Macaretta was talking about, it must be the matter about Walker. You are talking about letting me be your experimental guinea pig. Suitor shrugged and smiled, not being fooled by Macaretta at all. I rejected you before, no matter how many times you say it, I will never agree. Hearing this, Bardos was very upset. Just now, she actually doubted Sutter. Hee. Margarita didn't say anything, she caught Bardos's annoyance and waved her magic wand. A ball of light directly enveloped Sutter beside Bardos. Soft doesn't work, I have to use hard, bye. Swish. The speed was so fast, Margarita seemed to be well prepared. Seeing that there was no one beside her, Bardos's beautiful face could not help but twist. Damn Margarita! Sutter! Looking at the light ball being taken away quickly, Bardos didn't have time to think about it and followed it directly. Margarita, if Sutter loses a hair, I will destroy the thing you care about most. Is there anything she cares about? Yes, the scepter that Brother Walker left for her. The two streams of light were like a starlight across the universe, breaking through the barriers of the universe one by one, and rushing towards the end of the endless universe. Swish! Suddenly, Bardos braked and stopped. And she looked angrily at the silent universe in front of her. Margarita's breath disappeared. Damn, did this guy use something to isolate the air? Or did he go to another time and space? Bardos stood there, anxious, but still thinking quickly in his mind. Contact his brother, Weiss? No, Margarita's god combat power is about the same as hers, and even if Weiss comes, she can't help much. Who should I find? The High Priest? No, the High Priest won't care about the conflict between them. He will even divert the fire to Surti, the point of the conflict. Among the angels, she is stronger than Margarita, has a good relationship with her, and likes to eat delicious food. Bardos turned around and flew quickly towards the 10th universe while talking. The eldest daughter of the angels, Sister KS. It can only be KS, although she looks like a child. But among all the angels, her divine fighting power is the highest. Even if Margarita borrowed the scepter of Brother Walker and had the help of KS, she was not afraid. On an unknown planet, Surt stood in the light ball, looking at Margarita opposite with an expressionless face. You want to imprison me? Don't say such harsh words. Margarita led the light ball and walked to a huge castle that had just been built. As if she had noticed that Surt disliked her, Margarita immediately removed the light ball that imprisoned him. Swish! When Surt was free, he did not say a word and directly used instant teleportation to leave here. However, the teleportation failed. It's useless. This is the space I created, and it's my only unique domain. You can't leave without my consent. Margarita said, licking her beautiful red lips, and touching Sutter's cheek with her slender jade fingers. No matter what you do, it's useless to me. Sutter let her touch him, saying expressionlessly. Immortality, except for the erasure of the Omni King, it seems that he can fear nothing. I know, it's because of your immortality that I love you more and more. Margarita slid her fingers from Sutter's cheek to his neck. Then to his chest, she said with confidence. From the moment you rejected me, I searched the universe again, but it's really a pity. Since I met you, other humans can no longer catch my eye, not to mention that you have an immortal and unique physique. She said, leaning into Sutter's arms, and said softly, Suitor, choose me. I can give you everything you want. What about sincerity? You can also give it to me without reservation. Suitor didn't care and didn't move. Rao was a bit like a beautiful angel in his arms, but he still looked calm. Sincerity. Margarita was stunned, then smiled, of course, as long as you want, I can have it. Pa. As she said, she pushed Suitor to the big bed behind her and sat on it. This deal is a win-win for both you and me, right? What Bardos can give, I can give too. Chapter 37. My requirements are not high. You don't need to do anything. As long as you occasionally listen to my guidance and work hard to become the strongest human in the universe, that's enough. You want me to become the strongest person in the universe, then what? What do I do for you? Faced with Makarita's words, Sutter asked again with a normal expression. Makarita wants to do what Walker couldn't do, so after that? What is the purpose of Walker creating such a powerful human? Anyway, it must not be a good thing. Maybe Walker has great ambitions. Maybe he wants to become a high priest or even the king of all and rule the universe. So, this is also the reason why Sutter didn't want to agree to get involved in the face of temptations before. What if Makarita plays big and wants to rule the universe, then where will he stand? Thinking of this, Sutter couldn't help but ask, are you going to kill the high priest and avenge Walker? Now, it was Makarita's turn to be surprised. Why do you think so? In fact, I haven't figured it out myself, because I haven't even found the perfect person in my heart. Makarita smiled, a little sadly, I met the one with the greatest potential and the most perfect one. It's a pity that Bardos got there first. This answer made Sutter speechless. Makarita has been working for a long time just to create a human with the strongest potential and talent, that's all. What kind of brain circuit is this? Do angels live too long and have too little time? Why rush to do something that has no benefit at all? Go down, don't do something that you will regret in the future just to compete with Bardos for me. Sutter felt that he was almost a saint. Facing this female angel who offered herself to him, she was still so calm. You can't stand my temptation, right? Hearing Sutter's words, Makarita did not stop there, but continued to make awkward movements. So, from this point of view, her charm is greater than that of Bardos. Then, does it also mean that she has a greater chance of snatching Sutter away? Sutter didn't know what to say. It seemed that Makarita had lived for a long time, but she didn't understand these things at all. This is just instinct, not love. Don't worry, at worst I can give in a little and let Bardos get involved. What I want is to make you stronger, not to restrict your behavior. Makarita didn't know what shyness was at all, and said carelessly, after all, we are sisters. Things have come to this point, even if you want to regret it, you have no chance. Sutter no longer let Makarita be presumptuous, stretched out his hand to clamp her arm, turned her over and pressed her down. Hee, then I will take it as your consent to be my perfect experiment. Makarita smiled. Sutter did not say much and took action on his own. The huge castle was filled with charming sounds. The 10th universe, the land of destruction. A long-nosed pink, skinny elephant was sitting on a bench, smiling at a girl in the flowers. Kessie, I really don't need any wreath. This is the god of destruction of the 10th universe, Rumsey. And in the flowers, a lowly with pigtails also smiled brightly, raised her hands high, and waved the small yellow flowers in her hands. Lord Rumsey, it will be ready soon, please wait patiently. Really no need, I am an elephant, why do I need a wreath? Seeing that he could not persuade her, Rumsey could only sigh helplessly. In this warm and sunny spring, Bardos quickly descended from the sky, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Sister Kess. Hey, it's Bardos, why did you suddenly think of coming to us? Kess stood up from the flowers and looked at Bardos unexpectedly. Bardos nodded politely to Rumsey, walked towards Kess who was carrying a flower basket, and said seriously. Sister Kess, can I ask you to help me? Sure. But don't let me leave Lord Rumsey for too long, otherwise I will miss him. Kess nodded and agreed very readily. Bardos smiled lightly after hearing the promise and agreed. No, and after the matter is done, I can give you a lot of desserts and snacks. Hearing this promise, Kess's eyes lit up, and she happily put down the basket, took Bardos' hand, and waved to Rumsey. Lord Rumsey, I will go out with Bardos, play by yourself. Well, really, I'm not a child. Rumsey was speechless, and said goodbye to Kess with a forced smile. Sister, you have a really good personality. Bardos took Kes away from the destruction of the 10th universe and sighed. Because, there are no worries. Kes laughed lively, then frowned and said distressedly. In fact, there are still some worries, such as Lord Rumsey always feels that he is not a child anymore. Bardos nodded and echoed, it's true, but for you, in terms of age, Indeed, it's just a baby elephant. By the way, why did you bring me to the 11th universe? Seeing that the two of them fell into the 11th universe, Kes returned to the question, what do you want me to help you with? Makalita took my people away, and now I can't find her. Speaking of this, anger flashed on Bardos's face. I want to ask Sister Kes to find her out and return the person who was taken away to me. Hey? Could it be Lord Xiongpa? That's impossible. Kes was a little confused. She had never heard anyone say that these two people were not in harmony. Things are a bit complicated, and it's hard to explain for a while. Bardos didn't want to say more. She was afraid that before Makarita was solved, Sister Kes would fall in love with Suitor again and get involved. No way, the charm of the man she liked was naturally irresistible to anyone. Even her sister probably couldn't do it. Okay. Seeing that Bardos didn't want to say more, Kes was very considerate and didn't ask, and reached out to hold the scepter that appeared out of thin air in her hand. With the silver air waves released from her body, Kes soon turned her eyes to one direction. Over there. Hey, why is there the breath of my brother here? Sure enough, Makarita used Brother Walker's scepter. Bardos gritted his teeth secretly and quickly rushed in the direction pointed by Kes. When the two came to an uninhabited planet, Kes found a place and said to Bardos. Bardos, here, there is a protective shield that isolates all breaths. Bardos approached, stretched out her hand and touched it, and she really touched an invisible shield. Makarita, I know you can hear it, come out quickly. Give me back. Looking at Bardos who was so angry, Kes hurriedly comforted her, don't be angry, we are all sisters, how can there be such a big conflict? Chapter 38. I'll help you break the shield. Then you can talk it out, and everything will be fine once the conflict is resolved. Kers said as she raised her scepter and released a strange magic towards the shield. The eldest son and daughter of the high priest both have magical magic that subsequent children cannot possess. Swish! When the magic touches the shield is popped like a bubble. As the shield disappears, Bardos also instantly feels the aura of Cert and Makarita. Cert, are you okay? Did Makarita hurt you? When Bardos rushed into the temple, she saw a very embarrassing scene. Women on top and men on bottom. Women are superior to men. Her Cert has absolute initiative in her hands. But now because of Makarita's confinement, this rule has been broken. Makalita, I'm going to kill you. You even stole my people and hurt him. Bardos was completely irrational in the face of this scene. She waved her scepter and attacked Makarita who was about to fall on the bed. Hey, Bardos, what are you doing? Kers, who was walking slowly behind, saw Bardos so furious and hurriedly grabbed her scepter to block an attack. Makalita. After seeing the situation on the bed, Kes hurriedly covered her eyes quickly, her face flushed. You. What are you doing? Makarita. Soot silently took out a cigarette from the pocket of his clothes at the head of the bed and lit it. This social death scene. Oh. 5 minutes later. The chaotic scene calmed down a little, and under Kes's mediation, the four of them sat on the sofa. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and there was an inexplicable ambiguity. Nothing to say, Cert, let's go. Bardos stretched out his hand towards Cert, and said angrily that he wanted to take people away. That won't work. Half of Cert belongs to me now. You can't make a decision alone. Seeing Bardos's behavior, Makarita was also unhappy and pulled Cert's other arm. Bardos turned his head and looked at Makarita fiercely. What are you talking about? For humans on Earth, they have to be loyal to only one person for their entire lives. Margarita argued with reason and refused to give in. You are talking about humans. How many years do they live? We are angels, naturally different from those humans. Bardos likes Cert, and she wants Cert to be the strongest in the universe. These two goals are not contradictory at all. Isn't it good for the three of them to live in peace? She has made such a big concession, why is Bardos still not giving up? If they live in peace, Bardos accompanies Cert, and she teaches Cert to become stronger, what's wrong with that? Of course, the main reason is that Margarita has little contact with humans, and she doesn't have the inherent concept of humans at all. She just thinks that Bardos is a bit too much for Cert to monopolize. What she wants is Cert's talent and potential, not his people. It can't be said that she doesn't want his people, how should I put it, anyway, she has nothing to do with love for Cert, she just wants Cert to become stronger. To become the strongest human in the universe. For this goal, she can dedicate everything, of course, this is also her initiative and selfish. Only by making the same contribution as Bardos can she occupy a place in Cert's heart. In this way, Cert will sometimes care about her thoughts and empathize with her. Margarita's calculations are thunderbolt. But Bardos on the opposite side is not clear. Hearing Margarita's words, Bardos felt confused. It seemed that, I didn't know when she started, she actually brought herself into the role of a human. Could it be that she was too close to humans? She is an angel. What about one person living with another person for a lifetime, isn't that a civilized joke? Angels don't say this, even their father, the high priest. There is more than one woman. The mind was instantly clear, but Bardos was still uncomfortable with the matter of dividing Suitor in half. So, she turned her attention to Suitor, the point of contradiction, and asked. Suitor, what do you think? What do you mean by what do you think? Suitor asked Bardos puzzledly. What can he think? He still likes to watch the drama of these two women fighting for one man in front of him. The key is that he is the man being fought over. Do you like me, or do you like Margarita? I like both. Bardos frowned at Suitor and asked word by word. I like both. Suitor said bluntly. Margarita's initiative is different from Bardos. He also knows what Margarita is thinking, but he doesn't care. As a man, he has the confidence that Margarita will fall in love with him one day. Besides, multiple choice questions are for children, and adults of course want all of them. Really? Bardos pursed his lips and asked aggrievedly, then after you like Margarita, will you no longer like me as much as before? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can swear to heaven. Suitor said, and stretched out 3 fingers with a solemn oath. No need to swear, I believe you. Seeing that Suitor was so serious, Bardos reached out and covered his lips. It was her fault. She was incompetent and gave Margarita an opportunity to take advantage of her. Okay. Margarita, let's just forget about this matter this time, but next time you must not. Seeing that Kes was still sitting next to her, Bardos hurriedly stopped the topic and planned to talk to her privately. Have you reconciled? That's great. Although she was confused, Kes was still very happy to see Bardos and Margarita reconcile. Then I'll go back. Wait, Suitor, I promised Sister Kes to give her some snacks and cakes, can you make some? Seeing that Kes was about to leave, Bardos hurriedly told Suitor what he had promised before. Oh, no problem. Suitor had no reason to refuse, and immediately prepared the ingredients and started making pastries. While Suitor was busy, Bardos and Margarita whispered something to each other. In short, the two seemed to have reached some agreement and reconciled strangely. At first glance, they were as good as sisters. Thank you for your snacks, then I'll go back, I plan to share with Lord Rumsey, goodbye. Goodbye. After seeing off Kes, Suitor looked at Bardos and Margarita who were holding his arms on both sides, and felt helpless. So, after all this fuss, what should we do next? Of course, go to the fourth universe you wanted to go to before. Bardos glanced at Makarita and said with a smile. Why go there? Makarita frowned slightly, full of confusion. Chapter 39. If he went to find Quitla, Surtur's current godlike fighting power could not beat him. Moreover, Quitla's temper seemed to be better than Beerus, but he was much more cunning than Beerus. In summary, if Makarita was allowed to choose. She even suggested that Surtur practice more with the Pride team of Universe 11 first. If you take too big a step, it is easy to get into trouble. Let's go play. Bardos didn't care about her and Surtur's original playful behavior, and said confidently. Hey, the reason why I accompany you is to make Surtur the strongest person in the universe. How can I waste time on playing? Listening to Bardos' words, Makarita was unhappy. She wanted to be with Surtur and chose to give in to Bardos, all for her goal. She wanted Surtur to become the strongest human in the universe, but she never said that she would accompany them to waste time playing. Then you can go back. We don't want you to come with us. Bardos didn't indulge Makarita and directly fought back. She took his surdy, but it wasn't because she liked him or loved him. Suddenly, she felt angry. You are still the supervisor of Mr. Waimei, you can't always follow us. Makarita didn't argue with Bardos and put the decision on Surdy. Surdy, come with me to the land of destruction. I think Jiren and Topo of the Pride team are very suitable for you to spar with. Humph, Surdy, don't pay attention to her. Makarita just wants to trick you into going to the land of destruction and imprison you forever. Bardos crossed his arms and looked at Makarita coldly. Don't think I don't know. Your so-called Jillian is stronger than Mr. Waimei. You are not making Surt stronger, you are sending him to death in disguise. Humph, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you get stronger without pressure? Stop arguing. I make my own decisions. Looking at the two women arguing, Surt felt a headache for a while. He put his arm around one of the women and said seriously, on this point, neither of you has the right to choose. Humph. The two women looked at each other, and then turned their heads away proudly. What are your plans for the future? Bardos thought about it and decided to ask a question. No matter where Surt goes, she will follow. According to our deal, you can guide me, but you can't influence my decision. As for Jillian, I don't have any idea for the time being. Surt said this to Makarita. When the tournament of power begins, he will naturally run into Jiren, so there is no need to go there to spar. I still want to go to Universe 4. I can't beat Beerus yet, but I can try with that rat Quitla. He should be the second strongest among the gods of destruction, right? Sure. Let's go. Seeing that there was no eating, drinking, or having fun in Surt's plan, Makarita also thought his plan was okay and readily agreed. Tisk. Seeing that Makarita was still going to follow them, Bardos muttered in disdain. There were two good people, but Makarita suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If they had known, they might as well have stayed in the destruction land of Universe 6. Makarita, she's more like that guy Pa. At least she won't compete with her for Surt. On the way, Surt received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host, the host's food has been recognized by the angels of the 10th universe, and the cooking skills have increased by 3%. The current cooking skills are 30%. The reward this time is 2 points of God's combat power, with a total of 16 points of God's combat power. The transformable forms are Super Scion form, Super 2 form, Super 3 form, Super 4 form, Super Scion God, and Super Blue. At the same time, the taster is an angel, and another level of Ultra Instinct is awarded. Currently, the host's Destruction Divine skill is level 3, and Ultra Instinct is level 4. Dog, system, are you missing out? Sutter touched his chin and complained about the system in his heart. No, Didn't I give you all the rewards? The system said it was innocent. Kesko said she would take it back to eat with Rumsey. Sutter couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, "Now, you only gave out the recognition of my food by Kessie, but what about the recognition of Rumsey?" The system couldn't help but raise its mechanical voice a little, saying, "No, didn't I tell you? For those who haven't seen it, even if they eat your food, even if they recognize your food, you won't get the reward. Only those who have seen it, dear. Fuck you, get out." Cert wanted to fight the system. Just before, he was still thinking about asking someone to give all the gods of destruction and angels in the 12 universes some food at once. If there was no restriction from the system, he would get the approval of all the angels and gods of destruction. Then his god combat power would probably surpass the strongest god of destruction, the runaway Beerus. Even the destruction skills and Ultra Instinct can be upgraded to level 12, and there are only 3 levels left to the maximum level. Tisk tisk, how perfect! As a result, the system perfectly broke his plan. Rubbish system, Tui. If this is the algorithm, then he must go to the fighting tournament in the 6th and 7th universes. After all, he can see the king of all. Wait! Just when he was about to cross the universe barrier, Cert stretched out his hand to signal Bardos to stop and said, "I suddenly thought of something." "What is it?" Bardos and Makarita looked at Suter and asked. Suter smiled at the two women. "I suddenly remembered that the fighting tournament of Universe 6 and 7 is about to begin." "Hey? But didn't you say you were not interested?" Bardos asked in confusion. "I was not interested before, but I think it's worth going to see the excitement. I can find Quitra anytime." Sutter made a lame excuse. He couldn't say that he could predict that the King of All would appear at the end of the Earth 6 and 7 universe fighting tournament. Compared to the rat of Quitla, wouldn't it be more interesting to let the King of All eat his food? He was very curious. If the King of All ate it, what kind of reward would he get from the system? Is there a possibility that he would be rewarded with the erasure technique of the King of All? After all, letting the god of destruction eat his food can obtain destructive skills, and the same is true for angels. Hee. Hearing Sutter's question, the system just laughed and didn't answer. "What a joke, tell me whether you can get the erasure technique of the King of All." Sutter was a little impatient, but he wanted to know very much. "In theory, it is possible, but But what?" Sutter felt that his patience was about to be exhausted. "My level is not high enough." The system didn't intend to keep him hanging, and said directly, "I need your upgrade, and the upgrade is simple. Raise your cooking skills to 100%. Raise your cooking skills to level 10, and also make 1 trillion dishes." Chapter 40. Cert was speechless. To achieve this percentage, you need to do it 10 times, and you need to make 1 trillion, or 100 billion, dishes. This is not a trap for the host, it's obvious that they want to tire him to death, right? At present, he has only made hundreds of thousands of dishes. Or it's because he worked at Bulma's house before, and made dishes for Vegeta, the eternal second. Now, he is very negligent. Fuck, when will it be? It's better not to do it. Following Cert's instructions, Bardos took him to the edge of the 6th and 7th universes. There are still 4 days before the fighting tournament of the 6th and 7th universes. "Cert, where are we going now?" Hovering at the barrier between the 2 universes, Bardos asked Cert. "You don't want to participate in this so-called fighting tournament, do you? The strength of the 2 humans from the universe is not that good." Makarita lifted the hair behind her ears and said with disdain. "I, on the other hand, have never thought about participating. Sutter's target is the Omni King who came out to join in the fun at the last moment, even if, as the system said, he cannot get the Omni King's erasure technique. But this is the Omni King after all. If he is given food, the rewards he will give will not be too bad. Moreover, if he participates, which side he will stand on is also a problem. Bardos is the former supervisor of the god of destruction of the 6th universe, and he is a human from the 7th universe. The positions of the two on both sides are actually very awkward. It's up to you to participate or not. Anyway, it's just some boring games. Makarita thought about it and no longer thought about controlling Cert's behavior. She smiled at Cert, then go ahead and play. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, come to the 11th universe to find me. Goodbye. Seeing that Makarita was leaving, Bardos couldn't wait to wave goodbye. Great, she and Cert can finally continue to get along. Humph, don't take Cert around to play, I want him to be the strongest in the universe. Makarita made a face at Bardos and left immediately. Damn. It's as if I led Cert astray. Looking at Makarita's back as she walked away, Bardos stamped his feet in anger. Don't humans often say that we should relax in moderation? Occasional relaxation is also necessary. That guy Makarita didn't see your hard work, how can she say that? Bardos said, stretched out his hand to hold Cert's arm, and began to apply eye drops to him. Makarita is really something, unlike me, who only cares about you. Sutter couldn't help laughing at these tea-like words. Do you want me to join? If so, which side should I stand on? Seeing Sutter saying this, he lightly tapped her forehead, and Bardos was a little shy. Ask me what, just decide for yourself. It's been a long time since I saw that fat cat Zyongpa, let's go see him. Seeing that Bardos was becoming more and more considerate, Sutter scratched her nose again. Okay. The destruction site of the 6th universe. Bardos and Sutter went to nothing, and Zyongpa and Itis, the two guys, were not there. I guess they are busy on the nameless star. Sutter thought about it and asked Bardos to go there. In the plot, Zyongpa is still very concerned about this battle. After all, it's related to delicious food. Nameless star. Zyongpa stood on the huge ground with his hands on his hips, gesturing at Itis. Itis, over there, next to the ring, enlarge me and Beerus and put them up there. Yes, make it bigger. And over there, make the viewing platform bigger. Okay, Lord Zyongpa. Itis was busy running around, feeling helpless about Zyongpa's command. It's just a fighting tournament, why is it so extravagant? Swish. While the two were busy, a colorful ball of light flew quickly from a distance. Hey, long time no see, Zyongpa. Soot looked at the huge fat cat and stretched out his hand to say hello. He naturally didn't know what Bardos had done secretly, and he thought Zyongpa had no problem with their departure. Hearing Soot's voice, Zyongpa's big ears moved. Soot. Bardos. He turned around, his face instinctively showing surprise at first, and then suddenly turned into boundless anger. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he rushed towards Sut. Soot, hurry up and make me something delicious. Delicious? If you want to eat, just come to us directly. Sut said while rejecting Zyongpa's greasy embrace. He stretched out his hand to Zyongpa's head, letting Zyongpa's hands and feet throw himself at him. Tang. Hello, Itis. Hello, Bardos. Itis and Bardos nodded to each other in the distance, and exchanged a greeting that said everything. Asshole! How dare you say such a thing? Zyongpa was furious. But before he could speak, Bardos had already shown a bag of potato chips. Ah, potato chips, potato chips. Zyongpa had no time to question, and ran towards Bardos with drooling. Bardos, give it to me, give it to me. Okay. It's been a long time since I saw this mentally retarded. It's the mentally retarded Zyongpa, so Bardos didn't tease him, and then he took out a lot of snacks. While eating potato chips and drinking Coke, Zyongpa completely forgot his previous blood oath. Delicious, delicious. I haven't eaten these things for a long time. Didn't I leave some for Itis? Bardos asked in surprise when he saw Xiongpa eating like this. Oh, I forgot, and Lord Xiongpa didn't ask me for it. Idas, standing aside, explained with a smile, refusing his own behavior of embezzlement. Oh, then Lord Xiongpa, why can't you let Idas take you to Earth to eat? Looking at Xiongpa's extremely vulgar eating, Bardos couldn't help but frowned. Oh, it's not that I haven't been there, but I just happened to meet Lord Bardos, and then, you know. Idas also gave an explanation, Lord Xiongpa who was so stubborn that he wanted to save face but suffered from hunger. Oh. Soot felt that he had nothing to do, so he simply held a cigarette, asked the system for some ingredients, and made dozens of dishes casually. Looking at the busy suitor, listening to Xiongpa's incoherent words, and Idas's occasional supplements. An extremely complicated expression appeared on Bardos's face, and he asked in a very difficult way. Lord Xiongpa, you have the radar of wishing beads, why don't you just ask the Dragon of God to make a wish? Wish? What do you wish for? Xiongpa asked puzzledly while chewing beef jerky. Bardos was speechless and covered his face. Wish for many, many delicacies. Wish that the earth in your universe will come back to life. But I feel that what suitor makes is the most delicious. Listening to the stubborn Xiongpa's words, Idas sipped the drink and raised his index finger. Lord Xiongpa, since you can make a wish, why don't you just let suitor come over and make you a meal? Chapter 41. Then why did I propose a fight? Xiongpa tilted his head, falling into the confusion of cat life. Hee. Bardos and Idas looked at each other, so embarrassed that they could only laugh. Bardos, no wonder you resigned. These 200 million years have really wronged you. No, it's you, Idas, who should bear with such a disciple. Just when the two of them were gradually being polite to each other and were about to run out of words, Soot's shout successfully broke the awkward atmosphere. Dinner is ready. Well. This is the taste, delicious. Delicious. Xiongpa was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. Master Xiongpa, why are you crying? Idas's mouth twitched slightly. Don't talk nonsense, this is spicy, spicy. Xiongpa pointed to the spicy chicken on the spoon in his hand. Eat slowly. I'll make some more later and put them in your space. Anyway, time and space is still. Sutter held a cigarette in his mouth, smoking while looking at Xiongpa nonchalantly. This fat cat is also quite pitiful. Not only does he have no IQ, but even Bardos, who can help him, doesn't want him. Congratulations to the host. The angel who is the new supervisor of the 6th universe has recognized the host's food. The cooking skills have increased by 2%, and the current cooking skills are 32%. The reward this time is 1 amount of God's combat power, and the total God's combat power is 17 points. At the same time, the taster is an angel, and another 1 level of Ultra Instinct is awarded. Currently, the host's Destruction Divine skill is level 3, and the Ultra Instinct is level 5. Hearing the voice of the system, Sutter remembered that the angel Idas seemed to have never eaten his food. However, why can Kes give him 2 amounts of God's combat power after eating his food, but Idas can only give 1 amount? Could it be the difference in strength between the 2 angels? During these 2 days of eating and drinking, Xiongpa felt like he was in heaven. So much so that he forgot about arranging the players for the next fighting tournament. Suitor, can you play too? Xiongpa's facial features were tangled together, and he couldn't think of any good players in the 6th universe. Hit is strong, but it's just expensive. Don't the 6th universe also have scions? Just call a few over. Suitor didn't have much desire to do it, and shirked. Those are weak chickens. Xiongpa was gnawing on the pig's trotter while choosing people in his mind. The people chosen are naturally similar to the players in the original plot. Suitor smoked carelessly, and it is estimated that the 7th universe is also the same. Anyway, he just came to watch the excitement and wait for the king of all to appear. Day after day. Finally, it was the exact time for the official fight, 10 o'clock in the morning. Whis brought a large group of people and arrived on time in a square spaceship. As soon as they landed, Bardos saw Cert and Bardos as soon as he got off the spaceship. He asked in surprise, "Hey, Cert, you are here too?" Bardos narrowed his eyes and asked with an ugly look, Are you representing the 6th universe to participate in the fighting tournament?" "What? No way." Son Goku and Vegeta, who came down one after another, were shocked. If Cert appeared, what else would they compete for? Just admit defeat. Even Bulma and Krillin behind them thought so. No. The players from the 6th universe are all over there. Cert shrugged and pointed to several people with different looks not far away. Following Cert's finger, everyone's eyes quickly fell on those people, and then looked at Frost in shock. That guy. Krillin's eyes widened, and he was shocked. It's Frieza. It shouldn't be, he doesn't have Frieza's brutality. Piccolo, who was folding his arms, frowned and said, "You're right, it's not Frieza, he's the good man of the 6th universe, called Frost." Vados smiled and explained to the surprised people present. Seeing Vados, Bulma and Chi-Chi walked towards her one after another, and greeted, "Long time no see, Vados." "Oh, every time I see you, I think your skin is really good." Sutter also walked to the side of King Kai, Shin and Jeppet, and asked curiously, "Aren't you two inseparable after merging?" "Hey, hello, we are going to make a wish to separate the dragon of Namek." King Kai, Shin explained in a good temper. But after seeing Suitor leave, Jeppet couldn't help but be curious. He asked, "Lord Kaishin, who is this? Do you know him?" "Ah. How should I put it? I'm not very familiar with him. I've met him a few times at Vegeta's house." King Kai, Shin scratched his cheek. "Oh." Turning around, he saw that Sun Wukong was already fighting fiercely with the King Kai of Universe 6. In short, the scene was very lively. "Go to the stage, hurry up, hurry up. The written test is about to begin." Soon, the contestants from both sides stood on the stage. Vegeta, the cruel scion from Universe 7 in the past, met the eyes of Cab, who loved peace and was hired to deal with the bad guys from Universe 6. Cab's figure gave people a feeling of being fragile. But in fact, he has great potential, but he has no tail. In fact, no one in Universe 6 has a tail, and the reason is unknown. Vegeta and Cab fell in love at first sight. They decided to be the future master and apprentice at first sight. "Come and sit down quickly, the written test is about to begin." With Idas's shout, the 10 people present sat down one after another and took the test that ordinary people could get full marks. I don't know if it was the butterfly effect, or if Idas was the one who asked the questions this time. In short, in the final review, Buu and Son Goku, who had the strongest combat strength, both lost their qualifications to compete. What? Pico couldn't believe the absolute defeat at the beginning, and he clenched his fist and yelled at Son Goku. "Goku, what's wrong with you?" "That's right, Buu, those questions are something that any normal person can answer." Vegeta was furious. This was the written test he proposed. If 2 of his team members were disqualified because of this, what kind of suggestion is he? Piccolo and Vegeta yelled angrily, and each came in front of Son Goku and Buu, looking at their test papers. Buu even wrote his name wrong, not to mention whether he could understand those questions. As for Sun Wukong, he was only 50 points away from the passing line, just 1 question away. Damn it! Damn it, then we are left with only you and me, plus that guy called Mo. Sun Wukong was eliminated at the beginning, which was an unexpected surprise even he himself could not have expected. Chapter 42. It's all your fault, Vegeta, you did it on purpose. Looking at his test paper, Sun Wukong pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. He even went to the spirit time house of the heavenly temple, but he didn't even qualify to play. Who would be in a good mood? But everything has become a fact. Even if Sun Wukong is unhappy, he can't let the people present make an exception for him to enter the competition. The competition officially started, and it may be the appearance of itis that caused a big change in the plot. Even the order of the competition is different from the original plot. Okay, everyone, the God of Destruction selection fighting competition of Universe 6 and Universe 7 starts now. Accompanied by sparse applause, the host also announced the first contestant of both sides to the ring. The first match, Frost from Universe 6 and Vegeta from Universe 7. Please welcome the two contestants to the stage. Hey, seeing this guy, I feel inexplicably bad. Seeing Frost, Piccolo frowned slightly. Yeah, it reminds me of the memories on Namek. Son Gohan nodded beside him. Hey, are these two the first match? Sitting on the specially built audience stand with Bardos, Surti couldn't help but sigh. He remembered the original plot. The first match was the person from Universe 6 who was eliminated, Sun Wukong and Xiong Cub. Otherwise, who would it be? Bardos was not interested and yawned lazily. Nothing. Surti shook his head and closed his mouth silently. The process of the game had nothing to do with him. What he wanted was the appearance of the King of All at the end of the game. Although, they were not real enemies. But Vegeta had no good feelings towards this guy called Frost. As soon as he entered the arena, the host announced the start of the match. He shouted loudly and entered the Super Saiyan form directly. Vegeta crushed Frost. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was so fast that Vegeta beat Frost so hard that he couldn't even transform into his perfect form. By the time Frost reacted, he had been knocked out of the ring. Frost was knocked out of the ring. This fight was won by Vegeta from Universe 7. As soon as the host announced, Universe 7 cheered. Ah, Bulma, congratulations! She was a little jealous, but still sent her sincere blessings. Unlike her Goku, who couldn't even pass a written test, it was really embarrassing. What's there to congratulate? We are all fighting for Universe 7. Bulma was not proud, she smiled and continued to look at the ring. Watching Frost walk towards the players' seats, Xiangpa, who was standing by with his arms crossed, shouted disdainfully. Humph, damn guy, you are really useless. As soon as you came on the court, you were suppressed by the opponent and had no power to fight back. Frost didn't say anything, but his hands on both sides were clenched into fists, showing his anger and unwillingness at the moment. Okay, then the next game is the second game, Vegeta who is still standing on the court and Votai Magetta from the 6th universe. Please welcome our Votai Magetta player to the court. Hey, is that a robot? The audience on the 7th universe side exclaimed in surprise. No. Facing more and more questions from the 7th universe, the host explained. Magetta is a metal man from the 66,950 series galaxy. It's a metal man. As the thick smoke billowed out from Magetta's head, Vegeta was also shocked. Unexpectedly, a big guy can still smoke? Vegeta was at a disadvantage right after the fight began. The opponent's body was made of metal and was very hard. Vegeta's fist was almost painfully hit by the recoil, and he was in a situation of being beaten. Sun Wukong thought of a way. If he couldn't break the defense, he would just throw the man out of the ring. As a result, Vegeta couldn't lift one of Magetta's feet when he entered the Super Saiyan, and he almost got his head blown up. After all, Magetta weighs 1,000 tons. Everything is similar to the plot. In the end, the irritable Vegeta was foul-mouthed. Magetta, who was called Broken Copper and Rotten Iron, suffered a great mental injury. Vegeta also won the second game inexplicably. As the host announced again that the third game would be played by Gabe from the 6th universe, Sutter couldn't help but complain. Tisk tisk. This is almost Vegeta's personal show, his shining moment. Scions of the same race in two universes stand on each other's side on the ring. At the beginning, Vegeta and Gabe, in their normal state, started a fight of equal strength. Then, when Vegeta asked Gabe to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gabe gave a confused face. At this moment, the relationship between master and apprentice began. Without saying much, Gabe was ravaged and humiliated by Vegeta, and wanted to go to the planet Sarada, the homeland of the Scions in the 6th universe. Gabe successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan because of absolute anger. Later, when Vegeta showed off his Super Saiyan Blue, Gabe was knocked out by a punch and lost the game. In the third game, the bear who originally fought against Sun Wukong appeared. It was the rough and burly yellow giant bear, Bodama. Vegeta is not like Sun Wukong. He is still below the realm of Super Saiyan Blue when he stands on the ring. Even if Bodama himself has a special ability that can make all physical attacks invalid. But in the face of absolute strength, this special ability has no advantage. Vegeta made a move and hit Bodama's stomach to the limit. Boom! But with just one move, Bodama was also knocked out of the ring. Since then, Vegeta has fought against 4 people from the 6th universe and won 4 games. Damn! Who are the people from the 7th universe? This guy didn't look strong when he was in the God realm before. Xiongpa watched the game after game, and the veins on his forehead suddenly appeared more and more. Ah, don't you know, Lord Xiongpa? Ida stood beside him and said with a smile. At that time, Mr. Vegeta was wearing a gravity suit weighing 5,000 kilograms. Tisk! It's only 5,000 kilograms. Xiongpa snorted disdainfully. That being said, he also knew that his loss was not unfair. Forget about carrying weights, he even panted after running a few steps. But Xiongpa was angry that the strength of his universe was rubbish. He took a deep breath and looked at Hit, who was walking towards the ring with his hands in his pockets and expressionless. Next, it's Hit's turn. I think he can win. Well, if he wins, our universe's cube spaceship will be given to him. Idas continued to say with a smile. Chapter 43. Hey, bastard! When did you agree to it? How come I didn't know? Xiongpa was furious when he heard this. Didn't you ask me to find him? Idas was not afraid of Xiongpa at all and continued to explain. And you also said that as long as Hit agrees, no matter what the request is, it must be met. He wants a cube ship that can go anywhere, I agreed for you. Xiongpa suddenly found that he had no reason to refute. Hey, Lord Xiongpa, so stupid. Bardos sighed as he listened to the conversation between the two. If you care, go back and continue to be a supervisor. Sud didn't care much about Xiongpa, the big fat cat. After all, he is Bardos's apprentice, and Bardos has a little special for him, which is also right. The most important thing is that if Bardos doesn't stick to him all the time, he can also go to the 11th universe to find Makarita. I've eaten too much of the regular vegetarian dishes, and I also want to change to the bold meat flavor. No. I want to stay by your side. Bardos said coquettishly, pulling Surti's arm. Whatever you want. Surti shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. But he was constantly wailing in his heart, no meat to eat, no meat. Hey! With a roar, Surti, who was distracted, also gathered his mind and set his sights on the ring. Standing on the ring, Vegeta entered the Super Blue realm again. He also felt that Hit was different from the previous players. Vegeta was very alert and punched out. But the transformation into Super Blue before had already consumed a lot of his energy. Vegeta's punch seemed fierce, but Hit didn't take it seriously at all. The cold killer slowly pulled out his hand from his coat pocket and punched Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta staggered and retreated repeatedly before finally stabilizing his body. He reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth and saw the blood. Damn! Vegeta felt the silent insult from the opponent and accelerated his punches and kicks. Swish, swish, swish. Hit also felt a hand in his pocket, not knowing what the loneliness of the opponent was, and kept flashing on the ring. Bang! Before Vegeta's attack lasted long, Hit kicked out fiercely, directly kicking Vegeta back and sliding all the way to the edge of the ring. Kicked in the abdomen, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was extremely angry. Did you see it? Sun Wukong stood under the ring, with his hands on his waist and turned his head to look at Piccolo and asked. I didn't see it clearly. Piccolo shook his head slightly. What about you, Monica, the strongest in Universe 7? Seeing Monica also shaking his head frantically, Sun Wukong ran to ask Jack again. You have good eyesight, can you see it? In the end, it was the octopus next to Jack, King of the Galaxy, who said Hit's flash time. He has a special skill that can use a short time, which is only 0.1 seconds, to jump, and then during this time, he can arbitrarily ravage the opponent. Vegeta was seriously injured and fainted on the ring. Vegeta's highlight moment also ended when he encountered Hit's flash time and was defeated. Piccolo appeared next, but he also failed to break Hit's flash time and suffered serious suppression. For this reason, Universe 7 also wasted 2 senzu beans. Damn! Asshole! Looking at the gloomy Piccolo and Vegeta, Sun Wukong smiled and comforted them. It's okay, don't we still have Monica? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Monica shuddered and shook his head frantically, saying that he didn't want to go on stage at all. He was just an ordinary alien, and a courier, why should he go up to die? But because of the presence of Beerus and Whis, he couldn't say this. Monica had no way out and walked towards the death ring step by step. God, save me! I can give everything. Hearing Monica's whispered prayer, Suitor suddenly became interested. It would be great if this courier boy could collect some special ingredients from the 7th universe for him while delivering the courier. When Monica desperately climbed onto the ring, Suitor also stood up on the special guest viewing stand and said. Wait! What? There's only one game left. Xiangpa already felt the victorious girl smiling at him. But when he heard Suitor shout, he immediately felt something was wrong. Could Suitor be trying to do something weird in this game? This game will be postponed. I want to fight Hit. Hearing Surt's words, even Beerus felt it was absurd. Why? This is a match between our 2 universes. Sutter ignored him, flashed from the viewing platform to the ring, stood in front of Monica, and looked at Hit. Hit, what do you think? Hit smiled but said nothing, but he was very excited in his heart. He originally thought Surt would represent the 7th universe. As a result, when he came, he found this guy on the viewing platform, and was very disappointed. But now, the other party took the initiative to invite him, which is like money falling from the sky. Also, Monica, who was blocked by Surt, had no strength at all, and he was not even interested in fighting. Okay. The cold killer almost couldn't control his excitement and showed it on his face. Beerus didn't say anything. He felt that Surt's request just helped him out temporarily. After all, he also knew that if he asked Monica to play, the result would be a loss. Why not let him lose face later? Hey, how can you do this? Changpa was relentless. Many people present could see that Monica was a rookie. Couldn't he see it? Universe 6 was about to win, so there was no need to send out the wishing star. He could also move the Earth of Universe 7 to Universe 6, and Beerus would never be able to eat the delicacies of Earth again. With so many good things, how could he not care about the progress of the game? If you don't agree, don't even think about eating the delicious food I make in the future. Sut saw that Xiangpa was the only one who opposed, so he used his trump card directly. Damn! Xiangpa gnashed his teeth in anger, but he could do nothing to Surti. It's amazing that he can cook delicious food, but he dared to threaten him, the god of destruction. Okay, Idas will treat Hit later, so that he can maintain his prime and fight against the strongest Monica found by Beerus. Xiangpa thought about it, and finally chose to compromise, and gave an order to Idas. Hey, it's amazing to cook delicious food. Seeing that Beerus also nodded, Monica was so happy that he kept whispering thank you to Sirti. You're welcome, but in the future, if you come across any special ingredients, remember to express them to me. I'll give you the address later. Chapter 44. Suitor smiled, waved his hand casually and said something. Okay. Monica agreed readily and jumped off the ring happily. Oh, what a pity, I can't see your fighting performance, Monica. Sun Wukong was very annoyed, with a look of pity on his face. But before Monica could speak, Sun Wukong had already looked at the ring and smiled, but it doesn't matter, now I can see Suitor's move. Can he break that person's flash? Monica didn't know how to respond, and finally he thought about it and decided to ignore Sun Wukong. Do you think you will see the whole process to the end? Facing Suitor, Hit raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stretched out his other hand in his pocket. Meeting someone like you, and that magical move, can I not come down to try it? Suitor also smiled, clenched his fist and shouted to enter the Super Saiyan God realm. Hey, the same transformation as that Saiyan before, but the color is different. Hit exclaimed in surprise, and glanced at Vegeta from the corner of his eye. They are all Saions, but the form and color after transformation are different. Sut said, pointing to Sun Wukong standing under the ring. The Sun Wukong who was eliminated at the beginning is also. Well, I can feel that he is very strong. Hit is also a real person, and he nodded and admitted directly. It's amazing, Hit, who has always been silent and taciturn, actually said so many words to that person. Fuwa, the Kaishin of the 6th universe, couldn't help but exclaimed. But at this moment, everyone present had their eyes on the ring, and no one noticed what he said. On the ring. Then let's start. Sut said as he rushed towards Hit and punched tentatively. This punch was filled with terrifying power, shaking the surrounding space constantly. Swish! Time pause was activated, Hit dodged Surt's punch, and he raised his foot and kicked Surt's abdomen. Not bad. This is the flash time. Surt quickly retreated, stepped heavily on the ring, and rushed towards Hit again. Bang! The ground of the ring could not withstand Surt's kick at all, and a pit was stepped out, and the ground continued to crack. You can break my... Before Hit finished speaking, he was hit hard on the cheek, and his words were completely interrupted. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Is this a coincidence? Vegeta felt a little unbelievable, staring at the ring with wide eyes. He had no idea about Hit's flash time, and Surt broke it with just one move. What's going on? The rest of the people also looked incredible and fell into deep thought. Afterwards, Surt and Hit started a fist fight again. Among them, Hit was successfully hit several times, which made the people present feel that Surt was really capable, not a coincidence. How did he do it? Vegeta clenched his fists, already very uneasy. Piccolo was also curious, but confused, did Surt really break the opponent's flash time? It was prediction, right? The first person who came to mind was Sun Wukong, who had always been a thick-skinned man. He looked at Surt on the ring and asked, You predicted Hit's prediction and broke his flash time? Yes. You are still the best in martial arts talent. Surt admitted directly and nodded in response. After all, in the original plot, facing Hit's flash time, the first person who understood and broke his flash time was Sun Wukong. This admission made Sun Wukong on the side of the ring talk endlessly. And he always puts his hands in his pockets, actually he wants to prevent outsiders from seeing his movements. The reason why Suitor can hit you is because you can't change the movements before you disappear. Hit suddenly felt a little annoyed with such a talkative Sun Wukong. He directly pointed out the key to his moves, so how can he fight? Okay, stop nagging. Suitor also saw Hit's depression and said to Sun Wukong under the ring. If you want to fight him in the future, find an opportunity yourself. Now it's my fight. Don't always spoil it in advance. Okay. Sun Wukong also felt the eyes of the crowd on him, put his hands behind his head and closed his mouth tightly. Keep going. Let the chattering Sun Wukong shut his mouth, and Suitor rushed towards Hit again. Bang bang bang. As Suitor's power gradually increased, Hit suffered more and more hits. The more. But in just a few dozen rounds, Hit was in a mess, his face was bruised and swollen. It's really the person I thought was very strong. He couldn't stop my flash for 0.1 second. It seems I have to release the full energy state. Hit roared, clenched his fist and mobilized the strength of his whole body. I haven't used my full strength for too long, I may not be able to last even 1 minute. The powerful arrogance swept, shaking the small gravel on the ring into suspension. Facing the excitement of the strong, Hit's words also became more and more, in this state, I guess I can only use the flash once. This time, I will definitely freeze you within my 0.1 second, and. As he said, Hit put his hands back into his pockets again and smiled, at the same time, I have to hide my hands. The battle seemed to be coming to an end. Many people present couldn't help holding their breath when listening to Hit's words. Everyone stared at the ring nervously, fearing that they would miss the next historic moment. Great! Suitor grinned, clenched his right hand, and rushed towards Hit again. Hit was concentrating, staring at Suitor, and every step he took became slow motion in his eyes. Hat! It's frozen! Looking at Suitor in front of him, especially the whistling fist stopped in front of his nose, Hit shouted excitedly. He succeeded, and successfully stopped Suitor's time. 0.1 seconds had not passed, and Hit's smile on the corner of his mouth had not even had time to show. Suitor's fist actually moved, and even got closer and closer to his nose. This? How is this possible? Hit was shocked and stunned, and felt that all this was incredible. Obviously, it has been frozen. Your strongest flash time. Suitor entered the more powerful Super Blue Realm and punched Hit's nose. I broke it. Bang! Hit was instantly knocked back, his expression extremely complicated. The last blow, Qigong Wave. Ha! Seeing that Hit had not yet landed outside the boundaries of the ring, Sud placed his hands on his waist, quickly gathered energy, and hit Hit who was retreating. Chapter 45. Looking at the Qigong wave coming at him quickly, Hit's eyes widened, and a sense of fear inexplicably emerged in his heart. Boom! This powerful move directly penetrated the protective shield that Idus had covered the conference site with. Oh my, you are worthy of being the person that Bardos likes. You are so powerful that even the barrier I created was broken. Idus stretched out his hand to cover his eyebrows and sighed at the huge hole not far away. Damn, what on earth is Suitor doing? Xiongpa also widened his eyes and looked at the big hole in astonishment. Where's Hit? Where's Hit? He's the strongest human in my universe. Over there. Bardos pointed to the side of the hole with a smile, as expected of someone I like, he knows the rules of the game and deliberately missed the target. Hey, hey! Can you guys stop chatting? I'm going to be blown away. The audience on the viewing platform were staggering, and they were about to be sucked to the hole by the strong suction. Xiongpa glanced at Idus and shouted, why are you still in a daze? Repair the shield quickly. Okay. As Idus raised his hand, the magic stone on the scepter lit up, and the hole in the barrier was instantly repaired. As expected of you. Hit also landed on the ring again, and the excitement on his face were not concealed at all. Surti also smiled back and said, calm down, you are an expressionless killer. Originally, if you use those assassination methods, this match might be more interesting, right? What do you mean? Hit was stunned, not quite understanding what Surti meant. It's nothing, I'll pay you to assassinate me when I'm free. Surti said this and walked towards the edge of the ring. That's a good idea, you can assassinate me later. Sun Wukong jumped up and down to attract Hit's attention when he heard this. Piccolo on the side squinted and said the truth that hit Sun Wukong's heart. Gaku, do you have money? Tisk. Seeing Surti jump off the ring, Vegeta, with his arms folded, couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, the host quickly ran towards the ring, posing and shouting, "Okay, let's return to the fighting competition next." Idas, who was urged by Xiongpa, also flashed to the ring. "I'll treat you." "I don't want to fight anymore, I admit defeat." Hit refused Idas's treatment, turned around and jumped off the ring. Hearing this, Xiongpa felt bad, he shouted at Hit angrily, "What did you say? What did you say? Asshole, I'm going to destroy you." Seeing that the victory was about to be won, Hit said it so willfully, "Not fighting anymore? What's the point of not fighting? His wishing beads, his earth, his food. Asshole." Hit brushed past Xiongpa, with an indifferent face, ignoring Xiongpa's angry expression, and said, "Send me back, I don't want your cube-shaped spaceship anymore. I was in a good mood. Although I lost, I had a great time." Hearing Hit's words that didn't take him seriously at all, Xiongpa was furious and clenched his fists tightly. "Asshole! I want to destroy Xiongpa, Xiongpa." Before Xiongpa finished speaking, Beerus on the opposite side had already urged him with a terrified look on his face. But Xiongpa, who was immersed in anger, couldn't hear Beerus's fear. He loosened his fists angrily, stared at Hit, and roared at Beerus, "Why are you shouting, why are you urging? No, Xiongpa, look over there. Over there. You idiot." This time, Beerus' words were obviously trembling. Xiongpa also heard it, turned his head angrily and looked over there, and this look made him lose 3 souls and 7 spirits. All King. Seeing Beerus dare to point his index finger at the All King, and feeling the momentum and murderous intent of the 2 bamboo servants beside the All King, Whis hurriedly reminded Beerus kindly, "Lord Beerus, don't you want your finger?" Beerus realized it later and quickly retracted his index finger. Xiongpa and Beerus flew to the bottom of the wall one after another, knelt on their knees, and said humbly, "Welcome, welcome to the All King. What's the matter with you here?" Whis, who was about to fly to Beerus' side, was stopped by Vegeta, Vegeta-S, who is the king of all. The noblest and most outstanding person in all 12 universes. That flat one. Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Vegeta had already covered his mouth with great wit. "Don't talk, no one thinks you are dumb. The king of all is a dwarf with a flat round head with a distinct blue-purple color. Because of his high status, even Bardos next to Cert." She came to the wall where the king of all stood and knelt on one knee. "Well, I'm here to remind you, because you organized such a competition without authorization." Hearing these casual words, Xiongpa and Beerus were terrified and apologized in a hurry. Sorry. I'm really sorry. It's okay. After I watched it, I thought it was quite interesting. Let me organize it next time." The king of all waved his short hand and said this with interest. Sun Wukong, who had watched the game from beginning to end but had no chance to play at all, was very excited when he heard this. "Really? Go ahead, hold it will definitely be more interesting and exciting." "Hey, do you think so too?" Seeing that Sun Wukong actually agreed on the spot, the king of all smiled. Yeah. Sun Wukong nodded desperately, walked in front of the king of all and stretched out his hand. "It's a deal." "Okay." The king of all tilted his head and looked for a long time, and finally understood what Sun Wukong meant. He stood on tiptoe and held Sun Wukong's big hand together. Hey! The god of destruction, king of the world, and the angels present all widened their eyes and were almost scared to myocardial infarction. Seeing that the king of all had let go of his hand and the two bamboo guards did not have any death stare, all the gods breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, before their hearts fell back to their original place, they widened their eyes again and held their breath nervously. I saw a lollipop fell in front of the king of all. Sutter smiled like a wretched uncle who wanted to cheat a little girl's panties. Lord King of all, do you want a lollipop? Under the death glare of the two bamboo guards, the king of all tilted his head curiously and looked at Sutter and asked. Lollipop? What is it? It's delicious, you can try to lick it. Chapter 46. Slurp. As Surt said, the king took the lollipop and licked it with his tongue. Delicious, sweet. The king commented, and then slurped it non-stop. Realizing that the two death gazes were gone in a moment, Surt couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this was too risky. Any more? The king licked and stretched out his hand to Surt again. Ah! The gods present felt that their hearts were like riding a roller coaster, so exciting that they took off. Yes. As Surt responded, he poured all the snacks he had prepared earlier in front of the king. There were a lot of snacks, and the king was a little short, so he was actually drowned in the snacks. Surt felt the death gaze again. It's okay, you're such a nice guy, you'll be my friend from now on. The king of all said as he walked out of the snack pile. He handed out something like a button to Surti. In the future, if you have any delicious food, remember to send it to me. Of course, you can also call me, or go to my palace. Okay. Surti responded readily and put the communicator in his pocket. Great. Bardos secretly gave Surti a thumbs up. Surti must be the first person in the universe to dare to be friends with the king of all. Then goodbye. The satisfied king of all left with the two bamboo guards. Let's go. The gods kneeling on the ground panted violently, collapsed on the ground, and looked extremely depressed. Survived. What's wrong with you? Sun Wukong was confused and looked at these gods in confusion. Asshole, if you make the Omni King unhappy. Bardos stood up and started to curse at Sun Wukong. Then the universe we are in will be wiped out. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was also surprised. Hey! Really? Anyway, the Omni King is leaving happily now. Sutter put his hands behind his head and flew to the original seat with Bardos, who stood up on one knee. Damn! Bardos clenched his fists in hatred for what Sutter said, but he could do nothing about him for a while. Just as Sutter sat in the guest seat, the voice of the system also rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host, you have been recognized by the highest god in the universe, the All-King, for your cuisine. Your cooking skills have increased by 10%, and your cooking skills are currently 42%. This time, the reward is 15 points of God's combat power, with a total of 33 points of God's combat power. At the same time, the taster is the Supreme All-King, and he will reward you with a level 3 destruction skill and a level 3 ultra instinct. Currently, the host's God's destruction skill is level 6, and ultra instinct is level 8. Sutter couldn't help but curl his lips slightly when he heard the rewards. Putting aside the awesome erasure technique, it's pretty good to get so many rewards for giving a little snack to the All-King. 33 points of God's combat power, can already beat the runaway Bardos. What a bargain! Just when Sutter was in a good mood, on the lawn not far from the All-King temple, the high priest, who was suspended a distance from the ground, was holding his hands behind his back. He looked at Surt reflected in the lake, his eyes full of murderous intent. This human was so close to Bardos, and he also had the angelic aura of his other two daughters. Although this and the angelic aura of Makarita Gazgs were very weak, it was indeed there. In addition, Weiss. This human was so involved with angels, and this guy's behavior today. The Lord of the Omni stayed in the temple all year round and never contacted others. But this guy was able to prepare so many personally made delicacies in advance. Then he turned his eyes to Bardos, who was smiling happily and chatting with Surt. The murderous intent in the eyes of the high priest became more and more intense. Bardos. Just for a human, he actually resigned as the supervisor of the god of destruction for 200 million years and abandoned his disciple Xiongpa. Swish! With his hand waved, under the use of divine power. He and Bardos established a spiritual connection. Bardos, come to the temple, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Father. Bardos, who was far away on the nameless star, was stunned for a moment, and then asked in his heart. What is it? You should know it better than me. Hearing these emotionless words, Bardos's face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at Surti. What's wrong? Surti smiled slightly when he noticed Bardos's gaze. My father, the high priest, wants me to go to him. Bardos was in a complicated mood for a while. Like an ordinary daughter, she hoped that Surti could get the approval of her father, the high priest. At the same time, she was also worried that her father would oppose her being with Surti, who was a human. Then go ahead, be careful on the road, I'll wait for you to come back. Surti didn't think much and responded. Ha ha ha. On the ring, Bardos put his hands on his waist, looked at Xiongpa on the opposite side proudly, and said. This fighting tournament, our 7th Universe won. Damn! Xiongpa clenched his fists, angry that hit left without saying goodbye. In addition, the opponent relied on an ordinary Monica who had no fighting power at all. Just because he hadn't appeared yet, he won the final victory of the fighting tournament. It's really infuriating. So, where is the last Dragon Ball? Bardos shook his tail and looked at the reluctant Xiongpa. Xiongpa gritted his teeth and pointed to the ground, the one under your feet is the last wishing bead. Looking at the people on the ring, Sut smiled and shook his head and said, Xiongpa, this guy, really lost both his wife and his soldiers. Well. Bardos didn't say anything, just kissed Sut and said affectionately, you don't have to wait for me to come back, it doesn't matter. What? Sut thought he had heard it wrong, and looked at Bardos with a surprised face, how can I not wait for you? I'm your boyfriend. With such a strong possessiveness, Bardos actually said such a strange thing. I mean, you don't have to wait for me on this planet. Bardos couldn't help laughing, pointing to Xiongpa and explaining. Didn't you say that this planet is also a wishing bead? Why are you waiting for me here? Oh. Seeing that Bardos's expression was the same as before, the strange feeling that had just arisen in Surt disappeared again. Then I'll wait for you in Bardos' divine land. Okay. Bardos nodded, opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. Then I'll go first. Well, go early and come back early. Surt waved his hand as he looked at Bardos flying away. When he turned his head to look at the ring again, Xiongpa was so angry that he left early. Chapter 47. Everyone, please come to the spaceship. Whis was calling everyone present to return to the cube spaceship, and Bardos was eager to summon the Super Shenlong. So, what kind of wish should I make? Bardos was very distressed. As the god of destruction, I can have whatever I want, delicious food, there is also on Earth. Seeing someone mumbling alone, Surt didn't care, and followed the crowd to the cube spaceship, waiting for the spaceship to rise. Whis stood on the cube spaceship and shattered the outer layer of the nameless star, revealing the Super Dragon Ball inside. Then, under the curious eyes of everyone, Bardos summoned the Super Shenlong. Such a shocking scene surprised everyone and made them talk about it. Bardos used the language of God, and naturally no one understood this language except Whis. However, no one cared about what wish Bardos made. Whis smiled at Bardos' proud back, Lord Bardos, you are so gentle. Tisk, you are the one who is meddling in other people's business. Bardos put his hands on his hips, with a look of arrogance. "Aren't you going back yet?" Surt urged. He naturally knew that Bardos was the same as in the original plot. Make a wish to revitalize the Earth of Universe 6, revive those humans, and let the food culture reappear. In Universe 6, Idus also told Xiongpa the news. Xiongpa was silent for a long time, but only said this disdainful sentence, "Bardos, that guy, really loves to meddle in other people's business." Everything seemed to be over, but some situations were quietly happening in places unknown to everyone. The Temple of the Omni King. Bardos came to the temple again, feeling a little uneasy and a little uneasy. The high priest was still the same, standing by the lake with his hands behind his back, but the lake had long lost the image of Surt, and there were only ripples and waves slightly rising with the wind. "Father!" Seeing that the high priest had not turned around for a long time, Bardos pursed his lips and called softly, testing. "Suitor and I are together sincerely." "You? I didn't expect that you actually have human emotions." The high priest turned around with a cold tone and expressionless face. "Yes." Bardos bit his teeth and admitted frankly. "Angels are not human beings, and they don't need human emotions." Without waiting for the high priest to finish his words, Bardos hurriedly knelt on one knee on the ground and begged anxiously. "Father, no. High priest, please don't embarrass Surt." "Embarrass?" The high priest sneered and looked at the temple of the king of all with a hidden look. "It's not that difficult. With such a variable, I totally want to kill him." "You can't do this." Seeing that her pleading was useless, Bardos immediately stood up from the ground and looked at the high priest with a vigilant look. "Even if you force me to fall asleep, I will wake up." Seeing that this daughter who had always been spoiled by him actually treated him like this, the high priest's majestic face showed anger. "Good Bardos, you actually did it for a human." Bardos had a cold face and stared at the high priest with burning eyes. "No matter what, I won't let you hurt Suitor." The atmosphere between the father and daughter began to become tense. Bardos pinched the corner of her clothes and opened her mouth several times, but she didn't know how to organize her words to persuade the high priest. This father spoiled her, but he might not give in on this matter. "Father, as long as you don't hurt him, I can do anything you ask me to do." "Humph." Hearing this, the high priest's face became even colder. His daughter was actually kidnapped by humans like this? This kidnapping may lead to 3 children in the future. Don't think he can't see that the guy called Suitor. Damn, he can't see the future and past of this guy, what a idiot. The atmosphere became more and more tense. When Bardos racked his brains and couldn't think of a good solution, the high priest suddenly spoke. "Not killing is also possible." Hearing that the high priest was willing to back down, Bardos looked unbelievable, mixed with a strong sense of surprise. The high priest looked at Bardos's complicated expression, and felt an inexplicable anger in his heart, and said coldly. "Then, you go to the Time King Shin to help, and promise that you will never see Surt." Bardos didn't want to agree. She didn't want Surt to be hurt by the high priest, but she also didn't want to never see Surt again. Although Surt had the so-called immortal body, this was not easy for the high priest who wanted to kill Surt. It's just a little more trouble. "Then I'd better go kill him." Looking at Bardos's appearance, the high priest waved his hand and planned to leave to kill Surt. The way he turned around made Bardos tremble with fear. "I can go to Chrono, the king of time, but I can only stay there for 100 million years at most." Bardos hurriedly stopped in front of the high priest and begged, "Humans can't live that long, let me see him in the magic stone occasionally." She was betting that the high priest had not explored her and Surt's past, and didn't know that Surt had an immortal body. Give Surt some more time, let him grow up, and when he can stand up to his father, she will believe him. "You guy!" The high priest pursed his lips, and finally sighed and compromised. Hearing Bardos's thoughts, he also planned to take a gamble. If they separate Bardos and Surti, maybe one day Bardos will abandon the useless human emotions and return to the pure state of an angel. After all, humans have been so sentimental since ancient times. Bah, sentimental. Seeing that the high priest also gave in, Bardos stopped while he was ahead. Thank you, Father, I will help Grino. Then go now, we can't see each other again from now on. The high priest nodded slightly and urged. Bardos felt a little wronged and tried again, can't I say goodbye to him properly? No. This father and daughter tried and tried, full of calculations and plans that shouldn't have been there. Okay. Looking at the time and space gate created by the high priest waving his hand, Bardos almost looked back every 3 steps. When she stepped into the time and space gate, Bardos secretly called out in her heart, Surti, wait for me, you must wait for me to come back. Far away in the 7th universe, the land of the gods. Surt sat on a rock with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked up at the void and muttered. Strange. Bardos has been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? Beerus put his hands behind his head, lying by the lake, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, and said casually. What's there to worry about? Occasionally, it's normal to take several days to do something. Whis, who was standing aside, silently looked at the instructions sent by the high priest on the magic stone of the scepter. He pursed his lips and said, Lord Beerus is right. Is that so? Surt took the cigarette from his mouth, flicked it into the lake with a flick of his finger, frowned and fell silent. I always feel that something is strange, but I can't tell it at once. Chapter 48. Hey, this is the lake. It's where I occasionally go fishing, take a bath, and change the water in the bathtub. The sleepy prophecy fish that was fishing nearby was instantly dissatisfied when it saw the cigarette butts fall into the lake. It yelled at Surt, don't throw all your garbage into it. Tisk. Surt was a little unhappy, so he set his sights on Beerus. He currently has 33 god combat powers. Can he finally crush Beerus? Come on, Beerus, I'm a little bored waiting, let's practice. Tisk. No, I'm not hungry, but I'm sleepy. Beerus said, yawning and walking towards the huge tree house. He suddenly had a hunch that if he agreed to practice, it would definitely be bad. Or that kind of, very bad thing. Maybe when he was rubbing Surt on the ground, Bardos would come back and see the scene. Then, he was rubbed on the ground by Bardos. Hey, if Lord Beerus doesn't want to fight you, then come and fight me. Sun Wukong on the side popped up and invited Surt with a smile. Well, then you and Vegeta come together. Surt looked at Sun Wukong who deserved a beating, and then looked at Vegeta who looked proud, and invited him after a little thought. But a cook dares to say such arrogant words. Vegeta snorted coldly, lifted his sleeves and rushed towards Surt. Bang bang bang. After a round of punches and kicks, Surt dodged with ease. I'll come too. Seeing Vegeta and Surt start fighting, Sun Wukong also rushed into the middle of the two with a face full of excitement, holding a huge fist. Humph, don't you understand first come first served? Vegeta sneered and punched the defenseless Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong was caught off guard and was kicked out by Vegeta. Do you still have this intention? Sud didn't even look at Sun Wukong and hit Vegeta's jaw with a hook. Vegeta cried out in pain, stared at Sud with red eyes, raised his hand and shot out a gas bullet. Asshole! Bang! The gas bullet hit in vain. Sud had already appeared behind Vegeta, and swung his hands and hit him hard on the back. After watching Vegeta falling rapidly from a high altitude and smashing a huge pit in the ground, Sud faced Sun Wukong again. A new round of punches and kicks was staged again. Bang, bang, bang. Damn! Vegeta looked up at the two people in the air, his expression became angry. As he clenched his fists, a high wave of air spread under his feet, and energy overflowed. Ah, should I say it or not? Whis stood by the lake, looked at the 3 streams of light that kept sliding in the air, and said to himself. What? The prophecy fish shook his small fish tank and floated to Wiss's side curiously. Well, that's it. Before he finished speaking, Bardos threw a destructive energy from the treehouse and cursed. Assholes, you are so noisy, can't you let people take a good nap? The destructive energy approached the 3 people in the air, but no one was hit by the energy bomb and easily dodged it. More than half an hour passed. Who? Looking at Vegeta, who was panting with his hands on his knees, and then looking at Sun Wukong, who was also sweating profusely and lying on the ground without any image. Sutter leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, exhaling smoke rings and sighing, it's so boring. When will Bardos come back? Sutter, your current strength should be comparable to that of Lord Bardos, right? Smiley Whis walked over and asked Sutter. Well, about the same. Sud turned his head and took the cigarette out of his mouth, and asked suspiciously, why are you asking this? Ho, nothing, I just watched the fight between the 3 of you and made some deductions. Listening to Wiss's words, Sun Wukong, who sat up, was shocked. Is he stronger than Lord Bardos? Humph, is there something wrong with your ears? Whis said he was on par with Bardos. Vegeta folded his arms, leaned against the tree beside him, and snorted with dissatisfaction. Damn, he is still on the road to surpass Kakarot, but his family's former cook has unknowingly surpassed Bardos. What the hell is this? Sud, let's do it again. Sun Wukong stood up and saw that Sud had finished smoking a cigarette, and invited again. You never stop, you. Time passed quickly in this endless battle for 3 days. Seeing that Bardos was not coming back, Surti's patience was worn out bit by bit. He made some food and planned to go to the temple of the Omni King under the pretext of sending snacks to the Omni King. Seeing Surti carrying a lot of bags, Weiss stood by and pursed his lips to persuade him. I still suggest you don't go. What if you don't meet your sister and are kept by the Omni King to play with him? You said you were going to send him some snacks, and it's not my obligation to play with him. Surti looked at Weiss with a sidelong glance and frowned. You keep telling me not to go, but I want to go even more. Do you know where Bardos went? Also, are you hiding something from me? Sutter said as he came to Weiss, his face full of suspicion. After waiting for 3 days without seeing Bardos, he always felt that it was not a good thing for the high priest to let her go. Could it be that he found out that they were together and wanted to break up him and Bardos? Then go. Weiss leaned back and quickly stepped back a few steps to distance himself from Surt. Go, he couldn't stop him, and hoped that his sister would not blame him after the incident. The temple of the Omni King? Is that where Achuan lives? Sun Wukong curiously approached Surt, pointed at himself excitedly, and asked. Take me with you, I also want to ask when the next fighting tournament will start. Idiot! Looking at Sun Wukong who was crazy about fighting, Vegeta snorted coldly, what kind of fighting maniac is Bulma talking about? I think it's you. Goodbye. Sutter ignored Sun Wukong, grinned and pressed the button that the Omni King sent him. Swish! Why did you leave? What's wrong with taking me with you? Looking at Surtur who disappeared in front of him in an instant, Sun Wukong muttered in dissatisfaction. Tisk! This guy is completely seeking his own death. Bardos sat on a tree stump on the side, looking dissatisfied. Whis told him privately that the high priest didn't want him to associate with Bardos. The temple of the Omni King. This is the temple of the eraser guy. Sutter appeared in the empty temple, glanced around casually and muttered softly. Is anyone there? Chapter 49. A soft shout echoed in this dark and empty area. No one came out for a long time, and there was no sign of the king of all and the 2 bamboo guards. Sud stopped where he was and took a step. As soon as he took this step, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the dark corner behind him and rushed towards him quickly. Swish! Sud dodged almost at the same time when he sensed the weak airflow, and dodged sideways. The black shadow was not a person, but a ball of energy bombs with angelic power. The energy bomb was not very powerful, and at most it could cause Sud to suffer minor injuries. High Priest! Sud fell to the ground in astonishment, looking at the white-haired man with a big back hair floating out of the darkness. Oh! You can actually avoid my test. The High Priest smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. By the way, who are you? What do you want to do in the temple of the Omni King? This question made Surt want to sneer. As the butler of the Omni King, the High Priest who knows everything in the universe, how could he not know him? He seduced his daughter, Bardos. Could it be that Bardos didn't tell her father, the High Priest? Is she not ready to meet the parents yet? Then, isn't it a bit rash for him to come here in such a hurry? Just when Surt was hesitating, the High Priest narrowed his eyes and asked abruptly. Are you here to find Bardos? Yes, but not entirely. Surt didn't know what the High Priest's attitude towards him was, so he said it bluntly. Send some new food to the Omni King, and ask Bardos. Before he finished speaking, the High Priest had already restrained the smile on his face and spoke coldly. Just stopping by to look for Bardos? I thought you came here on purpose to look for her. Hearing these ulterior motives, 3 black lines slid down Sut's forehead. This High Priest is so strange. Why doesn't he look like the High Priest he saw in the anime? Could it be that he felt that the cabbage that his family had worked hard to grow was taken away by him? Jealous. It's a bit interesting. Seeing that Sud was silent again, the High Priest's words became a little colder. It's been 3 days, and you just thought of looking for Bardos. Sud frowned, feeling that the High Priest's words were more meaningful. I sent her on a mission. If she really encountered any danger, these 3 days would be enough for her to sleep. Another meaningful word. You may not know that angels can die in addition to sleeping. So why did you wait for 3 days to come? Sutter. Is it because you don't care enough about Bardos? You, a human, don't care about angels at all? Don't think that angels are powerful enough to do everything, but they will die. Is it really okay for you to curse your daughter like this? As soon as these words came out, coupled with Sutter staring at the High Priest with a strange expression on his face, the High Priest was instantly confused. Ahem. He was telling the human in front of him about the various dangers that angels might face when they go on missions. But this human was telling him that he was cursing his own daughter. The High Priest covered up his embarrassment with a cough, looked back at the gate of the temple, and continued, Where are the snacks for the Lord of all? Take them out and I'll send them over directly. Change the subject. This attitude, which was not hostile at all, made Sutter frown. Feelings, is he really overthinking it? The High Priest didn't care about him being with Bardos, and even thought he didn't care enough about his daughter. After handing the snacks to the High Priest, Sutter also handed over some other dried meat products and some cooked food that he made by himself. These are for you, High Priest, just a little thought, not respect. Before, he was not sure about the High Priest's attitude, so he didn't prepare anything. Now it seems that he is not well prepared. No need. With the High Priest waving his hand, the whole temple was instantly brightened. At the same time, at the main hall gate, a small figure flew towards this side quickly. Hee, I feel your presence, Suitor. What delicious food did you bring me this time? The King of all shouted in surprise, his eyes curved into crescents, and he looked at Suitor with joy. Homemade cookies, some jelly, and QQ soft candy. Suitor said, handing the bag in his left hand to the King of all. Oh, what about the rest? Are you going to give it to the High Priest? The King of all did not take it, but pointed at the bag in Surti's right hand with a look of dissatisfaction. On. He had heard it all outside the door before. Surti said that this was for the high priest. Are they still good friends? Facing the cold knife eyes of the king of all, the high priest smiled and put his hands behind his back. I didn't dare to take it. It's all yours, Lord King of all. Okay. The king of all showed a happy look on his face again, and took all the bags from Surti's hand with a smile. High priest, seeing that you are so obedient and attentive, I will reluctantly give you one. The king of all seemed to feel a little sorry, and took out a soft candy from the bag. No need, Lord King of all, this is my job. The high priest was still smiling, with a kind face. You said that someone came to you with food, and you must treat it politely. Okay then. The king of all unwrapped the outer packaging of the soft candy without hesitation and stuffed it into his mouth. Lord Omni King, I will see this guest off. Seeing that the Omni King was eating happily, the high priest's cold eyes were on Surti again. If it weren't for the Lord Omni King's order, he would have killed this person when he came. This damn human. Following the high priest out of the temple, Surti, who was unaware, also asked about another purpose in the future. High priest, then, when will Bardos come back? When it's time to come back, he will come back naturally. The high priest was very perfunctory. He said this and waved his hand to teleport the person back. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, he slowly walked to the lake. As he waved his hand, he seemed to do something to the lake. Soon, circles of ripples appeared on the calm lake, and the next moment Bardos's smiling face was reflected. Oh, father, how did you contact me? Bardos said, pointing to a video that the high priest had captured for him. The content of the video was the inexplicable words spoken by the high priest that Suitor felt strange about. Bardos laughed and pointed to the end of the screen. Wow, father, isn't Suitor interesting? The corner of the high priest's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, he is very interesting, but I still want to kill him. You promised me that you would not hurt him. Bardos frowned slightly on the lake, obviously angry. Chapter 50. Yes. The high priest put his hands behind his back and responded seriously. He sent the picture of Surt being teleported back to the God's land to Bardos, and said confidently. So, because of your promise, I didn't kill him. It wasn't the protection of the Omni King that prevented her from killing Surt. This Surt is interesting, but he is a little ungrateful. He doesn't deserve Bardos's love. I think he is very good. I asked him to wait for me, and he waited for me in the God's land so obediently. Bardos lazily walked to the sofa on the side and looked up at the high priest on the shore. Your temptation failed. Ho ho ho. It didn't fail. He doesn't care about you at all, and he doesn't even worry about your safety. The high priest refused to admit it. But I saw it all. Besides, isn't he worried that I won't come back soon? Hasn't he come to find me? Bardos didn't think there was anything wrong with Surt's behavior. She even thought Surt did everything well. Father, you love me, right? Otherwise, why didn't you show any killing intent to Surt? Faced with this question, the high priest's face darkened instantly. Does he not want to show it? Can he not follow the order of the Lord of all? But he won't tell Bardos about this, lest this guy run back directly from the Time World King God. Hehe, next time you try, remember to send me the picture again, father. Bardos expressed satisfaction and ended the communication with a smile. If her father showed killing intent and malice to Surt from the beginning, then Surt would have a bad impression of the high priest. If he had a bad impression of the high priest, wouldn't he also have a bad impression of her? In that case, it will be more difficult for them to be together legitimately in the future. Misunderstandings are going on perfectly between you, me, and him. Seeing that he was unilaterally teleported back to the deserted God's land by the high priest, Sut felt a little depressed. You didn't even tell me the exact time of return, really. Sut complained and touched his chin, but, are those words of the high priest true? As powerful as angels, will it be dangerous to go out on missions? It's unlikely. In the universe, among the gods, angels are also the top figures of the pyramid. Go ask Whis. Because of the high priest's words, Sut's heart became uneasy, and he closed his eyes to feel Wiss's aura. Earth. Swish. As soon as Sut came over, he found that Whis and Bardos were eating and drinking at Bulma's house. The two guys stood in front of a long table as if they were at home, asking the chef to make and steam buns for them. There was a girl with short blonde hair wandering around. She looked like Bulma, probably her sister, Tais. Bang, bang, bang. The noise in the air was from Goku and Vegeta sparring. Also, under the eaves not far away, Trunks, Pilaf and the other two were in class. Bulma was also there, talking to Jack about something. Hey! Is this what you call a Chinese meat bun? Whis was eating happily, blowing the steaming meat buns. Hey, I just went out for a while, and you guys are so hungry that you came to Earth to eat. Sutter said, taking out a cigarette case, holding a cigarette, and walked to Wiss's side. You're back, Suitor. Whis greeted with a smile and continued to eat. Not dead. Bardos was also chewing a bun, looking at Surt who came back intact with a sidelong glance. And was surprised. This surprised sound was accompanied by chewing, and Surt didn't hear it clearly. Whis, I want to ask you something. Surt didn't care, and walked to Whis. Basically, are all your angels' missions dangerous? Mission? Dangerous? Whis put a new meat bun in his mouth and asked in confusion. The entire universe is not dangerous for us angels. Oh! Hearing this, Surt's somewhat uneasy heart instantly settled down. It's all because of the high priest's nonsense. How could an angel who he couldn't beat be in danger? He must be trying to test him to see if he loves Bardos. Oh my, this comes from the heart of an old father. Hey, Surt, what are you doing here? Bardos looked at Surt with a sidelong glance, then glanced at the chef who was still kneading the dough, and suddenly said this. There is still a lot of noodles here, show me your skills, I want to eat noodles. Hey, Surt, are you going to? Is he the chef? Bulma smiled as she came over. Give me one more portion. I haven't eaten your food for a long time. Is it delicious? Tais also came over and looked at Sut in surprise. Hey, aren't you the chef here? He resigned. Bulma shook her head at Tais and explained with a sigh. Tisk. Sut held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the chef's sweaty head, walked over and took his work, and said. Zhang, come to me, you take a rest. These gods, scions, and capitalists can only yell at ordinary people. Thank you, Sut. Chef Zhang smiled embarrassedly, took a few steps back with trembling hands, and walked away. Hey, you two, take a rest first. When Whis saw Surtur taking action, he hurriedly shouted to Sun Wukong and Vegeta in mid-air. In addition to being delicious, the things Surtur made also had magical effects and could restore people's physical strength. Although it was very rare and the recovery was very slow, the effect was really good. Oh! Sun Wukong was the first to fall from mid-air and came to the long table with a smile. Hey, Surtur, when did you come? Vegeta crossed his arms and walked over slowly, asking in surprise, why did it become Surtur who made food? I see that you capitalists are exploiting ordinary people, and you can't live with your conscience. Sutter snorted in disdain and got busy quickly. Seeing bowls of ramen being served on the long table at an extremely fast speed, the people around him started chatting. Jack was still talking about Bulma's so-called research, blah blah about time machines and parallel worlds. Bulma kept retorting, saying that he didn't care about Hit, who could flash, and ran over to talk about her, such an ordinary person. Sun Wukong was still worried about the fighting tournament that the King of All was going to hold next time, and kept asking Whis all kinds of cosmic questions. With Vegeta's questions from time to time, Bardos echoed and explained. They ate the delicious food that Suitor made busily, and they were enjoying it and chatting enthusiastically. Hey, those are my dumplings. Lord Bardos, how can you eat them secretly? Chapter 51. Seeing Bardos take the opportunity to sweep up a large plate of dumplings without saying a word, Vegeta almost cursed out loud. What do you mean by your dumplings? There's no name on them. Bardos licked his lips and asked Cert. Really? Cert, give me another serving of dumplings. Tisk, as a cat, why don't you eat fish? Cert handed out several plates of fried dumplings in succession. Vegeta also shut up silently and stopped chatting this time. He didn't listen to what Sun Wukong and Whis said about 18 universes or 12 universes, and ate quickly. Then I'll go back. Seeing that Bulma didn't pay any attention to him at all, Jack walked towards his spaceship in a rage. Hey, wait until I finish eating, send me back. Tais turned around and shouted, and continued to eat by herself. Swish! At this moment, a strange machine suddenly appeared in the air in the courtyard. As the machine slowly descended, everyone present heard the sound and looked sideways curiously. The oval machine was a bit tattered, with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company on it. That is, the fried dumpling that Bulma had just picked up with her chopsticks fell back onto the plate. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Sun Wukong said inarticulately with his cheeks puffed up. Sutter flicked his cigarette, and as the ash fell, he retracted his gaze. It was the time machine of future Trunks. It seemed that Zamasu would appear soon. Let me take a look. Trunks, who was in class not far away, flew up curiously and looked at the situation inside the time machine cabin. There's a person inside, and he seems to be injured. Trunks, is it a boy with the same hair color as yours? Led by Vegeta, Bulma also quickly came to the bottom of the time machine. Trunks, who was lying on the protective shield, nodded and said, It seems so. Vegeta, Goku, who has senzu beans on him? Bulma shouted anxiously to the two of them after hearing Trunks's answer and seeing that there was no movement in the time machine. Hey! Bardos and Whis also came over curiously, looking at Bulma and then at the time machine. I don't have any, I'll go get it from the cat fairy. The slow-reacting Sun Wukong scratched his cheek and used instant teleportation to leave. Vegeta, come and help me. Seeing that Vegeta was still standing there with his arms folded, Bulma gave an anxious order. Whis, Surtur, and Bardos, who were sitting on the wall, watched the time machine being opened by Bulma. Vegeta also listened to her instructions, pulled the people inside out, and placed them in the pavilion. What happened? How could he be so seriously injured? Bulma looked at Big T, who was having difficulty breathing, with her eyes full of worry. Hey, boy, don't you think that person looks like you? Xiao Wu, who was squatting in the corner outside the pavilion, said this to Trunks, who was watching the excitement beside her. Trunks looked stunned, looked at Big T, who was lying, and reached out to touch his cheek. He looked at Ash and Pilaf and asked, do they really look alike? Ash and Pilaf nodded desperately. Is it an illegitimate child? Swish! Just as the four little ones were discussing their shock, Sun Wukong had returned with the senzu beans and threw them to Vegeta. Watching Vegeta feed senzu beans to Trunks, and then watching Trunks recover and open his eyes, Bulma said with surprise and concern. Trunks? Are you okay? Trunks sat up blankly, and he was a little unresponsive for a while. But when he saw Son Goku standing not far away, he instantly jumped up from the recliner with gritted teeth and rushed over. Asshole, you damn! Bang! Holding Trunks' fist, Son Goku asked blankly, Trunks, what are you doing? Woo! Mr. Wukong! With this shout, Trunks turned his head to look around, and saw Bulma with her hands on her waist, and shouted in surprise. Mom, Mom, you are not dead. Humph, How could Bulma die? Vegeta snorted coldly and shouted dissatisfiedly. Trunks, what happened to you? Did something happen in the future? Dad. Being excited about the family reunion of the three people, Bardos came to Trunks and squatted down and asked. I remember, your name is also Trunks, right? As Trunks responded, Whis, who understood the situation instantly, said, I see. This guy is his future self. So that's the case. Bardos looked at Big Trunks, who was explaining to Goku and Vegeta that the enemy was not Buu. It's amazing that a human being can create such a machine. Hearing this exaggeration, Bulma was arrogant. She pointed at herself, of course, this is my future self. Before she finished speaking, Whis interrupted her seriously. It's a serious crime for humans to develop such a machine and travel through time privately. Humph, that's it. Bardos showed his sharp fangs and pointed at Bulma. Bulma, you really created this machine, and you actually let your future son come to the past. What do you want to do? Looking at Bardos' serious expression and the purple light on his fingertips, Bulma was also a little panicked. Hey, listen to my explanation. I made the time machine, but it's not the me now, but the me in the future. Sutter, who was holding a cigarette, raised his hand and slapped Bardos on the back of his head. You eat on someone else's territory, and you want to kill them after eating. That's not fair. Bardos cried out in pain, and the energy on his fingertips dissipated instantly. He turned around and looked at Sutter, cursing. Are you looking for death? Damn bastard! Do you want to practice? Surt grinned and spit smoke at Bardos. He looked as arrogant as he could be. Bardos coughed repeatedly because of the smoke, asshole. Looking at the scene in front of them, Trunks, Pilaf and the other two were confused. In the pavilion, Big Trut also explained some future situations. The new enemy is Son Goku, but he is not Son Goku. To be precise, there should be an enemy who looks exactly like Son Goku. He was defeated and fled from the future in disgrace. Vegeta clenched his fist and cursed, asshole, you are simply a disgrace to us Saiyans. You actually fled without a fight. Son Goku was at a loss, what do you mean by it's me and it's not me? Shut up! Bulma roared, and the two Saiyans shut their mouths obediently. Chapter 52. Trunks, go wash up first. I have plenty of ways to get the energy for the time machine. Bulma waved at the disheveled Trunks and arranged everything in an orderly manner. The energy for the time machine happens to be the energy I've been researching recently. Going back is not a problem. Black Goku? The name of my future self is really well written. Seeing Bulma talking to herself, Son Goku didn't bother about what he was and what he wasn't. He clenched his fists excitedly and said to Vegeta, go, you can go in a day. Bulma, can we go? Vegeta was also a little excited. The other party looked exactly like Kakarot. They were still enemies, so it would be exciting to beat them up. It's up to you. I can't stop you anyway. Bulma held her forehead with a headache and glanced at the two of them. But you must come back safely. Seeing that Bulma meant to agree, Vegeta and Son Goku, who had just been yelled at, hurriedly beat their chests to promise. Yes. No problem. Date, who had just walked to Suitor's side, heard this and turned his head to look at the people in the pavilion in surprise, and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. No, Dad, Mr. Wukong, that guy. Before he finished speaking, Suitor had already reached out and patted his shoulder. Calm down, the fighting power of the two of them is no longer what it used to be. Who are you? Looking at Suitor with a tail around his waist, Date asked. Suitor. Long time no see. Dr. Brief, who was walking his dog, walked slowly and shouted when he saw Suitor. Old man, how are you? Looking at the cigarette handed by Dr. Brief, Suitor was too lazy to introduce himself to Date. He threw away the cigarette butt and stepped on it, then took Brief's cigarette in his hand, and started smoking as he lit it. After some actions, Dr. Brief smiled and said, "Not bad, I just feel greedy sometimes and want to eat what you make. There's one over there, there should be a lot on the long table." Surt pointed to the long table not far away. As the two chatted, Sun Wukong also invited Big Te to have a sparring match. He wanted to show Big Te that there was no need to worry so much. "Ha!" Sun Wukong first shouted and entered the Super 2 form, and Big Te reacted quickly and entered the Super 2 form. "This kid is not bad, his strength is much stronger than when he was a cyborg." Vegeta, who was folding his arms on one side, finally showed a faint smile and praised softly. Trunks wanted to cry when he heard this, and the three Pilafs kept talking about illegitimate children. He wanted to cry even more. His father, he never praised him. Is it true that illegitimate children are more fragrant? An illegitimate child who is much older than him. They have the same name. How much do parents love this illegitimate child? As Sun Wukong and Dat exploded, the powerful airflow swept away, almost blowing everyone around them all over the place. Dr. Brief, who was walking his dog, couldn't stand it. If it weren't for Sutla holding him, he would have drifted away with the wind. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, two golden streams of light kept colliding, and from time to time they brought out dazzling lightning. Dat in the Super 2 form seemed to be even better. He punched one after another, forcing the Super 2 Sun Wukong to be overwhelmed and keep retreating. Not bad, but that was 10 years ago. Next. Let me see the different transformations of your world. Sun Wukong in the air was beaten and fell rapidly to the ground. When he was about to smash a big hole in the courtyard, he shouted, and the water in the artificial lake next to him was constantly surging and surging. As the lake water turned into a drizzle, Sun Wukong also entered the Super 3 form. "Oh! Is this Mr. Wukong's new form?" Big Te was surprised, and followed his roar. The air waves on his body became higher and higher, and the lingering lightning became more and more dense. "Strange, this kid's appearance hasn't changed much." Vegeta reached out and grabbed Trunks and Pilaf, who were blown away by the air waves, and said in surprise. "But his strength is equivalent to Super 3 Kakarot. Asshole, is it time to care about this problem?" Bulma looked at the villa that was shaking in the wind and rain, and the flowers and trees that were leaning to the ground, and shouted angrily with a fist. "You damned scions, are you trying to destroy my house?" Ah, the food was blown away. Whis came to Surt's side and looked at Suitor, who was holding Dr. Brief, said in a frustrated tone, "Now, there's nothing to eat. I'll make some for you later." Seeing the cigarette in his mouth blown off by the strong hurricane, Suitor scratched his head and said depressedly, "Really?" Weiss was a little surprised and blinked at Suitor with surprise. "After that, I'll tell you something too." Hee. Suitor is a capable person, he wants to tell Suitor a big secret. Suitor is not curious about what it is now, he turned his head to look at the battle between Sun Wukong and Dat. It's almost the end of the battle. Sun Wukong is a bit of a liar, and he actually entered the Super Saiyan God realm. But it's true, after all, he doesn't know that what Dat is currently showing is his strongest form. "Kakarot, you bastard!" Vegeta looked at Dat, who was kicked in the head, and glared at Sun Wukong angrily. It's not that his son doesn't feel sorry for him, right? This bastard didn't know how to control his strength. Hee, sorry. Trunks, are you okay? Sensing Vegeta's hateful eyes, Sun Wukong walked towards Trunks with a wry smile and pulled him up. "No. It's okay, Mr. Goku." Big Trunk was also a little embarrassed, he disliked his own poor strength. "This is my full strength, but I'm no match for that black Goku." "Oh. It seems a bit difficult," Sun Wukong said, and turned his eyes to Beerus, who was watching the show. "Well, Lord Beerus, you and Whis should go with us, just in case there is any accident, so that you can help." Before he finished speaking, Bardos refused arrogantly and swung his tail to Sir Tuur. "Go away, I'm not interested in the Earth in other parallel worlds." He just heard the conversation between Sir Tuur and Whis, and that guy was going to make new delicacies. "Hey, why are you so stingy?" Sun Wukong frowned and muttered. "Wow! This is a serious crime, I don't agree with it." Whis took the appetizer, ate it in small bites, and said without turning his head, indicating that he would not participate. "But, the god of destruction of that world, why didn't you take action to kill that ridiculous guy?" Chapter 53. Bardos also took a side dish, ate it slowly, and raised his own questions. That world should be considered a parallel world. If so, then the god of destruction is also you, Lord Bardos. Whis said casually, with a bit of gossip and chat. "I think he should be dead." Surt held a newly lit cigarette in his mouth and cut vegetables so fast that only his shadow was left. "Nonsense, how could I, the god of destruction, be dead?" Bardos shook the chopsticks in his hand and cursed. "I didn't say you, I said King Kai." Hearing Surt's words, the crowd that slowly gathered again was very confused. What does Bardos' death have to do with King Kai? What? Bardos turned his head and looked at Big T, who had not yet washed up, and shouted sternly. "Hey, future boy, come over and tell me, where is the Kaishin in your world? I can't believe you care so much about Kaishin, Bardos-sama. Is it because you like him?" Sun Wukong looked at Bardos with a gossipy face. "Kaishin?" Date's face showed a sad look, and he whispered, "He sacrificed himself to stop the appearance of Majin Bu." "What? What?" Bardos was so surprised that the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground without knowing it. "Why are you so surprised?" Bulma looked at Bardos unexpectedly, and asked suspiciously, "You didn't really tell Gaku that you like Kaishin?" "No." Whis smiled and explained to the puzzled people. "Because, the god of destruction and the king of the Kai are a pair, and they have a symbiotic relationship. If the king of the Kai dies, then the god of destruction in the same universe will also die." "Is there such a relationship?" Vegeta was also surprised. The symbiotic partner of Bardos, who is as strong as him, is the weaker king of the Kai. This pairing is really interesting. The news is more exciting than the other. Det also continued with a complicated look. After that, it was not the beginning of peace, but the beginning of the next more desperate. Black Gaku appeared, and humans were quickly slaughtered. "Hey, your world over there is really miserable." Sun Wukong looked sympathetic, and reached out to pat Det on the shoulder to comfort him. But why did that Black Gaku choose that world? Whis was still eating slowly, and while eating, he asked questions that he couldn't figure out. Maybe he knows that the Kai and the god of destruction coexist. Surt smoked a cigarette and brought out a few iron plates and placed them on the long table. Looking at the sizzling, oily, and raw meat, Bardos asked curiously, "What is this?" "Sirloin steak." Surt replied lightly, turning to look at Whis. "I think if nothing unexpected happens, that Black Gaku may be a god from another world who came to Trunks' world." "Haha." Bardos laughed awkwardly, not believing Surt's words at all. How is this possible? If this is true, then this matter can be a big deal. But, other gods also know this." Whis frowned, but it didn't stop him from picking up the knife and fork to eat Western food. "Hey, Trunks, has there never been a god of destruction in your world?" Bardos was no longer in the mood to eat, and quickly asked Big Trunk. That's answer was to shake his head to indicate that he had never heard of it. He even looked at Bardos and asked wittily. Are you the god of destruction in this world?" Listening to that question, Sun Wukong enthusiastically introduced Whis and Bardos. And even introduced Surt. "And this one, he is also a powerful scion, stronger than the god of destruction Bardos." "Really, really?" Sun Wukong's approval made Det unable to help but look at Surt carefully. Looking a bit ruffian, holding a cigarette and cooking skillfully, it really doesn't look like he is more powerful than the god of destruction. At most, the speed of serving food is very fast, and the movements are thousands of times faster than ordinary people. Hey, if you want to introduce it, just introduce it, why compare it with me? Bardos clenched his fist and looked at Sun Wukong with an unhappy face, and retorted. Who said I'm weaker than him? We haven't even fought each other. Okay, eat your food. Bulma looked at the endless topic, put her hand on Trunks' shoulder, and pushed him away. Before the energy of the time machine comes out, you can't do anything. You might as well let Trunks go wash up first. Seeing Trunks being pushed away, Bardos was still cursing. Surti watched quietly with a cigarette in his mouth, one hand in his pocket, but his mind was already wandering. He remembered the reason why Zamasu, the trainee Kai King god of the 10th universe, was interested in Son Goku's body. It was all because of the tournament of power held by Bardos and Kampa. But now, Son Goku was defeated by Itis a long time ago, so why did Zamasu still target his body? Shouldn't he or Vegeta be the target? Vegeta was defeated by Hit in the end, so Zamasu should also target him. Could it be that he is not fragrant enough? Not strong enough? Or is it that the normal development of the plot is stronger than the effect caused by this intrusive butterfly? Could it be because of a mistake made by the Kai King god? For example, when the Kai King gods meet, the Kai King god Shindo always mentions the fact that Goku killed Majin Buu. After all, what King Kai Shin fears most is Majin Buu. As Surt thought out loud unconsciously, Whis put down his knife and fork, wiped the corner of his mouth and asked. Surt, have you thought of something? Well, there's something I might want to ask. Call King Kai Shin over. Surt put out his cigarette butt and said this thoughtfully. Looking for him? What can that idiot know? Bardos had already put aside the parallel world. He was eating steak happily because of the worry of dying with King Kai. Although he said so, he still gestured to Whis and asked someone to call King Kai Shin over. Seeing King Kai Shin and Jupiter coming, Surt didn't bother with them and asked straight to the point. Have you two been gossiping about Goku and his strength? This. King Kai Shin and Jupiter looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Almost all the Kais know about Goku. What a great thing it is to destroy Majin Buu. Originally, there were 5 Kais in Universe 7, but after being killed by Majin Buu, only he, the East Kai, was left. Then let me change the question. Among you Kais, there must be someone who secretly wants to destroy humans, right? To avoid being nosy, Surti asked in a more tactful way. Well, I need to think about it. Chapter 54. King Kai. Shin pondered for a long time, then pointed at Jebet, and said with mysterious confidence, it should be Jebet, right? Has anyone been to Zuno recently? Seeing everyone's eyes on Jebet, Sutter was speechless for a while, and asked with the last bit of patience. I have to go and ask. Although King Kai Shin didn't understand, he still turned back and gave Jebet a look. After waiting, everyone finally got Jebet back. How is it? After everyone talked about it, King Kai Shin also knew what happened, and he asked Jebet nervously. Someone went there. As soon as I arrived, Sage Zuno complained to me with a horrified face. Obviously, the person who threatened him just left. I asked, and it was Zamasu, the trainee King Kai from Universe 10 who had sparred with me before. Zamasu. All the people present expressed their unfamiliarity with this name. Only Surt, with his hands in his pockets, showed no surprise. What else? Bardos asked. Zamasu asked about Son Goku and a man named Surt. Jebet was still wondering who Surt was. But soon, following everyone's gaze, he saw Surt with black hair and his hands in his pockets. With a hint of surprise, he continued. After that, Zamasu also asked Sage Zuno about the existence and function of Super Dragon Balls. Then, did Zuno, who was threatened, tell you everything? Bulma asked with her eyes wide open. Well, he did. Sage Zuno knows a lot of things, but he's not strong. Jebat nodded. In addition, Zamasu also asked about body swaps. Damn, how could the Kaishin from other universes know that we have Super Dragon Balls here? Vegeta frowned and complained in confusion. It should be YouTube, a similar website. I guess someone recorded the video and posted it without permission. Beerus explained with a serious face. So, since he had to choose between Son Goku and me, why did he choose Son Goku's body? Faced with Surt's question, Son Goku also looked distressed and complained. That's right, why did he choose me? My body was taken away. As a god, would he break the law? No one paid attention to this ignorant question. Whis also looked at Surt and shrugged and said, you may have to ask Zamasu yourself about this question. Sure enough, you are a useless waste, right? You actually doubted your servant. Beerus also set his sights on King Kai Shin, not hiding his disgust at all. Humph, these are not the point. Vegeta snorted coldly, curled his lips and smiled. The point is, the mystery is finally solved. Damn Zamasu, he must teach this guy a lesson. What? I don't understand at all, how do you know the answer? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a confused face, wanting to get an explanation. To put it simply, Zamasu from Universe 10 stole your body, Mr. Goku, and then came to my world. Date saw that no one paid attention to him, so he had to kindly remind him himself. Then the question is, how did he go to other parallel time and space? Beerus asked with his hands on his hips and tilted his head. Following several discussions by the people present, Date continued to summarize Sun Wukong. To put it simply, it was this world, the man named Zamasu. He killed his master, and then used the ring of time that only King Kai can have. After that, he used the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish to exchange Sun Wukong's body, and then came to the world where I am. Oh. 3 or 2 simple explanations made Sun Wukong suddenly realize. Humph, why are you targeting Surt and Kakarot? Am I not strong? Vegeta crossed his arms, getting angrier the more he listened. Damn it, this Zamasu is really blind. He didn't choose Surt or me, but chose the second place for 10,000 years, Kakarot. Hey, is this the reason you are angry? Bulma couldn't help but hold her forehead after listening to Vegeta's complaints. What is the point of this guy? Why do you care about this issue? If that's the case, then the Kai of Universe 10 is in danger. King Kai. Shin looked at Beerus for help. We can't just ignore it, Lord Beerus, if that guy is just lurking in the godless parallel world in the future, waiting for an opportunity to stare at us. Listening to Whis' words, veins suddenly appeared on Beerus' forehead, and he yelled in dissatisfaction. I know, let's go and destroy that guy called Zamasu. Take me with you, I want to go too. Sun Wukong pointed his index finger at himself, his curiosity was stirring. No, your body has been taken over, it's too dangerous to go over there. Whis shook his head and quickly refused. Beerus also glanced at Sun Wukong coldly and scolded, don't meddle in the affairs of God. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Sud waved his hand, never thinking of getting involved in these things. Since Zamasu chose Son Goku's body, then naturally he has nothing to do with it. Although, he was a little unhappy that Zamasu didn't choose him. But it's better not to choose him, it will be less annoying. By the way, Shin, you don't have to follow us, you can take the Ring of Time to see different parallel worlds. Seeing King Kai Shin following behind him, Beerus touched his chin and said. Surti glanced at Beerus, and was a little surprised that this cat, besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, still had some thoughts. Unlike that Xiongpa, he really had no brains at all. Was it that when the twins came out, their IQ was completely controlled by Bardos, the bamboo cat? Surti hadn't finished thinking when he saw these gods just leave. The Omni King descended from the sky with 2 bamboo attendants, and everyone present was almost scared to death. All King. After learning about the Omni King's erasure ability from Whis and Bardos, Vegeta was so nervous that his body trembled. This is even more terrifying than Bardos' first visit to Earth. If Bardos comes to Earth, and the Earth is really destroyed, there will always be someone who can survive and go to Namek to get the Dragon Balls. But if this Omni King is unhappy, damn, Universe 7 will no longer exist. Hey, Achuan, why are you here? Sun Wukong, who was a little depressed at first, became interested again after seeing the King of All. He walked towards the King of All and asked in a familiar way. I didn't ask you last time, when will you hold the next martial arts meeting? After feeling the death meditation of the bamboo guard, Sun Wukong also received the smile of the King of All. Hi, I remember your name is Wukong. Yet. Chapter 55. But this time, I'm not here to find you. The King of All grinned at Sun Wukong and turned to look at Surti. Surti, the delicious food you gave me last time was delicious. Actually, this time, I want to find a few more friends to play with. Hearing this, the 2 bamboo guards turned their eyes to Surti again. It seemed that if Surti didn't agree, they would take action. Friends? You want a playmate to play with you? Hearing this, Surti blinked and pointed at Pilaf and the 3 little ones who were huddled together. Go play with them, and if you're not happy, just wipe them out. This act of throwing away the burden made Vegeta shudder. He quickly approached Surti and whispered, Are you crazy? This is my home. It's Bulma's house, you soft-hearted guy. Surti shrugged and took out a cigarette from his pocket again. Well, I'm afraid too. Can't you just take him away? Looking at the 3 little Pilafs shaking like sieves, Bulma asked with a worried look on her face. Without waiting for Sir to respond, the murderous eyes of the 2 bamboo guards met Bulma. Bulma retreated decisively and quickly, not daring to speak again. Don't worry, I'll be watching from the side. Sir comforted her in a not-so-comforting way. If he wasn't on Earth, where there was a lot of fun to play, where could he take the King of All? Go to Bardos' divine land and watch the prophecy fish fishing? Under Sir's verbal command, he had never seen all kinds of fun toys for infants under 3 years old on Earth, plus games for the same age. The King of All, he was having a lot of fun. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take all these things away. Fortunately, compared with life and being wiped out, Bulma waved her hand with great pleasure and gave him other baby products. It feels like all the technology and life on Earth have been emptied out at once. After sending away this terrifying Eraser King, everyone finally spent a peaceful night. The next day, at noon, Xiao Wu also brought good news to Da Ti, who had just come out of the gravity room, saying that the energy of the time machine was ready. Bardos, who came back, also told everyone present that Zamaisu's plan to kill his master had been strangled in the cradle. Even Zamaisu himself was destroyed by him and completely eliminated. Then, let's go to Trunks' world next. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and looked at Vegeta excitedly. Vegeta looked indifferent, crossed his arms and looked at Big Trunks. Trunks, let's go. Yet. As Big Trunks responded, Sun Wukong looked at Surti, who was standing by the window with a cigarette in his mouth, and asked, Surti, are you going? Of course, no. Surti looked at Sun Wukong with a squint, and suddenly said, by the way, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't dawdle, be careful that you end up giving the other party level experience. What do you mean? Vegeta asked with a puzzled look. Literally. After saying this, Surti crossed his arms and looked at Whis, who was standing next to Bardos. By the way, what did you want to tell me yesterday? And when will Bardos come back? How many days has it been? These days, it's really cold to sleep alone at night. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about it if you didn't ask me. When Weiss heard Surt's question, he immediately walked to his side and said in a low voice, "Sister, my father sent me to the Kai of Time." Hey! Surt was surprised when he heard this. What surprised him was not Bardos's mission, but the Kai of Time. How should I put it, it was very unexpected. Originally I thought this was the orthodox Dragon Ball Super, and it didn't make sense that a character from Dragon Ball Heroes would appear. I didn't expect. This person really exists. But this is not what Surt cares about. He asked twice again, "So, when will Bardos come back?" "I can't come back. The High Priest threatened your life so that sister will never come back." "My life?" Surt was stunned. The last time he met the High Priest, this guy didn't show any hostility or dissatisfaction with him at all. As expected of an old monster who has lived for billions of years, his mind is really not revealed at all, it is really deep. Thinking of this, Suti's heart was filled with anger. Damn the High Priest! He didn't say anything, just put out the cigarette butt and took out the thing given to him by the King of All. Just when he was about to press it, Weiss, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately stopped Suti. "You want to go to the High Priest?" "Yes." Suti responded. "Go and question the High Priest. What about the priest? Or do you ask him to let your sister come back? Or, do you really want to be killed?" Faced with these consecutive questions, Surt answered irrelevantly, "The King of All and I are friends." But Weiss disagreed. In some things, even the King of All may not be helpful. As soon as these words came out, Surt understood. The highest ruler of the angel family is the father of angels, the High Priest. The King of All may not be able to interfere with the arrangements of the High Priest in this regard. Surt tightened his fists on both sides. This was the first time he wanted to speak with his fists since he came to the Dragon Ball Super world. Unfortunately, these fists are useless against the High Priest. Then how can I go to the Kaishin of Time? If the mountain doesn't come to see me, I will go to see the mountain myself. I can't go unless the King of Time comes here. Weiss shook his head slightly, indicating his powerlessness. It's not that the door of time and space cannot be opened, but if it is opened privately, the High Priest will punish him severely. Telling this news to Surt has already violated the High Priest's intention. Hey, it's because this guy can cook, for the sake of delicious food. No, it's because I don't want my sister to suffer alone, and Surt does nothing and is kept in the dark. Oh, thinking about it this way, he is really a good brother. While Weiss was silently quibbling, Surt had already walked to the door of the room. Looking at his receding back, Weiss hurriedly asked, "Surt, where do you want to go?" "Lunch is coming, I'll get you something to eat." Surti waved his hand, speaking in a very casual manner. But Weiss knew that Surti's mood at the moment was not as calm as it seemed. Wow! What will this guy do? I'm really looking forward to it. Without the two big appetites of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Surti simply made a few meals. It didn't matter whether these people were full or not, anyway, Surti dealt with the meal. After lunch, he asked Weiss with a normal expression to get him a different dimension with a different mirror flow speed and time, and ran into practice. The time flow speed of the dimension is tens of thousands of times faster than outside. After staying in there for a whole year, only half a day passed outside. Swish! When Surti came out again, his clothes were tattered, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was left with only a pair of pants. Chapter 56. The location was still Bulma's house. Weiss and Beerus looked serious, and standing opposite was King Kai-Shin, who was also thinking with a bitter face. "Wis, clean me up and get me a new set of clothes." "Mr. Sutter, what are you doing? The clothes are torn." Hearing Sutter's voice, King Kai-Shin looked over and saw the pieces of cloth on Sutter's body. It was impossible to tell what the original clothes looked like. "Stretched my muscles." Sutter didn't care much. After Wiss's operation, he patted his new clothes with satisfaction. But in a few seconds, the satisfaction on his face turned into a look of loss. Originally, Bardos would do these things for him beautifully without him asking. Now, he has to ask for help. By the way, what are you doing with such heavy faces? Sutter called the robot servants and also got himself a beer. I haven't had this stuff for a long time. Hey, isn't it about Zamasu? Bardos looked annoyed, and poured the beer from the wooden plastic barrel into his mouth desperately. Gulp. Gulp. Hey. It's still not good enough. After drinking more than half of it, Bardos still didn't feel satisfied. Zamasu. Surt put his eyes on Whis and asked this question. It's like this, didn't Lord Bardos ask me to go to other parallel worlds before? Without waiting for Whis to speak, King Kai Shin explained the matter simply and quickly based on the idea that one more person would make a decision. In many parallel worlds, besides Zamasu who stole Goku's body, I also saw that he had a powerful partner beside him. Sutter was too lazy to listen to what King Kai Shin said, and he crossed his arms and continued, Partner? You mean the other Zamasu? Hey! Throwing the empty plastic barrel aside, Bardos took a new barrel and looked at Surt in surprise. How did you know? What about the other one? Bulma, who was walking not far away, couldn't help but raise her voice after hearing this. Why did it come out again, the other one? Isn't this logic simple? You are a scientist. Sutter took the second beer handed by the robot servant and sat on the recliner on the side. Bulma frowned and quickly sorted out the logic. You mean that Black Goku is from another parallel world, and he ran to Trunks' world? Then, in Trunks' world, there should still be the original Black Zamasu. A partner with almost the same ideas will indeed be very strong. Whis agreed with a serious look. But why would these two people who are not the same person cooperate? Faced with this new question, Bardos and King Kai Shin couldn't help but fall into thinking again. It should be for the same interests. Sutter poured another cup and said casually, for example, what is Human Zero Plan? This is very likely. Bardos thought of the nonsense that Zamasu said when he destroyed Zamasu before. Hey, can you still chat and discuss here? Bulma's expression changed and she shouted. Goku and Vegeta, and Trunks, aren't they in danger now? But they have already gone to Trunks' world. I warned them before, don't go and give others experience levels for nothing. Surt didn't care and comforted Bulma. Goku may not understand, but Vegeta should be concerned. What do you mean? King Kai Shin was confused and didn't understand what Surt meant. Black Goku should not be strong. If Vegeta doesn't act recklessly, he can definitely handle it. Surt looked at the beer bubbling in his hand and continued, but if he acts recklessly, then it may be really miserable. After all, Black Goku with Goku's body will become stronger and stronger. Scions have such a bug in their physique. When Bardos also had a question mark on his head, Surt woke them up with a word. As long as you revive from near death every time, you will become stronger. If that's what you said, then this might be the reason why Black Goku and Lazarus joined the group. Kaioshin Shin understood this immediately. People who have served Kaioshin, just like Jebet, have healing powers. Whis nodded. It seems that Black Goku and Lazarus are the same. Is this the reason why Goku keeps traveling between parallel worlds? Tisk, let's pray that Vegeta has some brains and doesn't act recklessly, and get rid of Black Goku as soon as possible. I hope so. Bulma pursed her lips, with a strong bad feeling in her heart. For Goku, Vegeta is the one who wants to surpass him in his dreams. If he meets Black Goku with Goku's body. In fact, Bulma's worry is correct. It didn't take long. The time machine came back, bringing the embarrassed Son Goku and the seriously injured Vegeta. Are you all right? Bulma almost cried when she saw the two people getting off the time machine. Xiao Wu, who fell in love with Big Trunk, was also very anxious. Where is Brother Trunks? That. Brother Trunks, didn't you come back with us? Trunks, who was standing by, almost tore the white handkerchief in his hand when he saw this scene. He is here, he has always been here, why would Xiao Wu, whom he likes, like his future self? Isn't he good now? After eating the senzu beans, Vegeta turned his eyes to Surti, who was smoking a cigarette. You are at a disadvantage, right? I told you not to waste time, but you just gave others experience for nothing. Surti looked indifferent, even with a bit of teasing tone. Tisk. Vegeta instantly shut himself up and didn't want to talk. What happened? Beerus sat on the sofa and looked at the two of them with a gloomy expression. I'm sorry. We left Trunks behind and came back alone. Sun Wukong apologized and explained to Bulma briefly. But at that time, we had to do this. I have already thought of a way, and I will rush back immediately. Faced with Son Goku's explanation, Bulma gritted her teeth and didn't know who to blame. Damn. It will take at least a day to build a time machine to transport energy back and forth. Tisk. You knew this, but you still let Trunks stay. Vegeta was also full of anger and began to vent to Son Goku. No, as long as we set the time, we can set it to the time we just came back when we go again. Goku suddenly stopped being a fool and said something extremely witty. Chapter 57. No. Bulma sighed helplessly. The time machine moves between parallel worlds and cannot lock the flow of time. When you go there tomorrow, it will be one day later in Trunks' world. What? Not to mention Vegeta, even Goku's face was full of surprise and regret. Tisk tisk. It's rare for you to be smart, but this is the result. Sutter stood by, holding a cigarette in his pocket, expressing his sympathy. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this, tell me what happened. Beerus was too lazy to watch these people quarreling, and shouted, hurry up. It's like this, when we went to Trunks' world. With Sun Wukong's opening words, plus Vegeta's occasional supplements, everyone present also knew the specific situation. At the beginning, Vegeta was beating Black Goku. He could even quickly get rid of Black Goku. But for some reason, another Zamasu came out and saved the dying Black Goku. Originally, Black Goku, who had learned the Super Saiyan transformation from Trunks, turned into a pink form in a blink of an eye. Black Goku said that it was the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, simply called Super Saiyan Rose. Vegeta didn't want to admit defeat, and Zamasu, who always restored Black Goku's health, was really annoying. So, Sun Wukong decided to kill the other Zamasu who appeared later. As a result, he thought it was perfect, but he was beaten very badly in reality. Super Blue Vegeta was no match for Rose Black Goku, and Sun Wukong couldn't kill Zamasu who had an immortal body. The situation was one-sided, and finally, under the attraction of Xiao Wu and the delay of Trunks, the two of them came back in a time machine in shame. At this point, Sun Wukong clenched his fists in anger, too abominable. Didn't they say that Black Wukong was Zamasu? In the end, why did another Zamasu come out? Faced with this question, Kaishin Shin, who had already sorted out the logic, gave a detailed explanation. Black Wukong came from a parallel world similar to this era. He was not discovered by everyone and successfully killed his master. Afterwards, he stole the Potara earrings of Kaishin of the 10th universe, plus the Ring of Time. Then, he found the Super Dragon Balls, made a wish to get Sun Wukong's body, and became Black Wukong. Later, with the Ring of Time, Black Wukong could travel through any parallel world. He came to the future world where Te was and killed all the Kaishin of the 11 universes. Kaishin of the 7th universe just died in the battle. The most tragic thing is that Kaishin of the 10th universe, Ki was killed twice by Black Wukong. Once King Kai died, the gods of destruction in all the universes also died, and the angels also fell asleep. In the world of Te, there may only be the great priest and the king of all left. As for why these last two gods did not take care of things, no one knows, maybe they don't know at all. In the end, Black Gaku and the future Zamasu cooperated with each other. After talking about the human Plan Zero, the future Zamasu also made a wish for immortality from the Super Dragon Ball. That's why there are two Zamas. As King Kai Shin explained in detail, Bulma looked at Vegeta with a serious face and said, "The next trip may be the last round trip, and there may be no way to go to the future again." "What do you mean?" Vegeta turned his head to look at Bulma, with unknown emotions in his heart. "Because the connection between our two worlds is getting weaker and weaker." In the shock of everyone, Bulma continued to say seriously, "So, on this day when the new energy is ready, come up with an absolutely perfect and foolproof method." Sun Wukong set his sights on King Kai Shin. "Zamasu is King Kai, so let's take Shin with us." "Stupid, our potential has long been tapped infinitely, and Ka is on the verge of death, and can't improve much of his strength." Vegeta crossed his arms, his forehead full of blue veins. He is now very worried about the future of Trunks, and the people he cares about in the future. Almost all died. "Hey, can't taking Shin solve the problem?" Sun Wukong frowned, and after thinking hard, he proposed another solution. "Then, Grandpa Turtle's Mayfaha. If he can't be defeated, or he is still immortal, use Mayfaha to seal him." "Vegeta, what about you? Do you have any ideas?" Faced with Sun Wukong's question, Vegeta only said, "It's none of my business." Then, he stood up and flew out of the villa, heading towards the Temple of Heaven. Sun Wukong touched his head speechlessly, and hurriedly teleported to Kame Island to learn the magic wave from Kame Immortal. "Then I'll take my leave." King Kai Shin also stood up at this time and said goodbye to everyone. "I have an appointment with Lord Jivas, and I have to go to the 10th universe." "Oh. It's really sad to see the disciple you brought up become like this, so you should enlighten him well." Whis nodded and said this meaningfully. "Suitor, I'm a little hungry, go make me something delicious." Beerus didn't care about these things at all, and patted the table and shouted, "Anyway, I have destroyed Zamasu of the 10th universe, and I don't care about the rest." Sutter ignored him and said to Whis, "Open the mirror space again and let me in." "Why are you so diligent all of a sudden?" Whis asked with a smile and teased. "Notify me when Gaku and Vegeta leave." After Surt finished speaking, he entered the mirror dimension without looking back. Beerus clenched his fist and yelled angrily. "Didn't this bastard hear what I said just now? He actually ignored me, the god of destruction, and I want to destroy him." Whis looked at Beerus meaningfully and asked with a smile, "Ho ho! Lord Beerus, how about I send you in too?" "Humph, that dog, ask your chef to cook for me." Looking at Ash who was huddled in the corner, Beerus said and aimed his unfriendly eyes at him. "Yes, yes." Xiugo was frightened and ran out of the room quickly. One day passed quickly again. Vegeta came back from the spirit time room, Sun Wukong also learned the Mayfaha, and Surti was also called out of the mirror space. "Well, Surti, do you want to go to the future with us?" Seeing Surti also squeeze into the time machine, Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Let's go and take a look. I suddenly want to ask that Black Wukong why he chose your body instead of mine." Chapter 58. Surt responded indifferently, and picked an opponent for himself. "I will be the opponent of the immortal Zamasu." "Hey, what about me?" Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. He originally planned to seal Zamasu first. Didn't he learn this Mayfaha in vain? "If you want to go first, then go first." Surt shrugged indifferently. Anyway, he knew that Sun Wukong's Mayfaha would not succeed. The future. The world where Trunks is. Because of the early arrival of King Kai Shin and King Kai of Universe 10, Det and Xiaowu successfully survived. Facing Kvas who wanted to persuade Black Gaku to turn back from his wrong path, he also died in the hands of Black Gaku for the third time. Fortunately, Det was a disciple of King Kaishin for a period of time, and successfully pulled the dead Kvas back from the gates of hell. Just when these four people were being chased by Black Gaku and Zamesu and were about to be killed, Son Goku and Vegeta, together with Surtur, came in a time machine. "Oh, you are here." Seeing Son Goku and Vegeta, Black Gaku smiled and threw away the big trotter in his hand. "Tisk, damn guy." Vegeta saw the embarrassed look of Big Trotter and spat at Black Goku's cruelty. "Another stranger," Zamesu said while aiming at the fallen Kaishinshin and shot out the air bullet in his hand. "Is it a new helper?" "Surtur. I didn't expect you to come too, but even if you come, it's useless. In the end, you will still be eliminated by us," Black Gaku said with confidence. Swish! The next moment, Son Goku showed what it means to be slapped in the face with his actions. He teleported to save King Kaishin and brought him to Xiao Wu, who was riding a tricycle and pulling Kvas. "Humph, then my opponent is still you." Vegeta ignored Zamesu and kept his eyes on Black Gaku. "Wait." Surt stepped forward, signaling Vegeta not to be so anxious, and asked Black Gaku. "Let me ask a question first, Black Gaku. Since you know me, why don't you choose my body? You are so boring." Hearing this question, Vegeta's speechless mouth twitched slightly. Surt ignored Vegeta and continued, "According to strength, I should be the strongest scion, right? It's not that I don't want your body." Black Gaku seemed to have thought of something, and said this after a long time. "At that time, I also made a wish to the God Dragon to exchange bodies with you. But it seems that because you don't exist in other parallel worlds, this wish cannot be fulfilled. I'll settle for the next best thing and ask for Son Goku's body." "I see." Sutter nodded slightly, took a few steps back, and handed the next thing to Vegeta. "According to Black Gaku, is it because he doesn't exist in other parallel worlds that the wish cannot be fulfilled?" Sutter thinks, not really. It should be because he doesn't belong to this two-dimensional Dragon Ball world, so there will be no second him in other parallel worlds. And the God Dragon can't do anything to his body, it should be because of his soul. After all, the God Dragon also made his wish, immortality, come true earlier. So, his soul is unique to this Dragon Ball world. Then, thinking a little longer, is the erasure of the King of All useless to him? But it can only be guessed, not tried. What if we try, we will die? Look, Dad has the upper hand. Trunks exclaimed in surprise as he watched the battle begin. What form is that red hair in? The ones who had eaten the senzu beans became lively again, and their questions were full of energy. Super Saiyan God is the first stage of Super Saiyan Blue. It consumes less energy than Super Saiyan Blue, and is more balanced in all aspects. As Sun Wukong explained, Surti's thoughts were also collected, and he asked casually. "Aren't you going to seal that guy? If you don't hurry up, Black Gaku might join forces with Zamesu." "Oh, right." Sun Wukong slapped his forehead, returned the capsule of the time machine to Trunks, and then took out another capsule. Looking at the earthen jar appearing and smelling the special smell that made people dizzy, Sun Wukong explained awkwardly. "I brought it from Grandpa Turtle's house. It was used to store dried plums." The four people present quickly retreated, even Suti couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. "Hurry up, take it away." "Okay." Holding the jar, Sun Wukong went to Zamesu who was planning to join forces with Black Gaku. "Zamesu, your opponent is me. The honorable warrior duel must be singled out. This is a matter of principle." "Tisk. Facing the immortal me, what can you do to me?" Zamesu walked towards Sun Wukong with a look of disdain. "Ha!" Sun Wukong was very calm. He shouted and entered the super blue form, full of confidence. "No matter how immortal you are, you will be finished if you encounter this move of mine. Look at me, Mayfaha. After this move, Zamesu didn't even have time to react, and was directly sucked into the jar. With the help of Dati, the mouth of the jar was quickly covered, but at the last stage of sticking the talisman, an accident occurred. Sud raised his eyebrows and sneered. As expected, the hotel discount coupons can't suppress Zamesu. It's over, screwed up. Seeing Zamesu emerge from the jar and sit on the ground with a lingering fear on his face, Sun Wukong felt extremely embarrassed. Could it be that I am not suitable for using these moves? Just when Sun Wukong found an excuse and wanted to transform, Sud flashed in front of him, glanced at Wukong with disdain, and said, "Just say it if you are careless. The Mayfaha consumed a lot of your physical strength. It's my turn to do this guy." "Okay. Then you be careful, this guy can do strange immobilization techniques." Sun Wukong had no choice but to retreat to the side of Dati and quickly reminded Surti. "Is it immobilized?" Surti didn't care much and looked at Zamesu opposite with cold eyes. "Humph, even if it's a different person, so what? I'm immortal, and any attack won't hurt me." Before Zamesu finished speaking, Surti had already flashed behind him and kicked him out with a swift kick. Bang! Looking at Zamesu, who was sliding on the ground with his face facing the ground, Surti also smiled and said something amazing. "I know, I'm also immortal, so I came to you on purpose to see if I can kill you." "What?" In the shock of Sun Wukong and others, Surti started a new round of attacks on Zamesu, who had just struggled to stand up. Bang bang bang! Chapter 59. Zamesu had no time to react to the punches and kicks that were so fast that only after images could be seen. He could only endure the one-sided abuse. "Ugh, Even if you don't die, the pain will still exist, right?" Surti laughed and punched Zamesu away. Zamesu, whose face was bruised and swollen and was beaten like a pig, struggled to get up again. With his breathing, the wound on his face caused by Surti healed instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hey, you damn guy! Are you angry like this?" Surti stepped on his feet and rushed towards Zamesu again. "Damn!" he cursed, but Zamesu was a coward and ran directly towards Black Gaku. Swish! Appearing in front of Zamesu, Surti raised his clenched fist and punched him in the face again without hesitation. "You can't escape from my hands." In mid-air, Vegeta, who was firmly in the upper hand and was suppressing Black Gaku, seemed to have heard what Surtur said and followed to mock Black Gaku. "That's right, you are also a person without vision. I am much stronger than Kakarot. You don't choose the body properly." Below, Surtur had quickly caught up with Zamesu, who was flying backwards, and mocked him. "If Vegeta killed Black Gaku, I think you alone wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, your strength is too rubbish. Relying on killing the rubbish Kaishin, letting the god of destruction die together and silencing the angels, this despicable method. This Zamesu and Black Gaku are destined to fail to realize the Human Zero plan." Being hit hard, Zamesu, who relied on his immortal body, was completely on the verge of torture by Surtur. Boom! At this time, Black Gaku was also knocked to the ground by Vegeta's Kigong wave. "Asshole, you said, wasn't the plan perfect?" Zamesu was no match for Surtur, and could only roar helplessly and angrily to the other side, grabbing Black Goku's collar. "Why are you so angry? Calm down." The embarrassed Black Gaku smiled hard and held Zamesu's arm. "Ah, is this a fight?" Vegeta landed beside Surtur and raised his hand to the two of them. "Next, I'll send you to death." Surtur didn't say much. Vegeta was really in the limelight for a rare time. Seeing this scene, Black Gaku smiled, without any fear. He said to Zamesu, who looked terrified, "What are you afraid of? Don't we still have some tricks to use?" Hearing this, Zamesu was no longer panicked, and smiled, "You're right." Just when everyone was puzzled, Sun Wukong saw Black Wukong take off the earring that was originally worn on his left ear. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's face changed drastically, and he instantly entered the Super Blue Realm. The energy was condensed in his hands, and the surging blue light burst out and hit Black Wukong and Zamasu. Came, faction. Chi. Gong. Ha. A deafening explosion sounded, and the billowing smoke spread all around. What's wrong? Vegeta was a little confused, and turned his head to look at the panting Sun Wukong. This move was almost Kakarot's full-strength attack. They used the Potara earrings. Sud explained, looking at the overflowing smoke. What a pity, one step too late. This guy actually knows the function of Potara. King Kai. Shin also looked constipated. It's all my fault. He was sighed helplessly, saying that he didn't know the person well, and his face was full of self-blame. This disciple who was taught with all his heart and dedication is like this. What? There was a big question mark on Dati's head, and he didn't understand what these people were talking about. In fact, there was no need for the people present to explain, because as the smoke dissipated, he also saw the final result. Zamasu and Black Goku had disappeared, and a white-haired and green-skinned man wearing the clothes of the King Kai of the 10th universe stood in the same place. He was still emitting a silver-white light, and there was a huge god's ring behind him. The fusion of the two, the fusion of Zamasu. That guy, they are fused. Vegeta and Dati, father and son, shouted at the same time after seeing this scene. Do you guys still want to attack? Surti looked calm and asked Sun Wukong and Vegeta. If you don't attack, I'll go up and practice. The fused Zamasu is very strong, even still, he was able to defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but he was not his opponent. Humph, even if he merges, he is still my opponent. Vegeta did not intend to give in, and was not afraid of the powerful strength revealed by the merged Zamasu. Oh, then you go first. Surt shrugged and took a step back politely. Tisk! Vegeta shouted, entered the Super Blue Realm again, and rushed towards the merged Zamasu. Ha ha ha! Do you think I am still the Zamasu who let you beat me before? The merged Zamasu sneered, and then suddenly disappeared from the spot. Bang! A quick punch hit Vegeta's abdomen, causing his eyes to widen and vomit a large mouthful of acid water. So fast! Vegeta cried out in pain and was beaten back to normal in an instant. Goku, what about you? Seeing this scene, Surti was not surprised, and turned to look at Sun Wukong and asked. I want to give it a try. As a race that loves fighting, how could the Scions give up easily in the face of fighting? So, as soon as the Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong flew out, he was also punched back to normal by the combined Zamasu and walked on the old path of Vegeta. This? How is this possible? Big Te widened his eyes, his face full of horror. How can he be so strong? Isn't it just a combination? Hey, you also use the Potara earrings. Maybe you can defeat Zamasu. Seeing Sun Wukong and Vegeta lying on the ground, he was shouted anxiously. Of course, he didn't know Surti's strength. After all, the two had never met. Are you kidding me? Vegeta snorted coldly and refused arrogantly. I said, I won't merge with Kakarot again. What should we do? Let Surt do it. Sun Wukong rubbed his aching abdomen and asked with a depressed look. Should we give up the enemy or choose to merge? Humph, Surt, you go. If you can't beat him, you can merge with Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth, stood up with difficulty, and said this coldly. How can this be? Sun Wukong pouted, frowning so much that he could kill a fly. Surt, who is stronger than Lord Beerus, why would he need to merge with him? Are you so sure? I still want to meet Vegeto. Chapter 60. Surt shook his head slightly, stepped on the ground and rushed towards the combined Zamasu. Bang! Bang, bang. Guas, who was standing not far from Vegeta, felt incredible when he heard Vegeta's refusal. Someone would actually refuse to use Potara to combine, what a strange person. This, just get used to it. He and Goku both have this kind of personality. Kaishin said helplessly with a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Cert, so strong. Big T, who had been watching the battle, suddenly said this, attracting the attention of the people who were talking. Just Cert, who was below the Super Saiyan God, every punch and kick he threw out brought a fierce hurricane, blasting the surrounding air. Too fast. I can't see it at all. Looking at the sudden shaking of the earth and the appearance of a huge pit, Big Te exclaimed again. Xiao Wu also nodded in horror. All she could see was the thick smoke and the flying debris. Who is this person, so powerful? Looking at the two streams of light, one red and one rose red, colliding constantly, he was asked in horror. King of the Worlds. Shin swallowed his saliva. I don't know the details, but he is a scion. Also a scion. Looking at the dusty and embarrassed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, plus Da Te, Kyo's eyes twitched. These scions are really terrifying, each one is stronger than the other. It's so terrifying. Boom boom boom. A huge pit appeared on the ground under the earthquake. Looking at the struggling and embarrassed fused Zamasu, he made his clothes look brand new again. Surti in midair sneered, maybe I only told the immortal Zamasu before, you don't know about the fusion. As long as you fall into my hands, even if you are still immortal, you are no match for me. As he spoke, he didn't even look at the swooping Zamasu, and punched directly on the abdomen of the fusion Zamasu. Well, damn guy! The fusion Zamasu screamed in pain, gritted his teeth and kept somersaulting in mid-air. After stabilizing his body, he rushed towards Surti again without giving up, roaring, I will kill you. I hope you can do it. Sure said coldly, and dodged quickly in the face of the waving fists. Finally, he raised his palm to block the two punches of the fusion Zamasu, and kicked him out with a sweep of his feet. Bang! The fusion Zamasu was completely suppressed. When he climbed up from the hole in the ground again and wanted to launch a long-range Qigong wave attack on Cert in the air. However, fused Zamasu found that Cert's figure was nowhere to be found in the air. Are you looking for me? Cert appeared behind him, and a chi bomb pierced through the chest of fused Zamasu. After feeling the severe pain, fused Zamasu healed the big hole in his chest. Then he shouted loudly and increased the chi around him. The powerful energy drove the surrounding air, and a hurricane appeared and whistled continuously. Waves of powerful power burst out from his body, condensed into chi bombs, attacking the surroundings randomly without a target. Cert had already retreated along the hurricane and flew into the air. Looking at the violent combined Zamasu, he said with his hands on his hips in disdain, Tisk. After the combination, this ability to withstand pressure has not doubled at all. The two of them faced each other from a distance, blowing up flying sand all over the sky. With the howling hurricane, the shaking earth was shaking. Let's retreat. Sun Wukong turned back to Da Te and the others and urged them to retreat quickly, lest they could not withstand the baptism of this cycle. Okay. Da Te nodded, picked up Xiao Wu and retreated quickly. After pulling away for a distance, the combined Zamasu also subsided some of his anger and regained his rationality. He raised one hand high, and a large piece of the hardest metal in the universe, Thunderbolt Steel, appeared in the air above his palm. Swish, swish, swish. As his arms continued to wave, pieces of Thunderbolt Steel were thrown towards Surti. Just these bad tricks. Surti raised his eyebrows disdainfully and quickly dodged among the many Thunderbolt Steels. Not long after, he flashed in front of fused Zamasu again and punched him to the ground. Seeing fused Zamasu being beaten again, Kyo's gradually showed joy on his face. It's almost time. After an hour, Zamasu's Potara will lose its effect, causing the two to separate. What? Vegeta heard this. He was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at King Kai Shin, and asked. Didn't you say that once the Potara earrings are combined, they will never separate again? Don't you know? The only one who can never separate is the King Kai. Jivas looked at the equally confused King Kai Shin suspiciously, and then looked at Vegeta. For those who are not King Kai, the maximum time to use is only 1 hour. King Kai Shin seemed to have thought of something and said awkwardly. In that case, when we fought Majin Buu, it was actually because the time was up. Not at all, because it was in Majin Buu's body. No one answered his words, because at this time, a scream from the combined Zamasu came from mid-air. Ugh! I saw a powerful Qigong wave, shot out from Surt's hand, covering the combined Zamasu inside. The aftermath of the energy spread to the surroundings, and the nearby city ruins were directly swept into ashes. Even the earth was cracked by the shock, and spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. Boom boom boom! This straight energy exploded after a long time, producing smoke all over the sky. The billowing smoke dissipated, revealing the embarrassed combined Zamasu. At this moment, he had lost most of his body and was panting like a cow. Who? You damn guy, you are really too hateful. Accompanied by his roar, his incomplete body grew rapidly because of immortality. You don't have much time to talk harshly. Sud didn't care about the immortality of the combined Zamasu, and landed in front of him with his arms folded indifferently. You'd better think about what your last words are before you die. As he said, Sud raised his hand, and a powerful energy was released, rushing towards the combined Zamasu. Because of being beaten and abused again and again, and the healing of immortality, the energy of fused Zamasu began to become somewhat unstable. But he himself did not notice it at all. Boom! As the energy was shot out, fused Zamasu did not even have the ability to resist, and flew backwards in an instant. Surt followed closely behind, caught up with him and jumped behind him. He raised his foot high again and kicked fused Zamasu hard on the back. Bang bang bang! Chapter 61. Under the attack of Shinichi, fused Zamasu was beaten with blood splattering, and even his hands were cut off several times by Surtur's energy sword. Finally, he passed through a series of building ruins and fell deeply inside, covering his broken head. How is this possible? There are humans who are more powerful than me, the only god in this world. After being angry, he was beaten again. Fused Zamasu finally showed fear on his face. Then, I'll give you one last move. Surtur still looked indifferent, and raised his hands high to gather destructive energy. Deep purple energy quickly appeared on his palms. Goodbye, Zamasu. The huge destructive energy was pushed out by Surtur and went towards the pale-faced fused Zamasu. Ah, no! The deep purple destructive energy wrapped the fused Zamasu on the ground. The destructive energy was constantly destroying him, and the immortal power was constantly healing him. The combined Zamasu fell into deep pain, being destroyed and repairing himself at the same time. Ah! The screams echoed in this desolate land, and the people present were inexplicably shuddering. It's so miserable. Seeing the destructive energy being consumed and the light gradually fading, Surt stood in the air with his arms folded, and suddenly said this. It's almost time. The 1-hour fusion time of the combined Zamasu is almost up. Really? King Kai Shin heard this and quickly took out a small alarm clock from his arms. He said to Gyuz with a look of surprise, it's true, Surt's grasp of time is really accurate. Look! Big Special was so shocked that his face was distorted, and he pointed at the combined Zamasu who was gradually revealing his figure. No, to be precise, it was no longer the fused Zamasu. How should I describe the scene? Black Goku and Zamasu did not really separate into two people. The two people seemed to be kneaded together like plasticine. At first glance, they looked like conjoined people cut in half and put together. What's going on? Xiao Wu couldn't help but step back several steps and hide behind De Te. So ugly, so disgusting, so scary. Tisk. Vegeta spat, hating this trick more and more. What fusion, fuck it. I think it should be the same person. It seems that they resist the release of the fusion state. The senior Gyawas quickly gave the answer. Resist? Release. The people present looked at each other, some of them didn't understand. Well, it is estimated that in the first hour of fusion, they may have even put their cells together. Gvaz's face was solemn, and he added, this has led to the current situation. Except for the question mark on Sun Wukong's head, everyone else pursed their lips and remained silent, not knowing what to say. Sutter fell to the ground and looked at the half Zamasu and half Black Gaku whose facial features were distorted. He was not afraid, and even calmly wanted to have a cigarette. I am the only god. One god is enough. We are one. The voices of Zamasu and Black Gaku sounded mixed together, and it seemed that both of them were speaking in their own tones. Sutter couldn't help but get a pack of cigarettes from his own space. No. God is not like you. As he said, he opened the cigarette box familiarly, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. As the smoke started to burn, Surti held it in his mouth. At the same time, he flashed to the front of Big Te who was sneaking behind Zamasu and Black Gaku. Don't be nosy, and don't act suddenly. Facing Surti's appearance that seemed to have everything under control, Big Te gritted his teeth and asked, if I don't do it, how can I kill him? My mother, this hatred. It can't be killed. Surti shrugged, took a puff of cigarette, and looked at Zamasu and Black Gaku who were still twisting and swaying. If you touch this guy again, he will become more and more. Or a lot of black gas will emerge from the remains of the killed, and the black gas is not easy to deal with. Then just like that, don't care. Kayashin widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Although he didn't really believe Surti's words, he didn't dare to gamble. It's better to be afraid of 1 in 10,000. Seeing that everyone was staring at him when he was eager for the follow-up, Sut took another puff of cigarette and took out a button from his pocket. That is given to you by H1. Sun Wukong was sharp-eyed and asked in surprise with his index finger. Yet. Sut replied lightly and pressed the button in his hand. Swish! Almost at the same time, a guy with a flat round face suddenly appeared in front of them. Bang! This appearance was a low-altitude fall, face to the ground. Master Chuan Wang. Seeing this, Kayashin Xin was so scared that his eyes were about to fall out. Even Black Gaku and Zamasu, who were still struggling and twisting, showed the same horror on their different half-facial features. Master Chuan Wang. Hey, did you call me here? Who are you? Eraser Chuan Wang stood up as if nothing had happened, patted the dust off his body and asked. I'm in another world, and we're friends. Sutter squatted down, peeled a lollipop and stuffed it into the mouth of the Omni King. What, so sweet? The Omni King was stunned at first, and as the sweetness spread in his mouth, he took the initiative to hold the lollipop. Look over there, that half man, he's a bad guy. Surt pointed at Zamasu and Black Gaku who were staggering back. Because of them, almost all the humans on this planet were killed, and even my friend was seriously injured. Sutter said, pointing his finger at Vegeta. Look, not only is the clothes torn, but even the hair on the top of the head has been beaten back. And that one, he almost has no strength to stand. Seeing Surt pointing at him, Sun Wukong cooperated and fell to the ground. Just when Surt was about to continue to sell a wave of misery, the Omni King nodded. Well, it's miserable. The bad guys must be eliminated. White light appeared on his hands, and he was about to clench his fists. Erase all universes like this. The speed of doing things was faster than Surti expected. Surti wanted to stop him. Wait! But the flat round-faced guy of the Omni King seemed to have not heard him, and clenched his hands quickly. Hurry up! Hurry up! Surti simply stopped stopping him, and quickly moved to the side of King Kai Shin and urged him. Use the Ring of Time, let's go back quickly. Chapter 62. Yes. Giwas and King Kai Shin saw this scene. There was nothing they didn't understand. They hurriedly used the Ring of Time and took the people around them back to the original past. Swish, swish, swish. Just when everyone disappeared, the bright white light from the hand of the King of all became bigger and brighter. But in an instant, the light covered the ruins of the city, covering Zamasu and Black Gaku, who were half terrified. The 7th universe was covered by white light, and the 12 universes were also covered one by one. Swish! The main space-time, the 7th universe, the King Kai realm. Looking at the familiar but extremely unfamiliar environment in front of him, Da Te breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. We are back. King Kai Shin looked like he had survived a disaster, and couldn't help but fell to the grass with weak legs. Old King Kai Giwas walked behind the old King Kai and looked at the box in his hand. 2 silver rings, plus 4 emerald rings. Snap! Just as the two of them witnessed, one of the emerald rings was broken and disappeared. A parallel world has been erased. Old Kai sighed and turned to look at the people who came back. It's all my fault. Giwas's face was full of guilt again. Humph, in this case, the so-called Human Zero plan has also failed as they have been erased. Listening to what Surt said, Vegeta snorted arrogantly and looked at Da Te and Xiao Wu who were sweetly snuggling together. But... What? What? Surt, say it again, I don't quite understand. Sun Wukong frowned and couldn't help shouting, expressing his incomprehension. Tisk! Zamasu and Black Gaku were wiped out by the future Omni King, and the entire universe of Trunks' world was also wiped out. Trunks and Xiao Wu, there is nowhere to go. Surt glanced at the crab-headed dog. Could it be that this guy's IQ is all used in martial arts? Oh! Can't you just put it simply? Sun Wukong suddenly realized and said with a grin. If you have nowhere to go, just stay. Such a simple thing. Do you need me to treat you? Looking at the discussion that was not over for a long time, Jebet, who was completely ignored, couldn't help but say something. Okay, thank you. Big Te hurriedly invited, indicating that Jebet should treat Xiao Wu first. Tisk tisk. It seems that you, as a father, are not as important as your son's girlfriend. Seeing this scene, Surt looked at Vegeta teasingly. Tisk. Vegeta spat, but said nothing. After everyone had been treated and recuperated, they also said goodbye to the old Kai and returned to Earth. The courtyard of Bulma's house. Whis and Beerus were still leisurely eating barbecue and drinking beer. Bulma was indeed looking at the sky with a sad face, as if waiting for everyone to return safely. Even Trunks and Pilaf sat on the side with a well-behaved face, looking at Bulma. When the atmosphere on both sides was very different, Surt and his people moved back instantly. Swish! Hey, you are back! Beerus asked in surprise when he saw Kai Shin returning with his people. Axon, why are you with them too? This. Kai Shin's face flashed with embarrassment, hesitating and not knowing what to say. At this moment, Bulma saw Vegeta return safely, and cried with joy and threw herself into his arms. As a result, Xiao Wu and future Xiao Wu also met each other's eyes and smiled knowingly. Trunks also ran to Big Trunks and said happily, Big brother, you are okay. That's great. Xiao Wu is worried about you. How can a child understand true love now? Pilaf stared at future Xiao Wu and sighed, Ash, look, she is very energetic. Lord Pilaf. On the other side. After listening, Bardos angrily attacked King Kai-shin. Asshole, you idiot! You actually ran to the future too. Are you looking for death? But why do you want to drag me down? What if you die? Besides, you also took advantage of Lord Omni King. This is not a good sign. Looking at Whis walking towards him, he said something ambiguous. Sutter did not speak, but just silently took out another cigarette and lit it, looking at Big Trunks and said, "Give me your time machine, I can use it." Although Te was confused, but he didn't say much to his savior, and directly handed the capsule to Surtur. Surtur got on the time machine, glanced at the densely packed buttons, and said to Trunks again, "I don't know how to operate it, you come up, and we'll go back again." "Okay." Watching the time machine disappear again, Bardos ate the skewers and asked Whis in confusion, "What is Surtur going to do again?" "Even Bardos doesn't know, how could I know?" Whis smiled and casually picked up a new skewer. After that, Surtur did what Sun Wukong was supposed to do, and he brought back the future king of all. Seeing the appearance of the king of all, Bardos almost popped his eyes out and knelt down in a hurry. "Welcome! Welcome to the Grand Omni King!" "Hee hee!" With the Grand Omni King smiling, Surtur asked the King of the Universe Shin to take them to the Grand Omni King's temple. "King of the Universe, how about this friend I found for you?" Surtur pushed the future King of the Universe in front of the King of the Universe. "Hi!" The two mentally retarded children soon played together. "Hee hee! You guy!" Looking at the two kings of the universe, the high priest with his hands behind his back had a complicated look on his face. There was a bit of confusion and depression on his face. "Okay. Let's go." After finishing this, Surtur waved his hand and left without even looking at the high priest. "Is this really okay? King of the Universe?" Shin followed behind Surtur and asked a little uneasy. "I always feel that there is some unclear relationship between the high priest and Surtur." "What's the relationship?" Surtur asked without turning his head. "Does the high priest dare to kill him?" "At present, he certainly doesn't dare. In the future? He will be so strong that even the high priest can't kill him. What will happen next?" "I heard that Dado and future Xiaowu used the time machine to open up a new parallel time and space. They went to live in the world where Zamaisuo and Majin Bu had never appeared. The two seemed to have made arrangements to stop Dopper from killing King Kai-shin. As long as King Kai-shin doesn't die, Bardos won't die either. After that, even if Zamaisuo appears and makes trouble everywhere, the future Bardos can come out to solve it. The future world can be protected and become better. The tragedy caused by people like Zamaisuo will never happen again." Chapter 63. Surtur didn't care about these things, and he wouldn't care at all. At this moment, he had been led by King Kai-shin to the destruction land of the 11th universe. Surtur. Seeing Surtur's arrival, Makarita was the happiest. "Why are you here? Hey, why isn't Bardos with you? Something happened." Surtur glanced at the clown Wayme-eyed who was served by 4 or 5 beauties, and walked out of the tent with Makarita. After a completely safe protective shield was created, Surtur simply told Makarita about the bad things the high priest had done. "Is that so?" Makarita pursed her lips, a little speechless about the high priest's behavior. "Hey, I originally wanted to resign as the supervisor of the god of destruction. Now it seems that with such an identity, I can provide you with better help. I really need your help now." Surtur nodded and said seriously. "Strength, as well as physical, are all needed. So, what kind of help do you need from me?" Makarita didn't hesitate too much, and looked up at Surtur and asked. "First, a house with a bed." Surtur asked seriously. Makarita listened, and instantly thought of something, and her face turned red. It was still that unknown planet, that empty and quiet palace, and that bed where she was caught cheating. Ugh! It was still that large bed, and that person. "Hey! Surtur, who had experienced a lot of ups and downs, leaned against the head of the bed, holding a cigarette in his hand, puffing out smoke. "So, what's next? What kind of help do you need from me?" Makarita snuggled in Surti's arms and asked obediently. "Wait, take me to see Jiren, I want to test the strength of the strongest human in the 11th universe." Surti reached out and touched her twin ponytails, and smiled. "This request is simple." Makalita nodded and threw herself on Surtur, "But before that, I think it's necessary to be more proactive." Hee. 3 days later. Universe 11, Tovalays. Surtur and Makarita were suspended in mid-air, looking at the battle on the ground. There was a huge scorpion monster of several dozen meters, and a human on the opposite side who looked like a little bean. This human was Jiren. He was a hero who maintained peace in the entire Universe 11. He belonged to the Pride team and was also a member of the team. This guy had a very nice nickname, Grey Jiren. His appearance was different from that of an ordinary human, with a smooth head without hair, big round black eyes, and a strange white skin. He always wore the black and red uniform of the Pride team. Overall, he should be a strong alien with 12 abdominal muscles. He is Jiren. Seeing that the scorpion monster was killed with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Makarita said something and quickly descended with Surti. "Who is it?" Jiren, who was stepping on the scorpion monster, heard the movement behind him, turned his head quickly, and shouted in a deep voice. "Well, Makarita? Is it Master Waimei who wants to ask me for something again?" After seeing the person coming, Jiren asked expressionlessly, and directly ignored Surti behind her. "No, I came here this time to want you to have a competition with this human named Surti." Makarita smiled, stretched out her hand to Jiren and introduced Surti. "Competition?" Jiren did not even look at Surti, and rejected Makarita coldly. "I am very busy and have no time for any competition." "Really? If you don't agree, then don't agree." Sud passed Makarita who wanted to speak again, and said to Jiren who turned around and was about to fly away. "After the people leave, I will destroy this peaceful planet he is guarding." "You?" Hearing this, Jiren, who was originally expressionless, turned around, his face full of murderous intent. "What did you just say?" "Said, destroy this planet." Surt's mouth curled slightly, and he casually pointed at the planet full of life. "Asshole!" Devoting everything to justice, the taciturn Jiren was furious at this moment. He waved his huge fist and rushed towards Surt. "Hey!" Surt, who achieved his goal, quickly jumped into the air and blocked the punch with his hands. Bang! Jiren's punch was tentative, not full force, but it also caused the air to distort, and waves of ripples spread. "Not bad." Surt entered the Super Saiyan God, exerted force with both hands, repelled Jiren's fist, and kicked the next sweeping kick quickly kicked at his abdomen. Bang! 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 The next moment, the two of them punched and kicked in a dazzling manner, so fast that only after images could be seen one after another. The offensive of the two has exceeded the power that the general god of destruction can burst out. The air waves are constantly surging, and the aftermath alone makes the life forms on the planet tremble. Seeing the ground thousands of feet away from his feet actually vibrate, Jiren immediately pulled away and quickly retreated. "There are too many concerns. How about you fight in another place?" Makalita quickly flew to the sky, looked at Jiren and Surti and said something. "I didn't agree to have any competition." Jiren had a cold face, and his huge black eyes were full of depth. "Ho ho, I'm not asking you." Makarita smiled and directly teleported the two to the realm of nothingness. Swish swish. "In this way, we can fight with peace of mind." Sutter smiled handsomely at Makarita, and then rushed towards Jiren again. No matter whether this guy is willing or not, if he doesn't want to be beaten, he can only fight back. Several blue veins flashed on Jiren's smooth head. He glared at Sutter angrily and stretched out his hand to block his punch. Seeing that his fist was blocked, Sutter quickly flashed behind Jiren and was about to use an elbow attack on his broad back. Jiren's fighting talent is very high. He noticed the noise behind him and turned around instantly to take Sutter's elbow attack with his elbow. Bang bang bang! After another round of punches and kicks, Jiren completely let go of his hands and feet, without any scruples, and chased Sutter, who was in the Super Saiyan God realm, and launched a fierce attack. But in Sutter's eyes, his full strength was even a little inferior to Beerus. Surdy also became ruthless, gradually increasing his strength, and responded to Jiren's more crazy counterattack. Under this attack, Jiren began to be completely unable to bear it, and accidentally received several punches from Surdy. He staggered for several steps before stabilizing his body in the void. Isn't Jiren your opponent? Seeing the situation that could be seen in an instant, Makarita was a little stunned. Tisk! Did this guy really exert his full strength? Surdy frowned slightly and looked at his hands. Chapter 64. He is only in the form of Super Saiyan God. In the original plot, the powerful Jiren was able to force Son Goku to enter the sign of Ultra Instinct. Makarita was also a little embarrassed and said the value of Jiren's God combat power. When Jiren is at full strength, his God combat power is at least 25. 25, can't even beat Beerus Cat. Sutter looked at Jiren, who was silent with disdain, waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to fight. Your God combat power can already beat Beerus in his furious state. Makarita was also surprised, floated to Sutter's side, and asked this question. At least 35. Sutter nodded and said the exact God combat power. That's true. If it's not a life and death battle, Jiren is definitely not your opponent. Makarita reached out and grasped the scepter, teleporting the three people from the world of nothingness back to the previous Tovale's planet. Then let's go, pick me a similar or stronger opponent. Surt said and was about to leave. He shouted at Jiren perfunctorily, Jiren, I'm sorry, I have something to do, I'll play with you later. What guy? Jiren, who felt like he was being used as a tool, was confused as he watched the two people leave. Didn't he have to fight him? Why did he just hit him twice and then stop? What's Surt? Is he seriously ill? Jiren didn't think about it anymore and rushed towards the spaceship he was originally on. He was very busy, and he had to deal with the bad guys on the next planet. The colorful light balls shuttled quickly in the 11th universe. Makarita in the light group looked back at Surdy behind him with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Surdy, I thought your God combat power could only be around 20 at most. It's okay, no need to apologize, I didn't tell you clearly before. Surdy looked indifferent. In fact, Makarita's estimation was useless. Before he gave snacks to the kid of the King of All, his God combat power was indeed only 18 points. In this case, the range of competition objects we have to find is much smaller. Humans are not good, even ordinary gods of destruction are not good. Makarita said, revealing a complicated look on her face. In this complexity, there is excitement about Surdy's strength, and there is also the distress about who to find next for Surdy to practice with. Among the angels, are there any opponents suitable for me? Surdy also knew his mediocre strength, so he asked bluntly. No. Makarita shook her head slightly, not daring to say more. With Surt's strength, he couldn't even beat the weakest angel. Then, among you angels? Surt also felt the meaning of Makalita's words and asked again. What is the God combat power of the weakest one? Mojito. Under normal conditions, his God combat power will remain at the usual 13 points, but at full strength, it can reach at least 45 points. Hearing this, Surt frowned instantly. According to his training speed, his potential is quite high. Without a system's quick hang, it takes more than half a year to increase 1 point of God combat power. If, borrowing the system, He remembered that the first time Bardos and Xiongpa ate the food he made, they got one amount. The second time, it was Beerus and Whis, and he got 2. And the third time, it was Makalita and Waimei, and he got 3 again. Originally, he thought it would be the same. But he didn't expect that just because he had seen KS but not the elephant god of destruction, he only got 2 in the end. Plus, that itis. He got even less, just 1, tisk tisk. Sutter, what are you thinking about? Seeing that no one answered the question, Makarita raised her voice. What? Suitor, who was distracted, was stunned, and asked. Makarita sighed and asked, Hey! I'm asking you, where should we go next? Do you have any other places you want to go? Let's go to the 10th universe. Suitor hesitated, and planned to brush up the value of the angels and the god of destruction in the 10th universe. Have to try to see if the rewards given by the system are similar. If so, then the elephant god of destruction should give him 3 god combat power. Seeing that Suitor fell into thinking again, Makarita was very depressed. She looked at Suti tentatively and asked, Suti, do you have feelings for Sister KSI in that way? Sutter was a little confused by the question, what does that mean? But soon, he came to his senses and laughed awkwardly, what are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who only knows how to have fun? This can't be considered fun, most of the time you are still working. And you are the one who works hard. Makalita said the embarrassing truth, but she became inexplicably shy as she spoke. Sutter had just been here for a few days and he filled her up. Why do I feel a little embarrassed when I suddenly recall it now? Soon, the colorful light ball broke through the barrier of the 10th universe and landed on the land of destruction. It was still the sea of flowers, the angel KS was still making wreaths, and the pink elephant, Rumsey, was sitting on the bench. In a harmonious and warm atmosphere, different guests, Sutter and Makarita, were welcomed. Hey, Makarita, and you! KS shouted in surprise when she saw the two of them coming. But when she saw Sutter, her face flushed, and she thought of their first meeting. That, the man with a long nose comparable to that of Lord Rumsey. Sister, his name is Sutter, haven't you met him once? Makarita didn't know what KSI was thinking, otherwise she would have laughed at him and dragged him into the group. Yeah, Sutter, and Makarita, what are you doing here? KSI stretched out 2 index fingers, kept poking each other, and asked in a low voice. Well? Makarita turned her head to look at Sutter standing aside. She really didn't know what Sutter wanted to do here. How did the desserts I gave you last time taste? Sutter didn't say it clearly, but just put his hands in his pockets and asked. Yeah, it's delicious. Lord Rumsey thought it was a pity that he could only eat it once, and there was only so much. When Suitor mentioned desserts, Kessie's eyes almost lit up, and she nodded desperately, swallowing her saliva several times. Me and Makarita, we just happened to pass by, so I thought I would bring you some more on the way. Suit said, and took out a lot of desserts he made from his space and handed them to Kessie. Seeing Suitor lie without blushing or beating his heart, Makarita just thought he was awesome. Look, what do you mean by on the way? She brought Suitor here specifically to find Kessie, okay? Chapter 65. Really? Thank you so much. Faced with this pile of desserts, Kessie, who believed in Sutter, almost wanted to hug the good man opposite. No wonder Bardos and Makarita both wanted to snatch this human, really. Oh my, she wanted to snatch him and stay here, what should she do? With an excited look, Kessie waved and shouted to Rumsey, Lord Rumsey, the desserts I brought you last time are back. This time, there are a lot more than last time. Rumsey actually noticed Makarita and Sutter a long time ago, but thought that both of them were looking for Kessie, so he still sat on the bench. Now, when he heard this, he wanted to roar to the sky. Really? Then can I eat it too? Rumsey stood up from the bench impatiently and walked towards Kessie and the other two. I thought it tasted great when I ate it last time. Unfortunately, he searched the 10th universe and didn't find any food comparable to these. Of course. Sud nodded, very generous, and handed a lot of food to Rumsey. Then, he looked at Margarita and said, "It's almost time for dinner. How about I make a few more dishes for everyone to eat together?" "Okay, okay." Rumsey nodded repeatedly, and his long nose was swung back and forth, which looked very funny. After eating the food made by Soot, Rumsey and Kes looked very satisfied, and even their attitudes were a little more enthusiastic. Soot held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the few people with a smile on his face, and listened to the system mechanical sound that he hadn't heard in his mind for a long time. "Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God of Destruction Rumsey of the 10th universe. He has recognized the host's food and increased his cooking skills by 2%. His current cooking skills are 44%. This time, the reward is 3 points of God's combat power, with a total of 38 points of God's combat power. The transformable forms are Super Scion form, Super 2 form, Super 3 form, Super 4 form, Super Scion God, and Super Blue. At the same time, the taster is a God of Destruction, and I will reward you with a level 1 God of Destruction skill again. Currently, the host's God of Destruction skill is level 7, and the Ultra Instinct is level 8. Sure enough, as he guessed, each time the food reward increases, the amount will increase with the number of times. Last time I gave Chris food, the system gave a reward of 2 points, and this time I let Rumsey eat, it gave 3 points. The total is 5 points. Next time, if I find a God of Destruction and an angel and get their recognized food, it will be 6 points. Then, his strength can be close to the Mojito angel mentioned by Margarita. Thinking of this, Suitor did what he said. However, Suitor was troubled again about which universe's angels and gods of destruction to find. As for the remaining angels and gods of destruction, let alone whether they were familiar or not, he had never even seen them. Facing unfamiliar humans, even with Margarita's introduction. But without any natural situation, would the gods of destruction and angels agree to eat? Obviously, it is unlikely. If it is too intentional, it may attract the attention of some people and cause some unnecessary situations. Especially the high priest, who might want to find out his strangeness. So, what should I do? Suitor, Suitor, Sister Kurz is talking to you. Seeing Suitor holding a cigarette and distracted again, Margarita had to raise her voice again. Excuse me. What's the matter? Suitor hurriedly gathered his mind and asked. It's like this. When we were eating last time, Avamo was communicating with me. When he saw me eating, he wanted to taste some. Kes' eyes flickered, and he said rather embarrassedly. He stopped talking, and Suitor understood, is that so? Instantly, an idea flashed in his mind. This Kes really knew that he was going to doze off and handed him a pillow. Giving some desserts to taste is of course possible, but... Looking at the generous Suitor, who suddenly showed an embarrassed expression, Kes followed up with confusion, that's it? What is it? The previous desserts have been given to you and Rumsey. If I take out some more now, there may be no more. No more. Kes thought about the new desserts she had just received, and she didn't want to share them with Avamo at all. So, she set her sights on Rumsey. Kes, I received even less than you. Rumsey was aggrieved, and the way he pretended to be a junior made people laugh and cry. You don't have to be like this. Although I have lost everything, I will still do it. Seeing that the conversation had come to this, Soot smiled and said, this way, come on, take me there, I'll make it for Avamo. What do you think? Hearing this, Rumsey blinked his eyes, shook his long nose and asked, can you make me some more? Sure. Sutter continued to be generous, it was just a matter of moving his hands. It didn't do him any harm, it was all good. Sutter, you're so nice, I like you so much. With a face full of surprise, Kurz gave Sutter a big hug. Then let's go to Universe 1, how about it? Makalita looked at the impatient KSI, although she knew that she only liked the food made by Cert. But after hearing that Makalita couldn't help but think of the scene of exercising with Cert. What would it be like if the seemingly weak sister accompanied Cert? I'm really curious. Besides, Sister KSI is very strong. If she is also pulled over to help her guide Cert to become stronger, then the plan to make Cert the strongest human in the universe seems to be smoother. Makalita, who doesn't understand some aspects at all, has secretly set her sights on KSI. If Bardos, who is far away in the nest of time, learns about this, he may be so angry that he will scold her. This shameless person came to the door and pulled my sister is in trouble. She is seriously ill, right? Right. Unfortunately, she doesn't know it now, and by the time she knows, everything is already done. The journey to the first universe is smooth. Cert also met the fat angel of this universe, Avamo. No wonder he is so greedy, how can a fat man not like sweets? In addition, the destroyer of this universe is a hairy monster. Under the pointy ears, except for the small eyes on his face, the rest is all hair. It is impossible to tell whether he has a nose or mouth, and where they are. Cert was particularly curious and handed him a tart, hoping that he would give him some face and eat a bite. As a result, this guy really has a mouth, but it is all covered by lush hair. Haha. This hair thing, the name is quite appropriate. Chapter 66. After leaving the finished products to the God of Destruction and the Angel of Universe 1, Cert, who waved goodbye and went back, also received another prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host, you have been recognized by the Angel Avamo of Universe 1 and the God of Destruction Iwan, Mogwai, of Universe 1 for your food. Cooking skills increased by 5%, currently 49%. At the same time, because the tasters are angels and gods of destruction, I will reward you with level 1 God of Destruction skills and level 1 Ultra Instinct again. Currently, it is level 8 Destruction skills and level 9 Ultra Instinct. God's combat power increased by 6, and the current God's combat power is 44. Sutter was not in a hurry to let Makarita take him to find Mojito, but stayed in the palace that Makarita had originally created. He even asked Makarita to create a mirror space with the speed of time flow that he could enter and exit at any time for him to use. Anyway, it doesn't matter where you practice, and it doesn't matter where you become stronger. The only benefit of staying here is there was no disturbance from Bulma and the others who always wanted to eat delicious food, and he even had a beautiful woman to accompany him. Makarita would not stay here every day. As the supervisor of the God of Destruction, she could not leave the God of Destruction for too long. But Cert didn't care, because it was because of Makarita's occasional visit that he would not be lonely. These nights, he would no longer feel cold when sleeping. As time passed, Cert realized the deep blue that Vegeta could only have. He also made his own request to Makarita, wanting to go to the 9th universe to practice with Mojito. Your strength has indeed improved a lot compared to half a year ago. Makarita looked at Cert in front of her and smiled faintly. But the next moment, she asked with some worry, are you sure you can face Mojito? Although his strength is the weakest among the God of Destruction supervisors, he is more than twice as strong as the strongest God of Destruction Beerus. The words were said very tactfully, but they all revealed that this battle would be a losing situation. Hehe. Be confident in your man, don't forget Jiren before. Sutter touched Makarita's head with a confident smile. But Jiren is just a human, and Mojito is an angel. Makarita still asked worriedly. Or, let's find Beerus first, and after defeating him. Without waiting for Makarita to finish her words, Sutter took action to prove the fact. Boom! The deep blue flames that rushed straight into the sky were like a huge beam of light. The whole planet was shaking under Sutter's energy, making a silent whine. The surrounding dust was swept away by Sutter's overwhelming energy without the need to be cleaned. Boom boom boom. The earth continued to crack as it shook, spreading out deep and terrifying gullies. Watching Sutter's pressure spreading rapidly, and then watching the palace of the two people collapse in an instant, Makarita blinked blankly. So strong. This power is not inferior to Mojito at all. Swish. Now, you know my strength, right? The airwave was quickly retracted by Suter, and he touched Makarita's shocked face with a smile and said. Also, don't always think that I should follow the rules and move forward step by step. My potential is unmatched. You guy. You are so scary that you don't look like a human being. Makarita immediately came back to her senses and grabbed Suter's hand with a smile. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. You are very strong, stronger than any human I have ever seen. Of course, that aspect too. Sir teased, and moved closer to Makarita's red lips. Beiji. You guy. Makarita blushed instantly, pretending to hit Sert. Let's go. Sert nodded at her. Just play around for a while, if Makarita is really pissed off, he can't beat her. Universe 9, the Land of Destruction. Mojito is an angel with short white hair that reaches his ears. He looks old, not young. Although he is the angel with the worst strength, Mojito's IQ is very high, even superior. Therefore, this guide angel is not very responsible. He always looks at the god of destruction, Sidera, the bearded dwarf, with a cold eye. Of course, the biggest reason is Sidera's character. This god of destruction is indecisive and always thinks that the planets that should be destroyed will not be destroyed. As a result, the daily life of this angel and the god of destruction become savory discordant. When Suter and Makarita landed, they could hear the quarrel between the two from a distance. It was not really a quarrel, at most it was a one-sided complaint from Sidera. Why do we have to go to the planets and humans that are not qualified as the god of destruction again? I am really annoyed. Sidera, whose hairline had obviously moved back to a seemingly bald head, reached out and touched his big red beard, sighing helplessly. It's so annoying, why would I become the god of destruction, always having to carry out compulsory indiscriminate destruction? Listening to these nagging complaints, Mojito looked at them indifferently and said something out of the blue. Then don't be the god of destruction, retire early and let the substitute come up. Substitute? Where can I find a substitute? Why don't I know? Sidera was confused and turned his head to look at Mojito with a stern face. If Master Sidera needs me, I will immediately select a suitable candidate. Facing Mojito, who was so confident, Sidera felt a little wronged. As my mentor, do you dislike me? No. Mojito's face became even colder, and he turned his gaze away. With this shift, he saw Makarita and Suter walking towards him not far away. Makarita, it's been a long time since we last met. Mojito left the noisy Sidera and walked towards Makarita and asked. Who is this? A very talented guy, I want you to guide him. Makarita also smiled and nodded at him. Talent? It's rare to hear this word from you. Mojito also smiled and looked at Suter with a scrutinizing look. What do you want to learn from me? Astronomy, geography, astrology, divination? Or prying into the ultimate secrets of the universe? Listening to these examples, a big question mark appeared on Suter's head. What the hell? Not this guidance, but martial arts and martial arts. Makarita was also stunned for a moment, then laughed and explained, Sut's strength has reached the threshold of an angel. Mojito's face became even colder after saying this. Without waiting for Makarita to continue, he interrupted coldly, what are you kidding? It's just a human. Chapter 67. Can you touch the threshold of an angel? Would you like to try? Suter was not angry, knowing that this was human nature. If his god of cooking system had not appeared, he would also think that normal humans would not be able to reach such a height. If I can't control it well and get hurt, you and Makarita can't hold me responsible. Mojito had been following Saitara for so many years, and he had heard enough of his nagging. Now, facing the straightforward Sutter, he felt a little bit of favor, and immediately said something straightforward without hesitation. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Sutter nodded, and stretched out his hand to signal Mojito to take action first. Okay. Mojito responded, holding the scepter and tentatively waving a stream of chi towards Sutter. Facing this weak chi, Sutter didn't even transform, and directly raised his hand to eliminate it. No need to test. Sutter curled his lips to reveal a faint smile, then clenched his fist and shouted. Ha! The azure flame flashed from his body, and then spread. The hurricane kept howling, blowing ripples on the calm lake not far away. What is this, for? Saitara was a little confused, and came to Makarita's side in the strong hurricane. Makarita glanced at him and explained, a competition, can't you watch? You asked me because you saw me, why do you want to compete? In addition to being sentimental in character, Saitara also likes to nag. Makarita ignored it directly and quickly turned her eyes to Sutter. Facing the fierce air wave coming towards him, Mojito was also quite shocked. He originally thought that the human in front of him had at most a dozen godlike combat power. But the strength after this explosion has far exceeded the limit of human beings. He is worthy of being from the 11th universe. Then, Mojito, I'm going to attack. It was the first time for Sir to fight against an angel. He politely expressed his intention before launching the attack. Okay, no need to be so polite to me. Mojito responded, and also played a serious look. If he loses to a human, the angel's face will really be lost. Looking at Sir who disappeared with a step, Mojito looked at him and suddenly turned his head. Swish! This side just avoided the punch that came quickly in front of him. The angel's ultra instinct. Bang bang bang! At close range, Sir's punch failed to hit, and he launched a more rapid punch and kick. The straight hook missed, the elbow missed, the side kick missed, and the sweeping kick was the same. It's a skill you use skillfully. Seeing that he couldn't hit Mojito successfully after dozens of moves, Sut couldn't help but sigh. While speaking, he also quickly pulled back. Sut flew into the air and used Vegeta's usual Prince style to hit Mojito. Boom boom boom. Invincible air bullets were continuously shot out between his palms. But in an instant, thousands of air bullets shot towards Mojito on the ground. Hehe, your move is a complete waste of energy. Do you think my brain is just a decoration? Mojito smiled and dodged in this storm of air bullets like a dancing butterfly. His figure is graceful, but unfortunately he is not handsome enough. One after another, the air bombs collided and exploded, like a gorgeous firework. Sut showed an excited smile, rushed towards Mojito again, and punched him in the face. Your moves are very simple. Mojito was still in the mood to guide. And said this with a smile, dodging the attack again. I always pursue speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Sut changed his fist into a palm, and slapped to the right, just touching the hem of Mojito's clothes. I'm making rapid progress, but I can't seem to touch it. Mojito felt a pain in his back before he finished speaking. He glanced at Sut from the corner of his eye and saw that Sut had actually moved behind him in an instant and punched him in the back. It's not a good thing to rely too much on the ultra instinct. Sut grinned and caught Mojito with a fierce attack. Sometimes, teleportation is also a good move if it is used in place. Bang, bang, bang. Mojito quickly raised his hands to block, and at the same time, his lower body legs quickly bent and touched Sutter's sweeping kick. Each move and each posture carried a powerful force, colliding in the air above the land of destruction. The hurricane continued to roar, blowing the clothes of Saitara and Makarita rustling. The ground was also shaking slightly, and the gravel along the way was blown up. As Mojito continued to release his full strength, Sutter's divine fighting power was also rising. The short-lived melee ended, and as the two retreated and distanced themselves, they were followed by a long-range gas bomb attack. A scepter appeared out of thin air in Mojito's hand, and angelic power was released one after another. It collided with Sutter's Qigong wave, bursting like beautiful fireworks. Under the billowing smoke, Sutter used teleportation again, flashing behind Mojito. But this time, teleportation was not so useful. A cunning flashed in Mojito's eyes, and before Sutter's fist landed on his back, he had already turned around and waved the scepter, hitting Sutter with an angelic power. A look of surprise appeared on Sutter's face, and then he was enveloped in the angelic power by the dazzling white light. Boom! Soot! Seeing this scene, Makarita's face showed worry. The strong light gradually dimmed, and the billowing smoke gradually dissipated. The bursting energy made Soot a little embarrassed, but only a little embarrassed. I won't suffer twice in the same situation. Mojito smiled repeatedly and pointed at his temple. I think your move should be similar to the instant movement of the Kai King God. It seems that I was careless and ignored your high IQ. Seeing that the burst wound on the skin was gradually repaired by the immortal body, Soot didn't care and shifted his eyes to Mojito on the opposite side. Your fighting style is indeed very methodical, and your dodging is also very regular, but it's a pity that you lack a little bloodiness. Oh! Angels need a peaceful form, not bloodiness. Mojito disagreed with Soot's words. Is that so? Soot responded lightly, clenched his fists again, and a serious look appeared on his face. Hey 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 hey! Accompanied by his roar, the originally azure aura became deeper and deeper, turning into a dark blue color. The aura was higher and brighter than before. The power around Soot continued to surge, and the aura was like a pillar of light rising into the sky. Chapter 68. The land of destruction was shaken directly, and Sidera was blown away by this powerful air wave. Wow! Looking at the person drifting in the air with the air wave, Makarita's face also showed a trace of disgust. Tisk! A protective shield was shot out by her, pulling Sidera back safely. In the center of the energy storm, Sutter's dark blue hair was swaying with the air wave. Is this your full strength? Mojito stood opposite him, with a look of shock on his face. The power displayed by this man named Sutter is almost the same as his. Almost. Sutter responded, clenched his fist and made a starting gesture. Then, continue. Mojito's eyes flashed with excitement, and the will to fight also emerged. It's rare to meet a worthy opponent. The terrifying energy burst out from the two of them. Endless pressure instantly spread in all directions, shattering the protective shield covering Sidera. Makarita. Seeing this scene, Sidera wailed. Why fight in his house? Why show the full strength of the angels in front of him, a weak god of destruction? Do you think he is not a human? Or are you bullying him because he is short? The battle in the air started again. After a round of punches and kicks, there was another round of long-range attacks. The silver-white angel power was continuously shot out, and Soot also responded with azure Qigong waves. The fierce battle continued, and the land of destruction was affected by the battle and became unrecognizable. The big trees were uprooted by the howling hurricane, and the water in the lake poured back onto the grass. There were also countless fat fish jumping on the grass. The rocks not far away were collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole scene was like doomsday. Hiding in the protective shield and brought to a safe mid-air, Sidera shed tears of grief at the scene in front of him. Woo-woo, my home! Mojito shouted loudly, swung the scepter and shot out a burst of energy, shooting towards Surt on the opposite side. Angels will not lose to humans. Surt dodged quickly, stepped into the air, and rushed towards Mojito, punching him with an unstoppable and swift punch. Humans have infinite possibilities. This punch hit Mojito's jaw directly, knocking him down in the air and smashing him straight into the ground. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and Mojito stood up from the pit panting. Damn! As he yelled angrily, the white flames around him surged out, shaking the big pit under his feet a little more. As the battle continued, the original equal strength gradually widened the gap because of Sutter's immortality and infinite physical strength. Mojito's peaceful mentality had long disappeared, and he was also aroused by his bloodiness. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sutter again, and his moves began to become sharp and fierce. Bang bang bang! Watching the forces in the air constantly colliding, watching the powerful air waves shake the earth into cracks. Sidera's grief began to become numb, and even felt a little accustomed to it. Under great sorrow, there is only numbness. He wanted to chat again, and set his eyes on Makarita. Makarita, how long do you think they will fight? I said, I was going to destroy a few planets, how about, you take me there? Hey, this won't last until tomorrow? What about my dinner? And my house has been beaten like this, can you ask Luo-er, the 9th Universe King God, to come and help me repair it after the fight? You must know Luo-er's character, he is so arrogant, I may not be able to call him. Shut up! Unable to bear this nagging, Makarita rolled her eyes and scolded. But unfortunately, Sidera didn't listen at all, just slightly restrained and lowered his voice, and began to talk to himself. In mid-air, the two continued to fight. As Suti found that Mojito's physical strength was gradually running out, he also stopped, which was considered to be a stop to the competition. Mojito, you are awesome. If I hadn't restored my immortal body, I wouldn't have been your opponent. Who wouldn't like to hear compliments? Mojito, who was originally full of anger, smiled and said modestly. You are too modest. As a human being, how can you fight me? You are also very strong. No, you are more powerful. Surti, who had never demonstrated his destruction skills and ultra instinct, also became modest. No. The two of them fell from the air while making official pleasantries. Mojito also retreated from his aroused bloodiness and returned to an elegant and peaceful state, summing up with a smile. In general, you are indeed very strong. But I think you still have room for development, such as your moves are too simple. Also, it is not advisable to rush forward with brute force, which requires more rules and skills. Sud didn't care much in his heart, but he still did it very well on the surface, with a look of listening attentively, and his performance was very real. Looking at the teachable suitor, Mojito suddenly reached out his heart to recruit him. He looked at Sidera, who was walking with Makarita not far away, with disdain, and asked Suitor. Are you interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? No. Suitor pretended to be confused and refused bluntly. What about the God of Destruction? I can directly eliminate Sidera and let you become the God of Destruction, and you can also fight with me every day. Mojito persuaded and continuously extended an olive branch. My brain is only second to the High Priest, I can teach you everything. IQ and strength, you can have both. Mojito, aren't you going a little too far? Sidera, who was already standing next to Mojito, asked angrily. This person is standing in front of you, and you are still talking about kicking him away. Isn't it too much? Are you going to change the person to teach in person like this? Sut, how do you feel? Makarita restored Sut's clothes to a brand new look, and then asked with concern. Very enjoyable, rarely have such a passionate time. Sut's face was satisfied with the battle, and he took out a pack of cigarettes from the space. The pack that was originally on his body had turned into ash with the battle. Seeing Sut light up the cigarette, Sidera stopped complaining to Mojito and asked curiously, Are you really a human? By the way, are humans like you known to everyone in the 11th universe? Chapter 69. I'm not from Universe 11. Looking at the bearded dwarf who was not even as tall as his waist, Surti explained. Which universe are you from? Why are you with the angels from Universe 11? You. Before Sidera finished asking, Mojito looked at him coldly and interrupted his impolite nonsense. Then, he contacted King Kai Shinra to come over and repair the damaged area. After repairing and tidying up, Surti also made some food for the two people and successfully received the reward issued by the system. Congratulations to the host, for receiving the recognition of the host's food from the angel Mojito of the 9th universe and the god of destruction Sidera of the 9th universe. The cooking skill increased by 5%, and the current cooking skill is 54%. At the same time, because the tasters are angels and gods of destruction, I will reward you with a level 1 God of Destruction skill and a level 1 Ultra Instinct. Currently, it is a level 9 Destruction skill and a level 10 Ultra Instinct. The God's combat power increased by 7, and the current God's combat power is 51. Come and play often in the future. Sidera looked at Sutter and Makarita who were about to leave, imitated Sutter's cigarette, and waved his hand. He asked Sutter for the cigarette out of curiosity. Although the land of destruction was a mess, it was repaired properly, and he had a delicious meal. Plus a box of cigarettes, overall, it was not a big loss. Mojito glanced at him with disdain and smiled at Suter. This battle must have benefited you a lot, right? Next time if you encounter any problems you don't understand, you are welcome to come to me. Of course. Suter nodded, smiled politely, and left with Makarita without looking back. In his eyes, Mojito was just a tool man who could brush experience, tool angel. Wait until he returned to the unknown planet again. Suter held a cigarette in his mouth and watched the new palace being built by Makarita. He suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. By the way, Makarita, aren't you angels unable to fight? After finishing his work, Makarita looked at the brand new palace, turned back and smiled at Suter. Is that considered a battle? It's just guidance. Sorry, I'm superficial. 3 black lines slid down Suter's forehead. The next moment, he returned to his normal expression and put his arm around Makarita's slender waist. So, who is the second to last angel? Kyukertel, from the 5th universe, with a god combat power of about 48. Oh. Surt responded lightly and lost interest in an instant. Only 48, he is no match for him. Let's go, we can live again, let's go in. Makarita raised her head and kissed Surt, saying. Okay, let's try the new bed. Surt didn't ask any more questions, and walked into the palace with her arm around him. I made a 6-meter bed, hee. Time passed in a flash, and more than 3 months had passed. January 21st, 780 AE. Surt, who had been away from Earth for more than half a year, was brought back to Earth in the 7th universe by Makarita. Remember to think of me. Looking at the satisfied Sutter, Makarita reluctantly said goodbye. Go, you have been by my side for the past 3 months. If the High Priest knows, he will probably punish you. Sutter nodded and also gave a warning. Watching Makarita leave, Sutter also instantly moved back to the cozy cottage where he and Bardos used to live. The house was still the familiar house, but the familiar Bardos was no longer there. Looking at the empty and dusty living room, Sutter walked to the balcony and habitually took out a cigarette and lit it. During the 3 months of getting along with Makarita, he also knew a lot of Angel's divine combat power. Now the one with divine combat power similar to his is Weiss, so Sutter plans to come back and compete with Weiss to consolidate his power. Why not go directly to the divine realm? Haha. Let Weiss see him and Makarita reluctant to part? Smoking a cigarette, Sutter frowned, feeling a little irritated. It's still too weak, the god-fighting power of the High Priest. With such a terrifying 1000. Even if he faces it now, he will only be crushed by the High Priest with one finger. His progress seems to be very fast. but it is still too slow to fight against the high priest and return to Bardos. Sutter stayed in their small home for a while before flying towards Bulma's house. Bulma, like in the plot, had a huge belly and looked like she was about to give birth at any time. "Hey, Sut, it's been a long time since we last met," Bulma said in surprise when she saw Sut falling from mid-air into the courtyard. "Well, it's been a long time since we last met. Are you about to give birth?" Hearing Sut's casual question, Bulma put her hands on her hips and said dissatisfiedly, "Tisk, you. It's okay that you haven't come for so long, but you come here empty-handed and don't even bring any gifts. I'll make you something to eat, okay?" Sut picked his ears and waved his hands in disgust. If he didn't want to argue with a woman in labor, he wouldn't even bother to make food. "Hey, I want spicy food." Bulma changed her expression instantly and made a request happily. "Tisk, your baby must be a girl." Sut looked at the kitchen utensils brought by the servant who was called over, and reminded him implicitly. "That would be great." Bulma was very pleased with this and echoed, "I already have a son, I just want to have another daughter." "Sour son, spicy daughter, I'm grateful for your words." Sut was busy, thinking absent-mindedly. "I don't know if his seed is growing in Bardos's belly? The possibility is estimated to be small. Just look at Makarita, they have been together for more than half a year." Days and nights passed, and there was no sound in her stomach. Could it be that they are of different races, so there are no offspring? Just as Sut was thinking wildly, another person fell from the sky in the courtyard. It was Sun Wukong, who had not been seen for a long time. He was also carrying a bag and looked at the busy Sut in surprise. "Hey, Sut, are you back to cook at Bulma's house again?" "No, because I didn't bring her a gift." Sut held a cigarette in his mouth, shaking the big iron pot constantly, complaining and cooking at the same time. "Ah, now it seems that you are not as good as this guy Wukong." Bulma, with her back straight, turned to look at Sun Wukong and motioned him to hand over the bag. "Is this a gift for me?" "No, this is for Whis and Beerus. I want to go to the God realm to practice." Seeing Bulma wanting the thing in his hand, Sun Wukong hurriedly protected it in his arms. Seeing this, Sut sneered at Bulma, "You got slapped in the face? You are being sentimental, right?" Chapter 70. "You're still thinking about it, what do you mean it's for you?" "Humph, you two damn guys." Bulma's forehead was brimming with veins, and she walked to the pavilion angrily. Sutter quickly made some Sichuan dishes and asked the servants to deliver the food to the pavilion. Then, he sat on the lounge chair by the artificial lake with a cigarette in his mouth, watching Sun Wukong frowning and waiting impatiently for Whis' communication. "Just in time, I can take a bus." More than half an hour later, Sun Wukong finally waited for Whis' communication and got the news that Whis was going to send Vegeta back. "Why? Why do you suddenly want to come back when you are training there?" Sun Wukong was puzzled and turned to look at Sutter. "Tell me, why?" "I don't know." Sutter was too lazy to talk nonsense with Sun Wukong, a man who seemed ignorant but actually irresponsible. Moreover, this guy didn't know how women gave birth to babies. Explaining would only cause trouble. 10 minutes later, Whis landed in the courtyard with Vegeta. "Hey, did you bring the things?" Whis looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, concerned about his own fortune. "Here it is." Sun Wukong gestured to Whis with the bag he had been holding the whole time. "Take me with you too." Sutter held a cigarette in his mouth and said as he handed the previously cooked spicy chicken to Whis. "Okay, no problem." Whis took the things and put them in his space without any hesitation. "Then, let's go now." The driver wanted to leave, but Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, who was walking towards the pavilion with a puzzled look, and asked, "Vegeta, are you really not going? I still want to spar with you." "No, Bulma is about to give birth, I don't want to go anywhere." Vegeta refused without looking back. "Now, Sun Wukong was even more confused, and he yelled at Vegeta, who was walking farther and farther away. "It's not you who gave birth, what does it have to do with you?" Sutter folded his arms, stood beside Whis, and said sarcastically, "Look, this is a classic quote from a big scumbag. As a responsible man, when your woman gives birth and goes through the gates of life and death, it is necessary to accompany her." Vegeta's forehead suddenly showed blue veins, and he turned back and yelled at Sun Wukong, "If you want to go, go, get out. Tisk, what's there to accompany?" Sun Wukong wiped his nose and walked towards Whis with a bored face. "I really don't understand this guy Vegeta." With Sun Wukong's complaints all the way, the three of them soon arrived at the land of gods. "Whis, open up a dimension and practice with me." As soon as he landed, Sutter couldn't wait to ask Whis. "Wait. Let's enjoy the food first." Whis refused, took out the bag from Sun Wukong from the space, and placed it on the grass. Bardos came over, glanced at Cert, and asked in surprise, "What have you been doing for the past 6 months? Your strength has grown so terrifyingly." "Wow! Lord Bardos, you should practice, you can't always sleep so lazily." Whis teased Bardos while unpacking things. "Hey!" Bardos snorted arrogantly, sat opposite Whis, and said, "I'll go to training immediately after I finish eating." See, my prediction was correct. Bardos, your dream is also correct." The prophecy fish saw that there was food, and also shook its fish tank to come over. "What?" Sun Wukong, with his hands behind his head, looked puzzled. "You mean Suti is strong enough to fight with Whis?" "Oh! What is this?" "It's delicious." The prophecy fish asked in surprise, holding something that was not much smaller than himself. "It's daifuku, a kind of pastry." Suti smoked a cigarette, leaned against the tree, and explained casually. "It's delicious, right?" Sun Wukong also had an appetite, took one from the box and threw it into his mouth. Seeing his behavior, Bardos was unhappy and cursed, "Asshole, how can you eat the gift you brought to us? Why can't I eat it? Obviously I brought it." Sun Wukong pouted and retorted dissatisfiedly. But he didn't take it for a moment, but looked at Suti and asked as if he had thought of something. "Hey, Suti, I remember you have the button to contact the Lord of all Kings, right?" "Yes." Suti responded and threw the button to Sun Wukong. "This guy wants to make trouble, he can help him. Hehe, I wonder if Achuan still remembers the agreement with me." Sun Wukong smiled wickedly, playing with the buttons. "The red side is to go to the temple, and the blue side is to call the king of all." Cert smoked a cigarette and kindly reminded him. "Hey, don't try to make trouble." Seeing Sun Wukong playing with the buttons so carelessly, Bardos bared his teeth and yelled. "And you, Cert, take the things back quickly, why not give them to this fighting madman? My advice to you is almost the same as Lord Barros's." Whis ate the daifuku elegantly and reminded, "It's better not to get involved too much with Lord of all." "But, aren't you curious about the other strong people in other universes? What kind of people are they?" Sun Wukong didn't take it seriously at all, and asked with a smile. "Not curious." The answers of the other 3 people present were surprisingly consistent. Whis didn't pay attention to the situation in other universes, and Bardos was also comfortable destroying his own universe. And Cert was like a prophet, and was completely familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball Super. "But, I want to participate in the martial arts tournament of the entire universe." Sun Wukong looked at the button in his hand. "If you participate, something terrible will happen." Cert threatened leisurely. "Will there be a very powerful cosmic person? Or one with a scary appearance?" Sun Wukong hurriedly turned his head to look at Cert and asked. "Is there anyone scarier than the All-King?" Bardos' expression also became ugly, and he warned Sun Wukong again, "Have you forgotten that the All-King has the ability to eliminate the universe? It's okay, isn't it just a martial arts tournament? Sun Wukong said with a smile. Besides, Cert and I are friends of Achuan, he won't eliminate our universe. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong, who was more and more confident, directly pressed the red button in his hand. Swish! Oh my, he really went. Whis looked surprised, watching Sun Wukong disappear. Asshole, Cert, why did you give him that thing? Bardos gritted his teeth angrily, clenched his fists and cursed. You did it on purpose. You want to kill us, right? Watching the fun, no big deal. Cert shrugged his shoulders and lit another cigarette for himself. It's good to find something for the High Priest to do. I don't know where Gaku got the mysterious confidence, thinking that the eraser will not erase the 7th universe. Chapter 71. You Science, you are really fearless. The prophecy fish looked at the situation in front of it and swallowed the big blessing with difficulty. Bardos felt that he might not be able to beat Surtur. He held his head weakly, knelt on the ground, and howled to the sky. Who is the bastard who made them know the Lord of the Omni King one after another? It's you, isn't it you and Kampa who held the martial arts competition? Surtur ruthlessly added insult to injury. Anyway, even if Gaku didn't come, the 2 Omni Kings would retreat because the average level of the universe was not improving, and they planned to wipe out some of them. Gaku, this guy, is not a troublemaker. Damn! Damn! Bardos was still holding his head and roaring, I always feel that everything bad will happen. Then, do you still want to spar with me? Whis looked at Surtur who was planning to watch from the sidelines and asked. It seems that we have to postpone it, because the Grand Priest will ask you to go to the Temple of the Omni King soon. Just after Cert finished speaking, the magic stone on Wiss's scepter had already lit up. You are really amazing. After seeing that it was a message from the Grand Priest, Wiss had only a look of disbelief. Hey, why don't you predict what will happen next? Bardos also came to Cert's side and asked anxiously. Won't you know it later? Cert closed his mouth and didn't intend to say more. Soon, he will be able to go to the Omni King to watch others fight, and he has to go there to show his presence in front of the Grand Priest. Hey, using his identity as the friend of the Omni King, the Grand Priest wants to deal with him, but he can't do it because of the Omni King. There is no way, who made him unable to fight against the Grand Priest now. I don't know whether this Dragon Ball Super is the anime version or the comic version. He didn't let Zamasu go to the last step before, so naturally he still doesn't know it now. In a few minutes, the High Priest teleported the prepared gods of the 12 universes to the Temple of the Omni King. Cert went there with his arm around Weiss's shoulder, which was considered uninvited. Standing among a group of gods kneeling on one knee, he was the center of everyone's attention. The 2 Omni Kings were also in the crowd, and when they saw Cert at first sight, they greeted him. Give me candy. Suitor, you're here too. Do you have anything delicious? Seeing Cert being called to the center of the throne, many people present looked up and sized him up. At the same time, they were also guessing in their hearts. Those who had seen Cert hurriedly squeezed out a friendly smile when their eyes met. Those who had not seen Cert were curious and confused. But due to the presence of the 2 Omni Kings, no one dared to ask directly. Soon, watching the 2 Omni Kings being tempted by Cert's lollipop, the High Priest announced to everyone present with a speechless face. After 5 cakes, 40 hours on Earth, that is, 3.1355,603 days 157 hours on the royal calendar. The power tournament will be held in the realm of nothingness. As soon as he said this, the future Omni King looked at the High Priest with a puzzled face. What is the tournament? What is the tournament? I forgot that the future Omni King didn't know about the previous 6th and 7th Universe God of Destruction Selection Fighting Tournament. A trace of surprise flashed across the High Priest's face, but soon he smiled and said. Then let's just have a simple outpost here and watch the competition. As he spoke, the high priest snapped his fingers and turned his eyes to Surt. Tisk! Sutter spat secretly after noticing the gaze, and continued to give the two little Omni Kings various snacks. Swish, swish, swish. The viewing platforms of each universe and the huge central arena soon appeared in the air of the temple. Then, I will invite those who come to the arena. After teleporting everyone on the ground to the designated viewing platform, the high priest also set his sights on Surtur. As a good friend of the Omni King, I think Mr. Surtur is most willing to go to the arena and show the future Omni King what a conference is, right? Under the expectant gaze of the future Omni King, Surtur glanced at the high priest coldly, turned around and jumped onto the central arena. Then, where is my opponent? Listening to Surtur's cold words, the high priest looked around and pointed at Topo brought by Waimei. Humans versus humans, what do you think, all the Omni Kings? Yes, yes. The Omni King nodded happily while eating the bag of potato chips that Surti had just opened. The future Omni King also nodded while eating the lollipop Surti had given him. Open it now. Let's start. Topo, whose name was innocently called, immediately had dense cold sweat on his forehead. Go. Waimei glanced at Makarita, who had no expression change from beginning to end, and signaled Topo with her eyes. Topo, who was completely forced to jump onto the ring. Let's start. With the order of the high priest, the battle was kicked off. Just when Surtur was about to play a fake match, the high priest said coldly, "Don't let him win, otherwise eliminate him on the spot." Asshole! Surtur gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that he would lose his life when he came to trouble the high priest. Under the situation where he couldn't let go, Topo couldn't even withstand a single move from Surtur and was kicked off the stage. Seeing this scene, everyone on the viewing platform was shocked. This human is so powerful. He has become stronger again, Makarita. Waimei looked at Topo, who was kicked and embedded in the temple pillar, and said this in an ambiguous way. I'm not blind. I've seen it, Lord Waimei. Makarita was still indifferent, and only said this. Hee hee. Waimei just grinned, but he was complaining madly in his heart. Makarita said that he was just curious about this ant at the beginning. Look at him now, although his expression is quite cold. But if you look closely, the excited and admiring eyes of Makarita are trying to deceive the clown? Is it just curiosity? Maybe, she has already fallen in love with this ant, right? He, a man with rich emotional experience and EQ, has already advised Makarita, but the angel just won't listen. Hey, maybe he will go the same way as Panna the stupid cat. As expected, it would be more reliable to find a male angel to be a guide teacher from the beginning, right? In that case, they can also share the common words as men, right? For example, one day at a time is better or one day at a time is better. The winner of this game is Surt. With the announcement, the delicious YY was interrupted and forcibly pulled back to his mind. The high priest was not surprised by Surt's victory. He quickly put down his raised right hand and asked the future king of all. Lord King of all, do you understand now? Chapter 72. The round, flat face of the future Omni King was filled with confusion and astonishment. Is it called a competition if two people go on stage and then kick each other out? If that's the case, it's not fun at all. Without waiting for the future Omni King to answer, the Omni King on the other side had already complained. Oh! The high priest raised his eyebrows, waiting for this sentence from the Omni Kings. He looked around the various audience stands present, and then raised his voice and shouted, then next, please invite all the gods of destruction to the ring. Hey! Beerus, who was still criticizing Son Goku, was stunned when he heard this. Did he just hear it wrong? What did the high priest say? Let all the gods of destruction go to the ring? What are they going to do? A melee, or a collective joint attack on Surt? No way! Could it be that even we, the god of destruction, have to participate in the tournament of power? The fox god of destruction from the 8th universe, it was Ligier who was so surprised that he cried out. At us! The long-bearded dwarf Sidera's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had seen how powerful Cert was. Just the burst of air waves alone could blow him away. Hee, as residents of each universe, isn't it normal for you to participate in the tournament? The high priest smiled warmly, but his eyes were full of coldness. Hey, are you kidding? Fighting Cert? Xiongpa was also shocked. Fighting is actually not the point. The most important thing is whether Cert will hold a grudge against him and never give him food again. Facing these procrastinating gods of destruction with different expressions, the two Omni Kings were not happy either. They scolded and urged them with a pulled face. Hurry up! That's right, that's right! The gods of destruction did not dare to delay, and they jumped onto the stage one by one, looking at each other. Cert stood in the center of the stage with his hands on his hips indifferently. After looking around at the gods of destruction around him, he finally cast his cold eyes on the high priest. This damn high priest! Excuse me! High priest, are we going to deal with Cert together? Quitla, the yellow rat god of destruction from the 4th universe, asked with his hands spread out. Well. The high priest glanced at the two Omni Kings who were focused on the stage and explained. It depends on your decision. The winner will get the reward from the Omni King. He knew Cert's strength, which was at most at the level of a god of destruction. Whether it was a collective attack by the gods of destruction or a melee, it was enough to cause Cert to be seriously injured or even die on the spot. He had asked Whis about it, and found out that there are things like lollipops on Earth. Cert, the human, can die now. A battle for all. Listening to the words of the high priest, the gods of destruction who were originally looking at each other became alert to each other. It seems that it will be a melee. Makalita looked at Cert, then at Waimei, and her expression was moved for the first time. But soon, Makalita turned her attention to Cert, and disciples could be found everywhere. But there is only one Cert who can become the strongest human in the universe. You can tell which is more important at a glance. Is that so? It seems that this game is a good opportunity to find out who will be the strongest god of destruction. The yellow-skinned mouse folded his arms, looked at Beerus provocatively, and directly drew Cert out. He is just a human. Even if he can defeat the candidate for the god of destruction, how can he be stronger than the real god of destruction? What's that look in your eyes? Beerus felt the gaze of the yellow-skinned rat Quitera and looked over coldly. Are you looking for trouble with me? Tisk, you're just my defeated opponent. When their eyes met, the yellow-skinned rat Quitera looked disdainful and snorted coldly. These words were full of complaints. Beerus clenched his fists angrily, veins popped out on his forehead, and shouted, What defeated opponent? We were just arm wrestling that time. You're still lying, saying that my wine spilled. Humph, if you lose, you lose, why don't you admit it? The yellow-skinned rat Quitera caught this point and refused to let go. Ah! I'm so envious, Lord Beerus is also on stage, and there's Cert. Sun Wukong, standing next to King Kai Shin, looked at the arena full of people, his face full of excitement. Just say less, or you'll make Lord Beerus angry again. Kaishin Shin looked helpless, with cold sweat on his forehead. But Sun Wukong, will he listen to his advice? Of course it's impossible. Come on, Master Beerus. Cert, don't lose either. Sun Wukong put his hands on his mouth, pretending to be a loudspeaker to amplify himself. Asshole, it's all your fault. You still have the nerve to talk. If you hadn't done this, would I be able to stand here? It's all your fault. Hearing Sun Wukong's depressing cheering, Beerus' forehead was constantly bulging with veins. It's all because of this damn Gaku. He actually had the nerve to cheer for him? As he shouted, he felt a chill on his back and secretly said it was not good. It's exposed. You have to take the blame. Surt stood calmly in the center, looking at the gods of destruction who were looking at him unkindly, and were adding insult to injury to Bardos. That guy is from Universe 7. The Egyptian goddess of destruction, Hellas, raised her eyebrows and looked at Sun Wukong standing on the viewing platform, and suddenly asked. By the way, you are also a human, right? Which universe are you from? Seeing that the Egyptian Hellas had set her sights on Surt, the extremely witty Xiongpa had already arrived beside Surt and grinned. This is my man. No, I'm not your man. Surt refused to admit that he was also a man of Bardos. Xiongpa was not the first day to get along with Surt, and smiled again to introduce him to the Egyptian Hellas. He is not my man, but he is a man of Bardos. Oh. Everyone present was in tacit understanding, and regarded Surt as a disciple of Bardos. Don't worry about him, Bardos. What you just said, are you saying that the current situation is all because of that human, right? The yellow-skinned mouse Quitra turned the topic back and looked at Bardos with a bad face. Humph, is it you Universe 7 who is causing trouble again? The fox Ligier, shaking his tail, also glared at Bardos fiercely. In just a moment, all the gods of destruction on the scene glared at Bardos. Humph, Bardos, you are dead. Everyone has had a grudge against you to some extent. You are adding fuel to the fire. The yellow-skinned mouse Quitella looked smug. Constantly stimulating the anger of the gods of destruction on the scene. Why does he look so happy to see Bardos in trouble? Surt looked at Kompa standing beside him and asked. Chapter 73. For this question, please refer to each other's race. Xiongpa winked and looked at Quitra and Bardos. Oh, cat and mouse. Surt nodded and asked, what about you and Bardos? Do you dislike each other because you are both cats? Asshole, what cat? I am the noble god of destruction. Xiongpa was unhappy and showed his cat claws angrily. Do you want to fight me? Surt raised his eyebrows and scared Xiongpa, the little fat cat, to tremble. Xiongpa instinctively turned back quickly, fearing that Bardos would suddenly come out and attack him. After realizing that it was Ida standing on the viewing platform, he calmed down again. If he hadn't accidentally knocked Suitor away, causing Bardos to abuse him for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't have had such a big psychological shadow on Suitor. Exchange the food. When the fight starts, I'll protect you. Xiongpa put his hands on his hips and raised his mysterious confidence. Isn't there another possibility that I'll protect you? Sutter smiled. Did Xiongpa, the little fat cat, think that his godly fighting power was only a few points at the beginning? On the ring, Suitor and Xiongpa were talking in a low voice. On the viewing platform, Sun Wukong, who saw this scene, couldn't help but turn his head and ask King Kai. Shin curiously. Lord Bardos, have you offended these gods of destruction? How should I know? I know the existence of the gods of destruction before you, but I'm not many years ahead of you, okay? King Kai. Shin just felt tired. These people kept indirectly causing him to have difficulty in mixing in the circle of King Kai. Wow! This is not just an offense. Whis smiled like a spring breeze, but said something that made people shudder. What Bardos did was to force the other gods of destruction to their deaths. Hey! Gaku and King Kai. Shin instantly became curious babies, ready to listen attentively. For example, Yvonne of Universe 1. Whis pointed at the furry god of destruction. At the beginning, Bardos burned all his fur. The specific reason may be that he thought he had no fur. Another example, Quitella of Universe 4. Whis pointed at the yellow-skinned rat. Tens of millions of years ago, Bardos almost bit off his ear. According to his explanation, he was hungry and saw it wrong. And Bardos almost roasted the god of destruction of Universe 12, King Kai. Shin, and so on. Looking at the speechless expressions of Gaku and King Kai Shin, Whis continued to smile. The most important thing is that the Grand Omni once held a hide-and-seek competition in the universe. Just as he said this, Sun Wukong interrupted with a surprised look on his face. Hide-and-seek. Is it so childish? Yes. Whis was not angry, and nodded and continued. That time, halfway through the game, Beerus Sama fell asleep while hiding. He slept for 50 years. Whis shrugged with a funny look on his face. The competition could not go on later, and the Grand Omni was very angry about it. Then, what happened next? King Kai Shin couldn't help but ask. In order to make the Grand Omni calm down, everyone is about to show their best skills, and naturally the remaining gods of destruction hate Lord Beerus. Hearing Whis' explanation, King Kai Shin was already full of black lines. No wonder he doesn't have a single King Kai friend. It would be strange if he had any friends. Beerus not only laughed at himself, but also laughed at him. How pathetic! Ha ha ha! Lord Beerus really did a stupid thing. Sun Wukong was heartless and laughed out loud. At this time, the situation of the people on the ring had changed. Originally, Surt was standing in the center of the ring, surrounded by a group of gods of destruction. At this moment, many gods of destruction surrounded Beerus, and no one paid attention to Surt. If there was anything, it was Kampa, who had already pulled away but was still close. Hey, can't you do anything without forming gangs? Looking at the people who surrounded him, Beerus cursed. Hee. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. The yellow-skinned rat Quitera didn't care much, rubbing his fists and laughing very proudly. Everyone, let's start this game. The high priest waved his hand and gave a direct order. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone on the stage started to move. Most of the targets were Beerus, and they rushed towards Beerus with one step. Beerus did not panic, and he quickly dodged the punches and kicks of 4 or 5 gods of destruction. It seems that Beerus is the strongest god of destruction. Surt was still standing there, with his arms crossed, watching the fun. Beerus, this guy, knows some ultra instinct. But unfortunately, the next second after Surt finished praising him, Beerus was caught in the hand of the tall robot god of destruction, Myolu. Hat. Well done, Myolu. Xiang Pakwakwe taunted and tried to attack Beerus with one step. The yellow-skinned rat even jumped high and sneered. Beerus has only just touched the threshold of ultra instinct. What are you showing off? Seeing the attacks of the yellow-skinned rat, the pink elephant and the big fat cat elephant getting closer and closer, Beerus did not dare to underestimate them. He bit his back teeth tightly, his eyes bulging. Finally, at the critical moment, he opened the mechanical arm of Myolo and escaped. These gods of destruction did not care about the robot Myolo who fell down after being attacked by them. After some investigation, they locked their eyes on the air after hearing the sound. Up there! In the chaos, they did not care who shouted, and rushed straight to the cat shadow. Bang bang bang! 7 or 8 gods of destruction punched and kicked the person in the air. Sutter had been standing on the side, and saw the one crawling out from under the fallen Myolo from the corner of his eye, and said speechlessly. If you were here, the guy in the air, is it fair to treat his twins like this? Humph, this is a ring, if you let him win, you will be wiped out. Beerus didn't even turn his head, but looked up at the air, raised his hand and released a destructive energy. In the air, the yellow-skinned rat was the first to stop attacking. He stared at the bruised and swollen Xiongpa in shock. Damn, just a beating like this can make you fat. Is it possible that we hit the wrong person? The sea monster asked hesitantly. Damn guy, too much. Xiongpa was very aggrieved, and touched his cheek with a grin. His face was a little big to begin with, and now it's even bigger. P.S. I'm begging for some rewards, and I'll update more. Chapter 74 Not good. Feeling the destructive energy coming from the ring below, the clown's face changed drastically. Boom! The dazzling purple light burst out, raising billowing smoke, covering the figures of several destroyers in the air. Will it be okay? Sutter stretched out his hand to block his eyebrows, as if he was not a contestant, but a spectator. The billowing smoke quickly dissipated, and the people in the air were fine. Thanks, Sidera. Looking at the protective shield that wrapped several people, the sea monster destroyer breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Hee hee. The bearded dwarf Sidera smiled proudly, put his hands on his waist and showed off, this is also what I learned recently. It was to prevent that guy Sutter from coming to Mojito for some guidance and exchange. When the two fought, he would not follow the trend. But unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a black shoe with a pointed tip had stepped on his cheek. Bang! The relaxed Sidera was kicked out and flew out of the ring and embedded in the viewing platform on the side. Hey, Waimei, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, the sea monster shouted at the clown in disbelief. Tisk, your whole body is full of flaws. The clown put his hands on his waist and smiled coldly. There is more than one Beerus in this ring. You and we are enemies to each other. As soon as these words came out, the alliance that wanted to unite to deal with Beerus collapsed instantly. The sea monster and the hairy monster, who had a good relationship, looked at each other and directly joined forces to deal with the clown in front of them. The clown was not a vegetarian. He showed the poker cards between his 10 fingers and threw them at the two monsters. Swish swish swish! The overwhelming poker cards were like sharp blades, involving the elephant and the alien not far away. Xiongpa's fat body kept twisting, trying to dodge the densely packed poker cards. Unfortunately, no matter how he dodged, he only had more and more scars on his body. Soot! When he finally came to Soot, he was greeted by a whistling fist. Little fat cat, we are enemies now. Soot said mercilessly. Bang! This move seemed to put makeup on Xiongpa, and it was the kind of dark eye smoky makeup. Woo woo! Damn it, Beerus, and you Soot, you are all damned. Xiongpa simply lay on the ring and didn't get up. Not far away, the fox and the Egyptian woman also fought together because of their feud. The 9 tails in the lake kept swaying, shooting out bright yellow energy balls. The Egyptian woman ran at a very fast speed with a bow and arrow, and shot the fox from time to time. The elephant and Beerus were also chasing each other on the ring. The ring was shaken by the huge force of the elephant's shriek. Even Zert, who was watching the show leisurely, was targeted by the robot god of destruction who had fallen to the ground and got up at some point after dealing with the little fat cat. You are just a human standing on the ring, so you should get off quickly. As he spoke, the robot's eyes fired 2 energy beams at Zert. But for Zert, who had entered the Super Saiyan God, this was just a trivial, tickling attack. He let the 2 energy beams hit him, and then Zert slapped him. In the blink of an eye, the huge robot was slapped out of the ring by him. Boom! There was a noise everywhere, accompanied by the sound of falling gravel. Countless energy light balls appeared in the entire ring and above the ring, and there were also the sounds of fists and kicks. In short, it was quite chaotic. I can't see. The king of all looked at the smoke on the stage and complained unhappily. The future king of all followed up and said, yes, I can't see anything. Then, should we ask them to stop fighting? Hearing the words of the 2 kings of all, the high priest turned back in a hurry. It's boring, they are too fast. The king of all continued to complain. The future king of all also nodded, yes, such a meeting is not fun at all. Then stop. Before the high priest finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from the stage. Then, a powerful air wave burst out, blowing away the rolling fog. Zert stood alone on the dilapidated stage, and the red hair of the Super Saiyan God swayed slightly with the air wave. His figure stood upright, like a god. As for the rest of the gods of destruction, some were lying down, some were lying down. Only Bardos was left, with wounds all over his body. He knelt on one knee in front of Suti, trembling like a sieve, gritting his teeth. "You bastard! You don't give me any face." "That's right, I wanted to protect you a little, but you punched me. What's the matter?" Xiangpa, who was lying not far away, was also angry. "Hey!" Suti patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder and said innocently, "Isn't this giving you face?" He didn't rush to take action before, waiting for the smoke to billow up, and then he quickly solved these destruction gods one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. Is this not enough to give face? Could it be that they all prefer to be beaten in public? Looking at this scene on the ring, a trace of surprise appeared on the face of the high priest. Originally thought that Suti would never be able to stand to the end, but this result. When did Suti grow to such a terrifying level? Remember the last time this guy came to the temple of the Omni King, his strength was at most equivalent to that of a god of destruction, right? "Hey, I won!" Sut grinned and waved at the two Omni Kings sitting high up. At the same time, he also showed a provocative expression to the high priest. "Want to deal with him? Don't even see if he agrees or not. Ahem. Then the final winner of this game is Sut." The high priest pretended that he couldn't see Sut's provocation and announced it seriously. At this scene, Sut felt like he had punched cotton and felt very uncomfortable. The atmosphere gradually fell into awkwardness. But it didn't last long, and soon the Omni King broke the quiet atmosphere with a shout. "Hey, Sut, you look different." The Omni King, who was originally uninterested, suddenly became curious after seeing Sut's appearance change. His hair turned red. How did he do that? The future Omni King also tilted his head, his face full of interest. "This is called transformation, he can do it." Suti was too lazy to perform, and pointed his index finger at Sun Wukong not far away. "Omni Kings, you can let him come up and perform for you." This blame shifting made Sun Wukong very happy. After hearing Suti's words, he immediately flew to the ring and said with a smile. Chapter 75. The red-haired form is called Super Saiyan God. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong also clenched his fist and shouted softly, entering the realm of Super Saiyan God. "Oh, oh, oh! Fun, fun!" The two Omni Kings instantly became interested and continued to ask, "Anything else? What else can they become?" "Well, Saions can transform into Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue." Whis, who knew the most, hurriedly stepped out to answer, and stretched out 5 fingers to the Omni King. "In total, there are 5 transformation forms, Lord Omni King. Change quickly." The future Omni King couldn't wait. "But, I don't have an opponent." Seeing that Surt had returned to normal and flew away from the ring, Sun Wukong pouted reluctantly and complained. He had watched for so long, and he was very excited, and he was full of fighting spirit. Why can't he be assigned an opponent? With your strength. Lost on the viewing platform on Xiangpa's side, Sutter turned his eyes to Topo on the other viewing platform. "Let Topo fight you. He is strong enough to be your opponent." After this, no one said anything, and all turned their eyes to the high priest. This human is even more ferocious than the previous human. Are all humans so awesome now? Do they always bypass the highest gods present and make arrangements on their own? The high priest frowned slightly, then turned to look at the two Omni Kings. "My Lord Omni Kings, what do you think?" "Sure, as long as I can see fun transformations." The future Omni King didn't care much and nodded. The Omni King didn't care even more. He waved at Sutter, who stood next to Xiangpa, and greeted him. "Sut, come over here, I have the best view." Hearing this, the people present silently shifted their gazes and returned to Sut again. "This Sut is also extraordinary. His strength is stronger than that of the gods of destruction, and he is also deeply loved by the Lord of the Omni. No need. Sud took out half a pack of cigarettes from his arms, shook out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, saying rather ignorantly, "It's not good to let children breathe second-hand smoke. Wait until I finish smoking, then go over. Fuck kid, do you want to live or not? Hurry up and go to the Lord of the Omni." Xiangpa was a little scared by the attention of thousands of people, and stepped back to distance himself from Sud. "Tisk, why are you looking at me? Watch the game on the ring." Sud got angry, holding the cigarette and coldly scanning the people present. He was a little angry at being tricked by the high priest. What's wrong with smoking a cigarette now? Everyone, who is not an adult. Or, these gods have never smoked, right? Upon hearing this, everyone present quickly shifted their gazes elsewhere. Now they all understood. Even if you offend the high priest, you cannot offend this human that the Omni King cares about. No, the high priest is not to be offended. Alas, being a god is really humble enough. Ahem. Then let's continue with the next game, the third game. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was getting more and more weird, the high priest announced again. But as soon as Wei Mei was about to open his mouth to argue, Makarita took the lead and comforted him, "Lord Wei Mei, do you want us to be erased?" Seeing the special treatment of the Omni King for Cert, he almost forgot that the Omni King liked to use the ability to erase when he was unhappy. Okay, okay. Wei Mei gave the tool man Topo a look, signaling him to get on the stage quickly. Yes. How dare Topo disobey, so he flew to the ring for the second time. The original plot was almost played out again. Sun Wukong showed off his transformation, but was eventually defeated by Topo, the candidate god of destruction, and fell off the ring. Topo also found confidence in Sun Wukong. He said in a good mood that there was a stronger Jiren in their pride team. "Is he the captain of your team?" Sun Wukong showed curiosity. "No, I am the captain." Topo was speechless for a moment. Why is this guy's focus not on the key points? This is the first time I've seen such a rare thing. The team members are more powerful than the captain. Is there really such a powerful person? Sun Wukong was very excited, with a silly smile on his face, and returned to the viewing platform. "I'm so happy, I'm looking forward to the next meeting." Sutter just finished smoking and came to the side of the king of all. He first stuffed a piece of gum into his own mouth, and then gave each of the two little Omni Kings a piece. Chewing gum when it has no taste, just spit it out," Sutter said with a smile. "If you swallow it, your intestines will stick together." "Okay." The two little Omni Kings nodded, raised their hands like elementary school students to show that they understood, and then stuffed it into their mouths impatiently. "So, will the next conference still be held?" The high priest was a little jealous, and quickly drew the attention of the two little Omni Kings. "Hold it." After seeing Sutter nod, the Omni King said this. "Okay." The high priest glanced at Sutter, and said with a smile like a smiling tiger, "Then I will arrange it." "Yet." "Everyone." The high priest put his hands behind his back, turned to look at the people who came on stage to watch the game, and announced. "After the opinions of the Omni Kings, plus the outpost before the conference. The rules of the competition are that you cannot fly, use weapons, take drugs or stimulants, kill each other, and the god of destruction does not need to participate." "Omni King, did you say that the god of destruction cannot participate?" After listening to the announcement of the high priest, Surti looked at the two little Omni Kings and asked. "Well, your fight just now was too fast, and future little Chuan and I couldn't see it clearly." Chewing gum, the Omni King responded very honestly. "Yes, flying around, it doesn't feel fun at all." The future king of all also echoed, spitting out the gum in his mouth, and then wiped it away with great care for the environment. This wave of cool operations made Sute couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If there weren't so many people present, he would have wanted to shout, "Awesome!" The future king of all didn't think his behavior was extravagant at all, and took out a lollipop and said, "It's not sweet anymore, lollipops are still delicious." Sud shifted his gaze and looked at the high priest, who continued to explain the relevant situation of the power conference. "That's it, everyone selects 10 people from your own universe as contestants. As for the rules, there is only one point: if you fall out of the ring, you will be eliminated. The time is 100 tak, 48 minutes. With the introduction of the high priest, Sute found that the power tournament had exactly the same plot. Everyone must fight together within the specified time. Until the end of the time, the universe with the most people left wins. There is no reward for the winning universe, if you must say there is. Just like the 6th and 7th Universe God of Destruction fighting tournament, one of the best players is selected and given 7 Super Dragon Balls as a prize. As for the remaining failed universes, they are eliminated by the Omni Kings. After all, the 2 little Omni Kings originally thought that 12 universes were too many and wanted to eliminate some. This power tournament can also be regarded as a kind of luck.